Section 22 of the Botanic Garden, a poem in two parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 5. Sun's Rays. Or give the sun's phlogistic orb to roll. Canto 1, line 136. The dispute among philosophers about phlogiston is not concerning the existence of an inflammable principle, but rather whether there be one or more inflammable principles. The disciples of Stahl, which till lately included the whole chemical world, believed in the identity of phlogiston in all bodies which would flame or calcine. The disciples of Lavoisier pay homage to a plurality of phlogistons under the various names of charcoal, sulfur, metals, etc. Whatever will unite with pure air, and thence compose an acid, is esteemed in this ingenious theory to be a different kind of phlogistic or inflammable body. At the same time, there remains a doubt whether these inflammable bodies, as metals, sulfur, charcoal, etc., may not be compounded of the same phlogiston along with some other material yet undiscovered, and thus an unity of phlogiston exist, as in the theory of Stahl, though very differently applied in the explication of chemical phenomena. Some modern philosophers are of opinion that the sun is the great fountain from which the earth and other planets derive all the phlogiston which they possess, and that this is formed by the combination of the solar rays with all opaque bodies, but particularly with the leaves of vegetables, which they suppose to be organs adapted to absorb them, and that as animals receive their nourishment from vegetables, they also obtain in a secondary manner their phlogiston from the sun. And lastly, as great masses of the mineral kingdom, which have been found in the thin crust of the earth which human labor has penetrated, have evidently been formed from the recrements of animal and vegetable bodies, these also are supposed thus to have derived their phlogiston from the sun. Another opinion concerning the sun's rays is, that they are not luminous till they arrive at our atmosphere, and that there uniting with some part of the air they produce combustion, and light is emitted, and that an ethereal acid, yet undiscovered, is formed from this combustion. The more probable opinion is, perhaps, that the sun is a phlogistic mass of matter, whose surface is in a state of combustion, which, like other burning bodies, emits light with immense velocity in all directions, that these rays of light act upon all opaque bodies, and combining with them either displace or produce their elementary heat, and become chemically combined with the phlogistic part of them. For light is given out when phlogistic bodies unite with the oxygenous principle of the air, as in combustion, or in the reduction of metallic calxes. Thus in presenting to the flame of a candle a leader wafer, if it be colored with red lead, at the time the red lead becomes a metallic drop, a flash of light is perceived. Dr. Alexander Wilson very ingeniously endeavors to prove that the sun is only in a state of combustion on its surface, and that the dark spots seen on the disk are excavations or caverns through the luminous crust, some of which are 4,000 miles in diameter. Philosophical Transactions, 1774. Of this I shall have occasion to speak again. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Botanic Garden, a poem in two parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 6. Central Fires. Round her still center tread the burning soil, and watch the billowy lavas as they boil. Canto 1, line 139. Monsieur de Mairan, in a paper published in the Histoire de l'Académie des Sciences 1765, has endeavored to show that the earth receives but a small part of the heat which it possesses from the sun's rays, but is principally heated by fires within itself. He thinks the sun is the cause of the vicissitudes of our seasons of summer and winter by a very small quantity of heat in addition to that already residing in the earth, which by emanations from the center to the circumference renders the surface habitable, and without which, though the sun was constantly to illuminate 2/3 of the globe at once, with a heat equal to that at the equator, it would soon become a mass of solid ice. His reasonings and calculations on this subject are too long and too intricate to be inserted here, but are equally curious and ingenious and carry much conviction along with them. The opinion that the center of the earth consists of a large mass of burning lava has been espoused by Boyle, Boerhaave, and many other philosophers, some of whom, considering its supposed effects on vegetation and the formation of minerals, have called it a second sun. There are many arguments in support of this opinion. 1. Because the power of the sun does not extend much beyond 10 feet deep into the earth, all below being in winter and summer always of the same degree of heat, viz. 48, which being much warmer than the mildest frost, is supposed to be sustained by some internal distant fire. Add to this, however, that from experiments made some years ago by Dr. Franklin, the spring water at Philadelphia appeared to be of 52 degrees of heat, which seems further to confirm this opinion, since the climates in North America are supposed to be colder than those of Europe under similar degrees of latitude. 2. Mr. de Luc, in going 1,359 feet perpendicular to the mines of Hartz on July the 5th, 1778, on a very fine day, found the air at the bottom a little warmer than at the top of the shaft. Philosophical Transactions, Volume 69, page 488. In the mines in Hungary, which are 500 cubits deep, the heat becomes very troublesome when the miners get below 480 feet depth. Morinus de Locis Subterre, page 131. But as some other deep mines, as mentioned by Mr. Kirwan, are said to possess but the common heat of the earth, and as the crust of the globe thus penetrated by human labor is so thin compared with the whole, no certain deduction can be made from these facts on either side of the question. 3. The warm springs in many parts of the earth at great distance from any volcanoes seem to originate from the condensation of vapors arising from water which is boiled by subterraneous fires, and cooled again in their passage through a certain length of the colder soil, for the theory of chemical solution will not explain the equality of their heat at all seasons and through so many centuries. See notes on Fucus in Volume 2. See a letter on this subject in Mr. Pilkington's View of Derbyshire from Dr. Darwin. 4. From the situations of volcanoes which are always found upon the summit of the highest mountains. For as these mountains have been lifted up and lose several of their uppermost strata as they rise, the lowest strata of the earth yet known appear at the tops of the highest hills, and the beds of the volcanoes upon these hills must in consequence belong to the lowest strata of the earth, consisting perhaps of granite or basalts, which were produced before the existence of animal or vegetable bodies, and might constitute the original nucleus of the earth, which I have supposed to have been projected from the sun. Hence the volcanoes themselves appear to be spiracula or chimneys belonging to great central fires. It is probably owing to the escape of the elastic vapors from these spiracula that the modern earthquakes are of such small extent compared with those of remote antiquity, of which the vestiges remain all over the globe. 5. The great size and height of the continents, and the great size and depth of the South Sea, Atlantic, and other oceans, evince that the first earthquakes which produced these immense changes in the globe must have been occasioned by central fires. 6. The very distant and expeditious communication of the shocks of some great earthquakes. The earthquake at Lisbon in 1755 was perceived in Scotland, in the peak of Derbyshire, and in many other distant parts of Europe. The percussions of it travelled with about the velocity of sound, viz. about 13 miles in a minute. The earthquake in 1693 extended 2,600 leagues. Goldsmith's History. These phenomena are easily explained if the central parts of the earth consist of a fluid lava, as a percussion on one part of such a fluid mass would be felt on other parts of its confining vault, like a stroke on a fluid contained in a bladder, which, however gentle on one side, is perceptible to the hand placed on the other, and the velocity with which such a concussion would travel would be that of sound, or 13 miles in a minute. For further information on this part of the subject, the reader is referred to Mr. Michel's excellent Treatise on Earthquakes in the Philosophical Transactions, Volume 51. 7. that there is a cavity at the center of the earth is made probable by the late experiments on the attraction of mountains by Mr. Maskelyne, who supposed from other considerations that the density of the earth near the surface should be 5 times less than its mean density. Philosophical Transactions, Volume 65, page 498. But found from the attraction of the mountain Schehallien that it is probable the mean density of the earth is but double that of the hill. Ibid, page 532. Hence, if the first supposition be well founded, there would appear to be a cavity at the center of considerable magnitude, from whence the immense beds and mountains of lava, toadstone, basalts, granite, etc., have been protruded. 8. The variation of the compass can only be accounted for by supposing the central parts of the earth to consist of a fluid mass, and that part of this fluid is iron, which, requiring a greater degree of heat to bring it into fusion than glass or other metals, remains a solid, and the vis inertiae of this fluid mass, with the iron in it, occasions it to perform fewer revolutions than the crust of solid earth over it, and thus it is gradually left behind, and the place where the floating iron resides is pointed to by the direct or retrograde motions of the magnetic needle. This seems to have been nearly the opinion of Dr. Halley and Mr. Euler. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 7. Elementary heat. Or sphere on sphere in widening waves expand, and glad with genial warmth the incumbent land. Canto 1, line 143. A certain quantity of heat seems to be combined with all bodies, besides the sensible quantity which gravitates like the electric fluid amongst them. This combined heat or latent heat of Dr. Black, when set at liberty by fermentation, inflammation, crystallization, freezing, or other chemical attractions producing new combinations, passes as a fluid element into the surrounding bodies, and by thawing, diffusion of neutral salts in water, melting, and other chemical solutions, a portion of heat is attracted from the bodies in vicinity and enters into or becomes combined with the new solutions. Hence a combination of metals with acids, of essential oils and acids, of alcohol and water, of acids and water, give out heat, whilst a solution of snow in water or in acids, and of neutral salts in water, attract heat from the surrounding bodies. So the acid of nitre mixed with oil of cloves unites with it, and produces a most violent flame. The same acid of nitre poured on snow instantly dissolves it, and produces the greatest degree of cold yet known, by which at Petersburg quicksilver was first frozen, in 1760. Water may be cooled below 32 degrees without being frozen, if it be placed on a solid floor and secured from agitation, but when thus cooled below the freezing point, the least agitation turns part of it suddenly into ice, and when this sudden freezing takes place, a thermometer placed in it instantly rises, as some heat is given out in the act of congelation, and the ice is thus left with the same sensible degree of cold as the water had possessed before it was agitated, but is nevertheless now combined with less latent heat. A cubic inch of water thus cooled down to 32 degrees mixed with an equal quantity of boiling water at 212 degrees will cool it to the middle number between these two, or to 122. But a cubic inch of ice, whose sensible cold also is but 32, mixed with an equal quantity of boiling water, will cool it 6 times as much as the cubic inch of cold water above mentioned, as the ice not only gains its share of the sensible or gravitating heat of the boiling water, but attracts to itself also, and combines with, the quantity of latent heat which it had lost at the time of its congelation. So boiling water will acquire but 212 degrees of heat under the common pressure of the atmosphere, but the steam raised from it by its expansion or by its solution in the atmosphere combines with and carries away a prodigious quantity of heat, which it again parts with on its condensation, as is seen in common distillation, where the large quantity of water in the worm tub is so soon heated. Hence the evaporation of ether on a thermometer soon sinks the mercury below freezing, and hence a warmth of the air in winter frequently succeeds a shower. When the matter of heat or caloric is set at liberty from its combinations, as by inflammation, it passes into the surrounding bodies, which possess different capacities of acquiring their share of the loose or sensible heat. Thus a pint measure of cold water at 48 degrees, mixed with a pint of boiling water at 212 degrees, will cool it to the degree between these two numbers, or to 154 degrees. But it requires 2 pint measures of quicksilver at 48 degrees of heat to cool 1 pint of water as above. These and other curious experiments are adduced by Dr. Black to evince the existence of combined or latent heat in bodies, as has been explained by some of his pupils and well illustrated by Dr. Crawford. The world has long been in expectation of an account of his discoveries on this subject by the celebrated author himself. As this doctrine of elementary heat in its fluid and combined state is not yet universally received, I shall here add 2 arguments in support of it drawn from different sources, viz., from the heat given out or absorbed by the mechanical condensation or expansion of the air, and perhaps of other bodies, and from the analogy of the various phenomena of heat with those of electricity. 1. If a thermometer be placed in the receiver of an air pump, and the air hastily exhausted, the thermometer will sink some degrees, and the glass becomes steamy. The same occurs in hastily admitting a part of the air again. This I suppose to be produced by the expansion of part of the air, both during the exhaustion and readmission of it, and that the air so expanded becomes capable of attracting from the bodies in its vicinity a part of their heat. Hence the vapors contained in it and the glass receiver are for a time colder, and the steam is precipitated. That the air thus parts with its moisture from the cold occasioned by its rarefaction, and not simply by the rarefaction itself, is evident, because in a minute or two the same rarefied air will again take up the dew deposited on the receiver, and because water will evaporate sooner in rare than in dense air. There is a curious phenomenon similar to this observed in the fountain of Hierro, constructed on a large scale at the Chemnicensian mines in Hungary. In this machine, the air in a large vessel is compressed by a column of water 260 feet high. A stopcock is then opened, and as the air issues out with great vehemence, and thus becomes immediately greatly expanded, so much cold is produced that the moisture from this stream of air is precipitated in the form of snow, and ice is formed adhering to the nozzle of the cock. This remarkable circumstance is described at large with a plate of the machine in Philosophical Transactions, Volume 52, for 1761. The following experiment is related by Dr. Darwin in the Philosophical Transactions, Volume 78. Having charged an air gun as forcibly as he well could, the air cell and syringe became exceedingly hot, much more so than could be ascribed to the friction in working it. It was then left about half an hour to cool down to the temperature of the air, and a thermometer having been previously fixed against a wall, the air was discharged in a continual stream on its bulb, and it sunk many degrees. From these 3 experiments of the steam in the exhausted receiver being deposited and reabsorbed, when a part of the air is exhausted or readmitted, and the snow produced by the fountain of Hierro, and the extraordinary heat given out in charging, and the cold produced in discharging an air gun, there is reason to conclude that when air is mechanically compressed, the elementary fluid heat is pressed out of it, and that when it is mechanically expanded, the same fluid heat is reabsorbed from the common mass. It is probable all other bodies as well as air attract heat from their neighbors when they are mechanically expanded, and give it out when they are mechanically condensed. Thus, when a vibration of the particles of hard bodies is excited by friction or by percussion, these particles mutually recede from and approach each other reciprocally. At the times of their recession from each other, the body becomes enlarged in bulk, and is then in a condition to attract heat from those in its vicinity with great and sudden power. At the times of their approach to each other, this heat is again given out, but the bodies in contact, having in the meanwhile received the heat they had thus lost from other bodies behind them, do not so suddenly or so forcibly reabsorb the heat again from the body in vibration. Hence it remains on its surface like the electric fluid on a rubbed glass globe. and for the same reason, because there is no good conductor to take it up again. Hence at every vibration more and more heat is acquired and stands loose upon the surface, as in filing metals or rubbing glass tubes, and thus a smith with a few strokes on a nail on his anvil can make it hot enough to light a brimstone match. And hence in striking flint and steel together, heat enough is produced to vitrify the parts thus strucken off, the quantity of which heat is again probably increased by the new chemical combination. 2. The analogy between the phenomena of electric fluid and of heat furnishes another argument in support of the existence of heat as a gravitating fluid. 1. They are both accumulated by friction on the excited body. 2. They are propagated easily or with difficulty along the same classes of bodies, with ease by metals, with less ease by water, and with difficulty by resins, beeswax, silk, air, and glass. Thus glass canes or canes of sealing wax may be melted by a blowpipe or a candle within 1/4 of an inch of the fingers which hold them, without any inconvenient heat, while a pin or other metallic substance applied to the flame of a candle so readily conducts the heat as immediately to burn the fingers. Hence clothes of silk keep the body warmer than clothes of linen of equal thickness, by confining the heat upon the body. And hence plains are so much warmer than the summits of mountains, by the greater degree of the air confining the acquired heat upon them. 3. They both give out light in their passage through the air, perhaps not in their passage through a vacuum. 4. They both of them fuse or vitrify metals. 5. Bodies after being electrized, if they are mechanically extended, will receive a greater quantity of electricity, as in Dr. Franklin's experiment of the chain in the tankard. The same seems true in respect to heat as explained above. 6. Both heat and electricity contribute to suspended steam in the atmosphere by producing or increasing the repulsion of its particles. 7. They both gravitate when they have been accumulated till they find their equilibrium. If we add to the above the many chemical experiments which receive an easy and elegant explanation from the supposed matter of heat, as employed in the works of Bergman and Lavoisier, I think we may reasonably allow of its existence as an element, occasionally combined with other bodies, and occasionally existing as a fluid, like the electric fluid gravitating amongst them, and that hence it may be propagated from the central fires of the earth to the whole mass, and contribute to preserve the mean heat of the earth, which in this country is about 48 degrees, but variable from the greater or less effect of the sun's heat in different climates, so well explained in Mr. Kirwan's treatise on the temperature of different latitudes, 1787, Elmsley, London. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 8. Memnon's Lyre. So to the sacred sun in Memnon's fane, spontaneous concords choired the matin strain. Canto 1, line 183. The gigantic statue of Memnon in his temple at Thebes had a lyre in his hands, which many credible writers assure us sounded when the rising sun shone upon it. Some philosophers have supposed that the sun's light possesses a mechanical impulse, and that the sounds above mentioned might be thence produced. Mr. Michell constructed a very tender horizontal balance, as related by Dr. Priestley in his History of Light and Colors, for this purpose. But some experiments with this balance which I saw, made by the late Dr. Powell, who threw the focus of a large reflector on one extremity of it, were not conclusive either way, as the copper leaf of the balance approached in one experiment and receded in another. There are, however, methods by which either a rotative or alternating motion may be produced by very moderate degrees of heat. If a straight glass tube, such as are used for barometers, be suspended horizontally before a fire, like a roasting spit, it will revolve by intervals, for as glass is a bad conductor of heat, the side next to the fire becomes heated sooner than the opposite side, and the tube becomes bent into a bow with the external part of the curve towards the fire. This curve then falls down and produces a fourth part of a revolution of the glass tube, which thus revolves with intermediate pauses. Another alternating motion I have seen produced by suspending a glass tube about 8 inches long, with bulbs at each end on a center like a scale beam. This curious machine is filled about 1/3 part with purest spirit of wine, the other 2/3 being a vacuum, and is called a pulse glass, if it be placed in a box before the fire, so that either bulb as it rises may become shaded from the fire, and exposed to it when it descends, an alternate libration of it is produced. For spirit of wine in vacuo emits steam by a very small degree of heat, and this steam forces the spirit beneath it up into the upper bulb, which therefore descends. It is probable such a machine on a larger scale might be of use to open the doors or windows of hothouses or melon frames, when the air within them should become too much heated, or might be employed in more important mechanical purposes. On traveling through a hot summer's day in a chaise with a box covered with leather on a 4-axle tree, I observed, as the sun shone upon the black leather, the box began to open its lid, which at noon rose above a foot, and could not without great force be pressed down, and which gradually closed again as the sun declined in the evening. This, I suppose, might with still greater facility be applied to the purpose of opening melon frames or the sashes of hothouses. The statue of Memnon was overthrown and sawed in two by Cambyses to discover its internal structure, and is said still to exist. See Savary's Letters on Egypt. The truncated statue is said for many centuries to have saluted the rising sun with cheerful tones, and the setting sun with melancholy ones. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Botanic Garden, a Poem in Two Parts, Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 9. Luminous Insects. Star of the Earth and Diamond of the Night. Canto 1, line 196. There are 18 species of lampyris or glowworm, according to Linnaeus, some of which are found in almost every part of the world. In many of the species, the females have no wings, and are supposed to be discovered by the winged males by their shining in the night. They become much more lucid when they put themselves in motion, which would seem to indicate that their light is owing to their respiration, in which process it is probable phosphoric acid is produced by the combination of vital air with some part of the blood, and that light is given out through their transparent bodies by this slow internal combustion. There is a firefly of the beetle kind described in the Dictionary Raison under the name of Acudia, which is said to be 2 inches long, and inhabits the West Indies and South America. The natives use them instead of candles, putting from 1 to 3 of them under a glass. Madame Marion says that at Suriname the light of this fly is so great that she saw sufficiently well by one of them to paint and finish one of the figures of them in her work on insects. The largest and oldest of them are said to become 4 inches long, and to shine like a shooting star as they fly, and are thence called lantern-bearers. The use of this light to the insect itself seems to be that it may not fly against objects in the night, by which contrivance these insects are enabled to procure their sustenance either by night or day, as their wants may require, or their numerous enemies permit them. Whereas some of our beetles have eyes adapted only to the night, and if they happen to come abroad too soon in the evening are so dazzled that they fly against everything in their way. See note on Phosphorus, number 10. In some seas, as particularly about the coast of Malabar, as a ship floats along, it seems during the night to be surrounded with fire, and to leave a long tract of light behind it. Whenever the sea is gently agitated, it seems converted into little stars. Every drop, as it breaks, emits light, like bodies electrified in the dark. Mr. Beaumar says that when he was at the port of Cetis in Languedoc, and bathing with a companion in the sea after a very hot day, they both appeared covered with fire after every immersion, and that laying his wet hand on the arm of his companion, who had not then dipped himself, the exact mark of his hand and fingers was seen in characters of fire. As numerous microscopic insects are found in this shining water, its light has been generally ascribed to them, though it seems probable that fish slime in hot countries may become in such a state of incipient putrefaction as to give light, especially when by agitation it is more exposed to the air. Otherwise it is not easy to explain why agitation should be necessary to produce this marine light. See note on Phosphorus number 10. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 10. Phosphorus. Or mark in shining letters Kunkel's name in the pale phosphor's self-consuming flame. Canto 1, line 231. Kunkel, a native of Hamburg, was the first who discovered to the world the process for producing phosphorus, though Brandt and Boyle were likewise said to have previously had the art of making it. It was obtained from sal microcosmicum by evaporation in the form of an acid, but has since been found in other animal substances, as in the ashes of bones, and even in some vegetables, as in wheat flour. Keir's Chemical Dictionary. This phosphoric acid is like all other acids united with vital air, and requires to be treated with charcoal or phlogiston to deprive it of this air. It then becomes a kind of animal sulfur, but of so inflammable a nature that on the access of air it takes fire spontaneously, and as it burns becomes again united with vital air, and reassumes its form, a phosphoric acid. As animal respiration seems to be a kind of slow combustion, in which it is probable that phosphoric acid is produced by the union of phosphorus with the vital air, so it is also probable that phosphoric acid is produced in the excretory or respiratory vessels of luminous insects, as the glowworm and firefly, and some marine insects. From the same principle I suppose the light from putrid fish, as from the heads of haddocks, and from putrid veal, and from rotten wood in a certain state of their putrefaction, is produced, and phosphorus thus slowly combined with air is changed into phosphoric acid. The light from the Bolognian stone, and from calcined shells, and from white paper, and linen after having been exposed for a time to the sun's light, seem to produce either the phosphoric or some other kind of acid from the sulphurous or phlogistic matter which they contain. See note on Beccari's shells, line 180. There is another process seems similar to this slow combustion, and that is bleaching. By the warmth and light of the sun, the water sprinkled upon linen or cotton cloth seems to be decomposed, if we credit the theory of M. Lavoisier, and a part of the vital air thus set at liberty and uncombined, and not being in its elastic form, more easily dissolves the coloring or phlogistic matter of the cloth, and produces a new acid which is itself colorless, or is washed out of the cloth by water. The new process of bleaching confirms a part of this theory, for by uniting much vital air to marine acid by distilling it from manganese, on dipping the cloth to be bleached in water replete with this superaerated marine acid, the coloring matter disappears immediately, sooner indeed in cotton than in linen. See note 34. There is another process which I suspect bears analogy to those above mentioned, and that is the rancidity of animal fat, as of bacon. If bacon be hung up in a warm kitchen, with much salt adhering on the outside of it, the fat part of it soon becomes yellow and rancid. If it be washed with much cold water after it has imbibed the salt, and just before it is hung up, I am well informed that it will not become rancid, or in very slight degrees. In the former case, I imagine the salt on the surface of the bacon attracts water during the cold of the night, which is evaporated during the day, and that in this evaporation a part of the water becomes decomposed, as in bleaching, and its vital air uniting with a greater facility in its unelastic state with the animal fat, produces an acid, perhaps of the phosphoric kind, which being of a fixed nature lies upon the bacon, giving it the yellow color and rancid taste. It is remarkable that the superaerated marine acid does not bleach living animal substances. At least it did not whiten a part of my hand, which I for some minutes exposed to it. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 11. Steam engine. Quick moves the balanced beam of giant birth, wields his large limbs, and nodding shakes the earth. Canto 1, line 261. The expansive force of steam was known in some degree to the ancients. Hero of Alexandria describes an application of it to produce a rotative motion by the reaction of steam issuing from a sphere mounted upon an axis, through 2 small tubes bent into tangents, and issuing from the opposite sides of the equatorial diameter of the sphere. The sphere was supplied with steam by a pipe communicating with a pan of boiling water, and entering the sphere at one of its poles. A French writer about the year 1630 describes a method of raising water to the upper part of a house by filling a chamber with steam and suffering it to condense of itself, but it seems to have been mere theory, as his method was scarcely practicable as he describes it. In 1655, the Marquis of Worcester mentions a method of raising water by fire in his Century of Inventions, but he seems only to have availed himself of the expansive force, and not to have known of the advantages arising from condensing the steam by an injection of cold water. This latter and most important improvement seems to have been made by Captain Savory some time prior to 1698, for in that year his patent for the use of that invention was confirmed by Act of Parliament. This gentleman appears to have been the first who reduced the machine to practice and exhibited it in an useful form. This method consisted in expelling the air from a vessel by steam and condensing the steam by an injection of cold water, which, making a vacuum, the pressure of the atmosphere forced the water to ascend into the steam vessel through a pipe of 24 to 26 feet high, and by the admission of dense steam from the boiler, forcing the water into the steam vessel to ascend to the height desired. This construction was defective because it required very strong vessels to resist the force of the steam, and because an enormous quantity of steam was condensed by coming in contact with the cold water in the steam vessel. About or soon after that time, M. Papin attempted a steam engine on similar principles, but rather more defective in its construction. The next improvement was made very soon afterwards by Messrs. Newcomen and Cawley of Dartmouth. It consisted of employing for the steam vessel a hollow cylinder, shut at bottom and open at top, furnished with a piston sliding easily up and down in it, and made tight by oakum or hemp, and covered with water. The piston is suspended by chains from one end of a beam, movable upon an axis in the middle of its length. To the other end of this beam are suspended the pump rods. The danger of bursting the vessels was avoided in this machine, as however high the water was to be raised, it was not necessary to increase the density of the steam, but only to enlarge the diameter of the cylinder. Another advantage was, that the cylinder not being made so cold as in Savory's method, much less steam was lost in filling it after each condensation. The machine, however, still remained imperfect, for the cold water thrown into the cylinder acquired heat from the steam it condensed, and being in a vessel exhausted of air, it produced steam itself, which in part resisted the action of the atmosphere on the piston. Were this remedied by throwing in more cold water, the destruction of steam in the next filling of the cylinder would be proportionally increased. It has therefore in practice been found advisable not to load these engines with columns of water weighing more than 7 pounds for each square inch of the area of the piston. The bulk of water when converted into steam remained unknown, until Mr. J. Watt, then of Glasgow, in 1764, determined it to be about 1800 times more rare than water. It soon occurred to Mr. Watt that a perfect engine would be that in which no steam should be condensed in filling the cylinder, and in which the steam should be so perfectly cooled as to produce nearly a perfect vacuum, Mr. Watt having ascertained the degree of heat in which water boiled in vacuo, and under progressive degrees of pressure, and instructed by Dr. Black's discovery of latent heat, having calculated the quantity of cold water necessary to condense certain quantities of steam so far as to produce the exhaustion required, he made a communication from the cylinder to a cold vessel previously exhausted of air and water, into which the steam rushed by its elasticity and became immediately condensed. He then adapted a cover to the cylinder and admitted steam above the piston to press it down instead of air, and instead of applying water he used oil or grease to fill the pores of the oakum and to lubricate the cylinder. He next applied a pump to extract the injection water, the condensed steam, and the air from the condensing vessel every stroke of the engine. To prevent the cooling of the cylinder by the contact of the external air, he surrounded it with a case containing steam, which he again protected by a covering of matters which conduct heat slowly. This construction presented an easy means of regulating the power of the engine, for the steam being the acting power, as the pipe which admits it from the boiler is more or less opened, a greater or smaller quantity can enter during the time of a stroke, and consequently the engine can act with exactly the necessary degree of energy. Mr. Watt gained a patent for his engine in 1768, but the further persecution of his designs were delayed by other avocations till 1775, when in conjunction with Mr. Bolton of Soho near Birmingham, numerous experiments were made on a large scale by their united ingenuity, and great improvements added to the machinery, and an Act of Parliament obtained for the prolongation of their patent for 25 years, they have since that time drained many of the deep mines in Cornwall, which but for the happy union of such genius must immediately have ceased to work. One of these engines works a pump of 18 inches diameter and upwards of 100 fathom or 600 feet high, at the rate of 10 to 12 strokes of 7 feet long each in a minute, and that with 1/5 part of the coals which a common engine would have taken to do the same work. The power of this engine may be easier comprehended by saying that it raised a weight equal to 81,000 pounds 80 feet high in a minute, which is equal to the combined action of 200 good horses. In Newcomen's engine this would have required a cylinder of the enormous diameter of 120 inches or 10 feet, but as in this engine of Mr. Watt and Mr. Bolton the steam acts, and a vacuum is made, alternately above and below the piston, the power exerted is double to what the same cylinder would otherwise produce, and is further augmented by an inequality in the length of the two ends of the lever. These gentlemen have also by other contrivances applied their engines to the turning of mills for almost every purpose, of which that great pile of machinery, the Albion Mill, is a well-known instance. Forges, slitting mills, and other great works are erected where nature has furnished no running water, and future times may boast that this grand and useful engine was invented and perfected in our own country. Since the above article went to the press, the Albion Mill is no more. It is supposed to have been set on fire by interested or malicious incendiaries, and is burnt to the ground, whence London has lost the credit and the advantage of possessing the most powerful machine in the world. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 12. Frost. In phalanx firm the fiend of frost assail. Canto 1, line 439. The cause of the expansion of water during its conversion into ice is not yet well ascertained. It was supposed to have been owing to the air being set at liberty in the act of congelation which was before dissolved in the water. And the many air bubbles in ice were thought to countenance this opinion, but the great force with which ice expands during its congelation so as to burst iron bombs and cohorns, according to the experiments of Major Williams at Quebec, invalidates this idea of the cause of it, and may sometime be brought into use as a means of breaking rocks in mining, or projecting cannonballs, or for other mechanical purposes, if the means of producing congelation should ever be discovered to be as easy as the means of producing combustion. Monsieur de Marian attributes the increase of bulk of frozen water to the different arrangement of the particles of it in crystallization, as they are constantly joined at an angle of 60 degrees, and must by this disposition, he thinks, occupy a greater volume than if they were parallel. He found the augmentation of the water during freezing to amount to 1/14th, 1/18th, 1/19th, and when the water was previously purged of air, to only 1/22nd part. He adds that a piece of ice, which was at first only 1/14th part specifically lighter than water, on being exposed some days to the frost, became 1/12th lighter than water. Hence he thinks ice by being exposed to greater cold still increases in volume, and to this attributes the bursting of ice in ponds and on the glaciers. See Lewis's Commerce of Arts, page 257, and the note on Muñoz in the other volume of this work. The expansion of ice well accounts for the greater mischief done by vernal frosts attended with moisture, as by hoar frosts, than by the dry frosts called black frosts. Mr. Lawrence, in a letter to Mr. Bradley, complains that the dale mist attended with a frost on May Day had destroyed all his tender fruits, though there was a sharper frost the night before without a mist that did him no injury, and adds that a garden not a stone's throw from his own on a higher situation, being above the dale mist, had received no damage. Bradley, Volume 2, page 232. Mr. Hunter, by very curious experiments, discovered that the living principle in fish, in vegetables, and even in eggs and seeds, possesses a power of resisting congelation. Philosophical Transactions. There can be no doubt but that the exertions of animals to avoid the pain of cold may produce in them a greater quantity of heat, at least for a time, but that vegetables, eggs, or seeds should possess such a quality is truly wonderful. Others have imagined that animals possess a power of preventing themselves from becoming much warmer than 98 degrees of heat, when immersed in an atmosphere above that degree of heat. It is true that the increased exhalation from their bodies will in some measure cool them, as much heat is carried off by the evaporation of fluids, but this is a chemical, not an animal process. The experiments made by those who continued many minutes in the air of a room heated so much above any natural atmospheric heat do not seem conclusive, as they remained in it a less time than would have been necessary to have heated a mass of beef of the same magnitude. And the circulation of the blood in living animals, by perpetually bringing new supplies of fluid to the skin, would prevent the external surface from becoming hot much sooner than the whole mass. And thirdly, there appears no power of animal bodies to produce cold in diseases, as in scarlet fever, in which the increased action of the vessels of the skin produces heat, and contributes to exhaust the animal power already too much weakened. It has been thought by many that frosts meliorate the ground, and that they are in general salubrious to mankind. In respect to the former, it is now well known that ice or snow contain no nitrous particles, and though frost, by enlarging the bulk of moist clay, leaves it softer for a time after the thaw, yet as soon as the water exhales, the clay becomes as hard as before, being pressed together by the incumbent atmosphere, and by its self-attraction, called setting by the potters. Add to this that on the coasts of Africa, where frost is unknown, the fertility of the soil is almost beyond our conceptions of it. In respect to the general salubrity of frosty seasons, the bills of mortality are in evidence in the negative. As in long frosts, many weakly and old people perish from debility occasioned by the cold, and many classes of birds and other wild animals are benumbed by the cold, or destroyed by the consequent scarcity of food, and many tender vegetables perish from the degree of cold. I do not think it should be objected to this doctrine that there are moist days attended with a brisk cold wind, when no visible ice appears, and which are yet more disagreeable and destructive than frosty weather, For on these days the cold moisture which is deposited on the skin is there evaporated, and thus produces a degree of cold perhaps greater than the milder frosts. Whence, even in such days, both the disagreeable sensations and insalubrious effects belonging to the cause above mentioned, viz., the intensity of the cold. Add to this, that in these cold moist days, as we pass along, or as the wind blows upon us, a new sheet of cold water is, as it were, perpetually applied to us, and hangs upon our bodies. Now, as water is 800 times denser than air, and is a much better conductor of heat, we are starved with cold like those who go into a cold bath, both by the great number of particles in contact with the skin, and their greater facility of receiving our heat. It may nevertheless be true that snows of long duration in our winters may be less injurious to vegetation than great rains and shorter frosts, for two reasons. 1. Because great rains carry down many thousand pounds worth of the best part of the manure off the lands into the sea, whereas snow dissolves more gradually and thence carries away less from the land. Anyone may distinguish a snow flood from a rain flood by the transparency of the water. Hence hills or fields with considerable inclination of surface should be plowed horizontally, that the furrows may stay the water from showers till it deposits its mud. 2. Snow protects vegetables from the severity of the frost, since it is always in a state of thaw where it is in contact with the earth. As the earth's heat is about 48 degrees, and the heat of thawing snow is 32 degrees, the vegetables between them are kept in a degree of heat about 40, by which many of them are preserved. See note on Muñoz, Volume 2 of this work. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in two parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 13. Electricity. Cold from each point cerulean lustres gleam. Canto 1, line 339. Electric points. There was an idle dispute whether knobs or points were preferable on the top of conductors for the defense of houses. The design of these conductors is to permit the electric matter accumulated in the clouds to pass through them into the earth, in a smaller continued stream as the cloud approaches, before it comes to what is termed striking distance. Now, as it is well known that accumulated electricity will pass to points at a much greater distance than it will to knobs, there can be no doubt of their preference, and it would seem that the finer the point, and the less liable to become rusty, the better, as it would take off the lightning while it was still at a greater distance, and by that means preserve a greater extent of building. The very extremity of the point should be of pure silver or gold, and might be branched into a kind of brush, since one small point cannot be supposed to receive so great a quantity as a thicker bar might conduct into the earth. If an insulated metallic ball is armed with a point, like a needle, projecting from one part of it, the electric fluid will be seen in the dark to pass off from this point, so long as the ball is kept supplied with electricity. The reason of this is not difficult to comprehend. Every part of the electric atmosphere which surrounds the insulated ball is attracted to that ball by a large surface of it, whereas the electric atmosphere which is near the extremity of the needle is attracted to it by only a single point. In consequence, the particles of electric matter near the surface of the ball approach towards it and push off by their greater gravitation the particles of electric matter over the point of the needle in a continued stream. Something like this happens in respect to the diffusion of oil on water from a pointed cork, an experiment which was many years ago shown me by Dr. Franklin. He cut a piece of cork about the size of a letter wafer, and left on one edge of it a point about 1/6 of an inch in length, projecting as a tangent to the circumference. This was dipped in oil and thrown on a pond of water, and continued to revolve as the oil left the point for a great many minutes. The oil descends from the floating cork upon the water being diffused upon it without friction, and perhaps without contact, but its going off at the point so forcibly as to make the cork revolve in a contrary direction seems analogous to the departure of electric fluid from points. Can anything similar to either of these happen in respect to the Earth's atmosphere, and give occasion to breezes on the tops of mountains, which may be considered as points on the Earth's circumference? Fairy rings. There is a phenomenon supposed to be electric which is yet unaccounted for. I mean fairy rings, as they are called, so often seen on the grass. The numerous flashes of lightning which occur every summer are, I believe, generally discharged on the earth, and but seldom, if ever, from one cloud to another. Moist trees are the most frequent conductors of these flashes of lightning, and I am informed by purchasers of wood that innumerable trees are thus cracked and injured. At other times larger parts or prominences of clouds, gradually sinking as they move along, are discharged on the moisture parts of grassy plains. Now this knob or corner of a cloud being attracted by the earth will become nearly cylindrical, as loose wool would do when drawn out into a thread, and will strike the earth with a stream of electricity perhaps 2 or 10 yards in diameter. Now as a stream of electricity displaces the air it passes through, it is plain no part of the grass can be burnt by it, but just the external ring of this cylinder where the grass can have access to the air, since without air nothing can be calcined. This earth, after having been so calcined, becomes a richer soil, and either funguses or a bluer grass for many years mark the place. That lightning displaces the air in its passage is evinced by the loud crack that succeeds it, which is owing to the sides of the aerial vacuum clapping together when the lightning is withdrawn. That nothing will calcine without air is now well understood from the acids produced in the burning of phlogistic substances, and may be agreeably seen by suspending a paper on an iron prong and putting it into the center of the blaze of an iron furnace. It may be held there some seconds, and may be again withdrawn without its being burnt, if it be passed quickly into the flame, and out again, through the external part of it which is in contact with the air. I know some circles of many yards diameter of this kind near Foremark in Derbyshire, which annually produce large white funguses and stronger grass, and have done so, I am informed, above 30 years. This increased fertility of the ground by calcination or charring, and its continuing to operate so many years, is well worth the attention of the farmer, and shows the use of paring and burning new turf in agriculture, which produces its effect not so much by the ashes of the vegetable fibers as by charring the soil which adheres to them. These situations, whether from eminence or from moisture, which were proper once to attract and discharge a thundercloud, are more liable again to experience the same. Hence many fairy rings are often seen near each other, either without intersecting each other, as I saw this summer in a garden in Nottinghamshire, or intersecting each other as described on Arthur's Seat near Edinburgh in the Edinburgh Transactions, Volume 2, page 3. End of section 30. Section 31 of The Botanic Garden, a Poem in 2 Parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 14. Buds and Bulbs. Where dwell my vegetative realms benumbed, in buds imprisoned, or in bulbs entombed. Canto 1, line 459. A tree is properly speaking a family or swarm of buds, each bud being an individual plant. For if one of these buds be torn or cut out and planted in the earth with a glass cup inverted over it to prevent its exhalation from being at first greater than its power of absorption, it will produce a tree similar to its parent. Each bud has a leaf, which is its lungs, appropriated to it, and the bark of the tree is a congeries of the roots of these individual buds, whence old hollow trees are often seen to have some branches flourish with vigor after the internal wood is almost entirely decayed and vanished. According to this idea, Linnaeus has observed that trees and shrubs are roots above ground, for if a tree be inverted, leaves will grow from the root part and roots from the trunk part. Philosophia Botanica, page 39. Hence it appears that vegetables have two methods of propagating themselves, the oviparous, as by seeds, and the viviparous, as by their buds and bulbs, and that the individual plants, whether from seeds or buds or bulbs, are all annual productions like many kinds of insects, as the silkworm, the parent perishing in the autumn after having produced an embryon, which lies in a torpid state during the winter, and is matured in the succeeding summer. Hence Linnaeus names buds and bulbs the winter cradles of the plant, or hibernacula, and might have given the same term to seeds. In warm climates few plants produce buds, as the vegetable life can be completed in one summer, and hence the hibernacle is not wanted. In cold climates also some plants do not produce buds, as Philadelphus, frangula, viburnum, ivy, heath, wood nightshade, rue, geranium. The bulbs of plants are another kind of winter cradle, or hibernacle, adhering to the descending trunk, and are found in the perennial herbaceous plants which are too tender to bear the cold of the winter. The production of these subterraneous winter lodges is not yet perhaps clearly understood. They have been distributed by Linnaeus according to their forms into scaly, solid, coated, and jointed bulbs, which however does not elucidate their manner of production. As the buds of trees may be truly esteemed individual annual plants, their roots constituting the bark of the tree, it follows that these roots, viz., of each individual bud, spread themselves over the last year's bark, making a new bark over the old one, and thence descending cover with a new bark the old roots also in the same manner. A similar circumstance I suppose to happen in some herbaceous plants, that is, a new bark is annually produced over the old root, and thus for some years at least the old root or caudex increases in size and puts up new stems. As these roots increase in size, the central part, I suppose, changes like the internal wood of a tree, and does not possess any vegetable life, and therefore gives out no fibers or rootlets, and hence appears bitten off, as in valerian, plantain, and devil's bit. And this decay of the central part of the root, I suppose, has given occasion to the belief of the root fibers drawing down the bulb, so much insisted on by Mr. Milne in his Botanical Dictionary, article bulb. From the observations and drawings of various kinds of bulbous roots at different times of their growth, sent me by a young lady of nice observation, it appears probable that all bulbous roots, properly so called, perish annually in this climate. Bradley, Miller, and the author of Spectacle de la Nature observe that the tulip annually renews its bulb, for the stalk of the old flower is found under the old dry coat, but on the outside of the new bulb. This large new bulb is the flowering bulb, but besides this there are other small new bulbs produced between the coats of this large one, but from the same caudex, or circle from which the root fibers spring. These small bulbs are leaf-bearing bulbs, and renew themselves annually with increasing size till they bear flowers. Miss Blank favored me with the following curious experiment. She took a small tulip root out of the earth when the green leaves were sufficiently high to show the flower, and placed it in a glass of water. The leaves and flower soon withered, and the bulb became wrinkled and soft, but put out one small side bulb, and 3 bulbs beneath, descending an inch into the water by long processes from the caudex. The old bulb in some weeks entirely decayed. On dissecting this monster, the middle descending bulb was found by its process to adhere to the caudex and to the old flower stem, and the side ones were separated from the flower stem by a few shriveled coats, but adhered to the caudex, whence she concludes that these last were offsets or leaf bulbs, which should have been seen between the coats of the new flower bulb if it had been left to grow in the earth, and that the middle one would have been the new flower bulb. In some years, perhaps in wet seasons, the florists are said to lose many of their tulip roots by a similar process, the new leaf bulbs being produced beneath the old ones, by an elongation of the caudex without any new flower bulbs. By repeated dissections, she observes that the leaf bulbs or offsets of tulip, crocus, gladiolus, fritillary, are renewed in the same manner as the flowering bulbs, contrary to the opinion of many writers. This new leaf bulb is formed on the inside of the coats from whence the leaves grow, and is more or less advanced in size as the outer coats and leaves are more or less shriveled. In examining tulip, iris, hyacinth, harebell, the new bulb was invariably found between the flower stem and the base of the innermost leaf of those roots which had flowered, and enclosed by the base of the inmost leaf in those roots which had not flowered, in both cases adhering to the caudex or fleshy circle from which the root fibers spring. Hence it is probable that the bulbs of hyacinths are renewed annually, but that this is performed from the caudex within the old bulb, the outer coat of which does not so shrivel, as in crocus and fritillary, and hence this change is not so apparent. But I believe as soon as the flower is advanced, the new bulbs may be seen on dissection, nor does the annual increase of the size of the root of cyclamen and of Elytris capensis militate against this annual renewal of them, since the leaf bulbs or offsets, as described above, are increased in size as they are annually renewed. See note on Orchis and on Anthoxanthum in Volume 2 of this work. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 15. Solar Volcanos. From the deep craters of his realms of fire, the whirling sun this ponderous planet hurled. Canto 2, line 14. Dr. Alexander Wilson, professor of astronomy at Glasgow, published a paper in the Philosophical Transactions for 1774, demonstrating that the spots in the sun's disk are real cavities, excavations through the luminous material which covers the other parts of the sun's surface. One of these cavities he found to be about 4,000 miles deep, and many times as wide. Some objections were made to this doctrine by Monsieur de la Laude in the Memoirs of the French Academy for the year 1776, which however have been ably answered by Professor Wilson in reply in the Philosophical Transactions for 1783. Keel observes, in his Astronomical Lectures, page 44, quote, "We frequently see spots in the sun which are larger and broader not only than Europe or Africa, but which even equal, if they do not exceed, the surface of the whole terraqueous globe." End quote. Now, that these cavities are made in the sun's body by a process of nature similar to our earthquakes does not seem improbable on several accounts. 1. Because from this discovery of Dr. Wilson it appears that the internal parts of the sun are not in a state of inflammation or of ejecting light, like the external part or luminous ocean which covers it, and hence that a greater degree of heat or inflammation and consequent expansion or explosion may occasionally be produced in its internal or dark nucleus. 2. Because the solar spots or cavities are frequently increased or diminished in size. 3. New ones are often produced. 4. And old ones vanish. 5. Because there are brighter or more luminous parts of the sun's disk, called faculae by Scheiner and Hevelius, which would seem to be volcanoes in the sun, or, as Dr. Wilson calls them, quote, "eructations of matter more luminous than that which covers the sun's surface." Unquote. 6. To which may be added that all the planets added together with their satellites do not amount to more than 1/650th part of the mass of the sun, according to Sir Isaac Newton. Now, if it could be supposed that the planets were originally thrown out of the sun by larger sunquakes than those frequent ones which occasion these spots or excavations above mentioned, what would happen? 1. According to the observations and opinion of Mr. Herschel, the sun itself and all its planets are moving forwards round some other center with an unknown velocity, which may be of opaque matter corresponding with the very ancient and general idea of a chaos. Whence, if a ponderous planet, as Saturn, could be supposed to be projected from the sun by an explosion, the motion of the sun itself might be at the same time disturbed in such a manner as to prevent the planet from falling again into it. 2. As the sun revolves round its own axis, its form must be that of an oblate spheroid like the Earth, and therefore a body projected from its surface perpendicularly upwards from that surface would not rise perpendicularly from the sun's center, unless it happened to be projected exactly from either of its poles or from its equator. Whence it may not be necessary that a planet, if thus projected from the sun by explosion, should again fall into the sun. 3. They would part from the sun's surface with the velocity with which that surface was moving, and with the velocity acquired by the explosion, and would therefore move round the sun in the same direction in which the sun rotates on its axis, and perform elliptic orbits. 4. All the planets would move the same way round the sun, from this first motion acquired at leaving its surface, but their orbits would be inclined to each other, according to the distance of the part where they were thrown out from the sun's equator. Hence those which were ejected near the sun's equator would have orbits but little inclined to each other, as the primary planets, the plane of all whose orbits are inclined but 7 degrees and a half from each other. Others which were ejected near the sun's poles would have much more eccentric orbits, as they would partake so much less of the sun's rotatory motion at the time they parted from his surface, and would therefore be carried further from the sun by the velocity they had gained by the explosion which ejected them, and become comets. 5. They would all obey the same laws of motion in their revolutions round the sun. This has been determined by astronomers who have demonstrated that they move through equal areas in equal times. 6. As their annual periods would depend on the height they rose by the explosion, these would differ in them all. 7. As their diurnal revolutions would depend on one side of the exploded matter adhering more than the other at the time it was torn off by the explosion, these would also differ in the different planets, and not bear any proportion to their annual periods. Now, as all these circumstances coincide with the known laws of the planetary system, they serve to strengthen this conjecture. The coincidence of such a variety of circumstances induced M. de Buffon to suppose that the planets were all struck off from the sun's surface by the impact of a large comet, such as approached so near the sun's disk, and with such amazing velocity, in the year 1680, and is expected to return in 2255. But Mr. Buffon did not recollect that these comets themselves are only planets with more eccentric orbits, and that therefore it must be asked, what had previously struck off these comets from the sun's body? 2. That if all these planets were struck off from the sun at the same time, they must have been so near as to have attracted each other, and have formed one mass. 3. That we shall want new causes for separating the secondary planets from the primary ones, and must therefore look out for some other agent, as it does not appear how the impulse of a comet could have made one planet roll round another at the time they both of them were driven off from the surface of the sun. If it should be asked why new planets are not frequently ejected from the sun, it may be answered that after many large earthquakes many vents are left for the elastic vapors to escape, and hence, by the present appearance of the surface of our earth, earthquakes prodigiously larger than any recorded in history have existed. The same circumstances may have affected the sun, on whose surface there are appearances of volcanoes, as described above. Add to this that some of the comets, and even the Georgium Sidus, may, for aught we know to the contrary, have been emitted from the sun in more modern days, and have been diverted from their course, and thus prevented from returning into the sun by their approach to some of the older planets, which is somewhat countenanced by the opinion several philosophers have maintained that the quantity of matter of the sun has decreased. Dr. Halley observed that by comparing the proportion which the periodical time of the moon bore to that of the sun in former times, with the proportion between them at present, that the moon is found to be somewhat accelerated in respect to the sun. Pemberton's View of Sir Isaac Newton, page 247. And so large is the body of this mighty luminary, that all the planets thus thrown out of it would make scarcely any perceptible diminution of it, as mentioned above. The cavity mentioned above, as measured by Dr. Wilson of 4,000 miles in depth, not penetrating an 100th part of the sun's semi-diameter, and yet, as its width was many times greater than its depth, was large enough to contain a greater body than our terrestrial world. I do not mean to conceal that from the laws of gravity unfolded by Sir Isaac Newton, supposing the sun to be a sphere and to have no progressive motion, and not liable itself to be disturbed by the supposed projection of the planets from it, that such planets must return into the sun, the late Reverend William Ludlam of Leicester, whose genius never met with reward equal to its merits, in a letter to me dated January 1787, after having shown, as mentioned above, that planets so projected from the sun would return to it, adds, quote, "That a body as large as the moon so projected would disturb the motion of the earth in its orbit is certain, but the calculation of such disturbing forces is difficult. The body in some circumstances might become a satellite, and both move round their common center of gravity, and that center be carried in an annual orbit round the sun." Unquote. There are other circumstances which might have concurred at the time of such supposed explosions, which would render this idea not impossible. 1. The planets might be thrown out of the sun at the time the sun itself was rising from chaos, and be attracted by other suns in their vicinity rising at the same time out of chaos, which would prevent them from returning to the sun. 2. The new planet in its course or ascent from the sun might explode and eject a satellite, or perhaps more than one, and thus by its course being affected might not return into the sun. 3. If more planets were ejected at the same time from the sun, they might attract and disturb each other's course at the time they left the body of the sun, or very soon afterwards, when they would be so much nearer each other. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 16. Calcareous Earth. While ocean wrapped it in his azure robe. Canto 2, line 34. From having observed that many of the highest mountains of the world consist of limestone replete with shells, and that these mountains bear the marks of having been lifted up by subterraneous fires from the interior parts of the globe, and as limestone replete with shells is found at the bottom of many of our deepest mines, some philosophers have concluded that the nucleus of the earth was for many ages covered with water, which was peopled with its adapted animals, that the shells and bones of these animals in a long series of time produced solid strata in the ocean surrounding the original nucleus. These strata consist of the accumulated exuviae of shellfish. The animals perished age after age, but their shells remained, and in progression of time produced the amazing quantities of limestone which almost cover the earth. Other marine animals called coralloids raised walls and even mountains by the congeries of their calcareous habitations. These perpendicular coralline rocks make some parts of the Southern Ocean highly dangerous, as appears in the journals of Captain Cook. From contemplating the immense strata of limestone, both in respect to their extent and thickness, formed from these shells of animals, philosophers have been led to conclude that much of the water of the sea has been converted into calcareous earth by passing through their organs of digestion. The formation of calcareous earth seems more particularly to be an animal process, as the formation of clay belongs to the vegetable economy. Thus shells of crabs and other testaceous fish are annually reproduced from the mucous membrane beneath them. The shells of eggs are first a mucous membrane, and the calculi of the kidneys, and those found in all other parts of our system which sometimes contain calcareous earth, seem to originate from inflamed membranes. The bones themselves consist of calcareous earth united with phosphoric or animal acid, which may be separated by dissolving the ashes of calcined bones in the nitrous acid. The various secretions of animals, as their saliva and urine, abound likewise with calcareous earth, as appears by the incrustations about the teeth and the sediments of urine. It is probable that animal mucus is a previous process towards the formation of calcareous earth, and that all the calcareous earth in the world which is seen in limestones, marbles, spars, alabasters, marls, which make up the greatest part of the earth's crust as far as it has yet been penetrated, have been formed originally by animal and vegetable bodies from the mass of water, and that by these means the solid part of the terraqueous globe has perpetually been in an increasing state, and the water perpetually in a decreasing one. After the mountains of shells and other recrements of aquatic animals were elevated above the water, the upper heaps of them were gradually dissolved by rains and dews, and oozing through were either perfectly crystallized in smaller cavities and formed calcareous spar, or were imperfectly crystallized on the roofs of larger cavities, and produced stalactites, or mixing with other undissolved shells beneath them formed marbles, which were more or less crystallized and more or less pure, or lastly, after being dissolved, the water was exhaled from them in such a manner that the external parts became solid, and forming an arch prevented the internal parts from approaching each other so near as to become solid, and thus chalk was produced. I have specimens of chalk formed at the root of several stalactites, and in their central parts, and of other stalactites which are hollow like quills from a similar cause, viz., from the external part of the stalactite hardening first by its evaporation, and thus either attracting the internal dissolved particles to the crust, or preventing them from approaching each other so as to form a solid body. Of these I saw many hanging from the arched roof of a cellar under the High Street in Edinburgh. If this dissolved limestone met with vitriolic acid, it was converted into alabaster, parting at the same time with its fixable air. If it met with the fluor acid, it became fluor. If with the silicious acid, flint, and when mixed with clay and sand, or either of them, acquires the name of marl, and under one or other of these forms composes a great part of the solid globe of the earth. Another mode in which limestone appears is in the form of round granulated particles, but slightly cohering together. Of this kind a bed extends over Lincoln Heath, perhaps 20 miles long by 10 wide. The form of this calcareous sand, its angles having been rubbed off, and the flatness of its bed, evinces that that part of the country was so formed under water, the particles of sand having thus been rounded, like all other rounded pebbles. This round form of calcareous sand and of other larger pebbles is produced under water, partly by their being more or less soluble in water, and hence the angular parts become dissolved, first, by their exposing a larger surface to the action of the menstruum, and secondly, from their attrition against each other by the streams or tides, for a great length of time, successively as they were collected, and perhaps when some of them had not acquired their hardest state. This calcareous sand has generally been called Ketton stone, and believed to resemble the spawn of fish. It has acquired a form so much rounder than silicious sand from its being of so much softer a texture, and also much more soluble in water. There are other soft calcareous stones called tufa, which are deposited from water on mosses, as at Matlock, from which moss it is probable the water may receive something which induces it the readier to part with its earth. In some limestones the living animals seem to have been buried as well as their shells during some great convulsion of nature. These shells contain a black coaly substance within them. In others, some phlogiston or volatile alkali from the bodies of the dead animals remains mixed with the stone, which is then called liverstone, as it emits a sulphurous smell on being struck. And there is a stratum about 6 inches thick, extends a considerable way over the iron ore at Wingerworth, near Chesterfield, in Derbyshire, which seems evidently to have been formed from the shells of freshwater mussels. There is, however, another source of calcareous earth besides the aquatic one above described, and that is from the recrements of land animals and vegetables as found in marls, which consist of various mixtures of calcareous earth, sand, and clay, all of them perhaps principally from vegetable origin. Dr. Hutton is of opinion that the rocks of marble have been softened by fire into a fluid mass, which he thinks under immense pressure might have done without the escape of their carbonic acid or of fixed air. Edinburgh Transactions, Volume 1. If this ingenious idea be allowed, it might account for the purity of some white marbles, as during their fluid state there might be time for their partial impurities, whether from the bodies of the animals which produced the shells, or from other extraneous matter, either to sublime to the uppermost part of the stratum, or to subside to the lowermost part of it. As a confirmation of this theory of Dr. Hutton's, it may be added that some calcareous stones are found mixed with lime, and have thence lost a part of their fixed air or carbonic gas, as the Bath stone, and on that account hardens on being exposed to air, and mixed with sulphur produces calcareous liver of sulphur. Falconer on Bathwater, Volume 1, page 156 and page 257. Monsieur Monet found lime in powder in the mountains of Auvergne, and suspected it of volcanic origin. Kirwan's Mineralogy, page 22. End of section 33. Section 34 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 17. Morasses. Gnomes, you then taught transuding dews to pass through time-fallen woods and root in wove morass. Canto 2, line 115. Where woods have repeatedly grown and perished, morasses are in process of time produced, and by their long roots fill up the interstices till the whole becomes for many yards deep a mass of vegetation. This fact is curiously verified by an account given many years ago by the Earl of Cromarty, of which the following is a short abstract. In the year 1651, the Earl of Cromarty, being then 19 years of age, saw a plain in the parish of Lochburn covered over with a firm standing wood, which was so old that not only the trees had no green leaves upon them, but the bark was totally thrown off, which he was there informed by the old countryman was the universal manner in which fir woods terminated, and that in 20 or 30 years the trees would cast themselves up by the roots. About 15 years after he had occasion to travel the same way, and observed that there was not a tree nor the appearance of a root in any of them, but in their place the whole plain where the wood stood was covered with a flat green moss or morass, and on asking the country people what was become of the wood, he was informed that no one had been at the trouble to carry it away, but that it had been overturned by the wind, that the trees lay thick over each other, and that the moss or bog had overgrown the whole timber, which they added was occasioned by the moisture which came down from the high hills above it, and stagnated upon the plain, and that nobody could yet pass over it, which, however, his lordship was so incautious as to attempt, and slipped up to the armpits. Before the year 1699, that whole piece of ground was become a solid moss, wherein the peasants then dug turf or peat, which, however, was not yet of the best sort. Philosophical Transactions, No. 330. Abridged, Volume 5, page 272. Morasses in great length of time undergo variety of changes, first by elutriation, and afterwards by fermentation, and the consequent heat. 1. By water perpetually oozing through them, the most soluble parts are first washed away, as the essential salts, and these together with the salts from animal recrements are carried down the rivers into the sea, where all of them seem to decompose each other, except the marine salt. Hence the ashes of peat contain little or no vegetable alkali, and are not used in the countries where peat constitutes the fuel of the lower people, for the purpose of washing linen. The second thing which is always seen oozing from morasses is iron in solution, which produces chalybeate springs, from whence depositions of ochre, and variety of iron ores. The third elutriation seems to consist of vegetable acid, which by means unknown appears to be converted into all other acids, 1. Into marine and nitrous acids, as mentioned above. 2. Into vitriolic acid, which is found in some morasses so plentifully as to preserve the bodies of animals from putrefaction which have been buried in them, and this acid carried away by rain and dews, and meeting with calcareous earth, produces gypsum or alabaster. With clay it produces alum, and deprived of its vital air produces sulfur. 3. Fluor acid, which being washed away and meeting with calcareous earth produces fluor or cubic spar. 4. The siliceous acid, which seems to have been disseminated in great quantity either by solution in water or by solution in air, and appears to have produced the sand in the sea uniting with calcareous earth previously dissolved in that element, from which afterwards formed some of the gritstone rocks, by means of a siliceous or calcareous cement. By its union with the calcareous earth of the morass, other strata of siliceous sand have been produced, and by the mixture of this with clay and lime arose the beds of marl. In other circumstances, probably where less moisture has prevailed, morasses seem to have undergone a fermentation, as other vegetable matter, new hay for instance, is liable to do from the great quantity of sugar it contains. From the great heat thus produced in the lower parts of immense beds of morass, the phlogistic part, or oil, or asphaltum, becomes distilled, and rising into higher strata becomes again condensed, forming coal beds of greater or less purity according to their greater or less quantity of inflammable matter. At the same time, the clay beds become purer or less so, as the phlogistic part is more or less completely exhaled from them. Though coal and clay are frequently produced in this manner, yet I have no doubt but that they are likewise often produced by elutriation. In situations on declivities, the clay is washed away down into the valleys, and the phlogistic part or coal left behind. This circumstance is seen in many valleys near the beds of rivers, which are covered recently by a whitish impure clay, called water clay. See note 14, 20, and 23. Lord Cromarty has furnished another curious observation on morasses in the paper above referred to. In a moss near the town of Eglin in Murray, though there is no river or water which communicates with the moss, yet for 3 or 4 feet of depth in the moss there are little shellfish, resembling oysters with living fish in them, in great quantities, though no such fish are found in the adjacent rivers, nor even in the water pits in the moss, but only in the solid substance of the moss. This curious fact not only accounts for the shells sometimes found on the surface of coals, and in the clay above them, but also for a thin stratum of shells which sometimes exists over iron ore. End of section 34. Section 35 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 18. Iron. Cold waves, emerged, the glowing mass congeal, and turn to adamant the hissing steel. Canto 2, line 191. As iron is formed near the surface of the earth, it becomes exposed to streams of water and of air more than most other metallic bodies, and thence becomes combined with oxygen, or vital air, and appears very frequently in its calciform state, as in variety of ochres. Manganese and zinc, and sometimes lead, are also found near the surface of the earth, and on that account become combined with vital air and are exhibited in their calciform state. The avidity with which iron unites with oxygen, or vital air, in which process much heat is given out from the combining materials, is shown by a curious experiment of M. Ingenhousz. A fine iron wire twisted spirally is fixed to a cork. On the point of the spire is fixed a match made of agaric dipped in solution of nitre. The match is then ignited, and the wire with the cork put immediately into a bottle full of vital air. The match first burns vividly, and the iron soon takes fire and consumes with brilliant sparks till it is reduced to small brittle globules, gaining an addition of about 1/3 of its weight by its union with vital air. Annales de Chimie, Traité de Chimie, per Lavoisier, c. 3. Steel. It is probably owing to a total deprivation of vital air which it holds with so great avidity that iron, on being kept many hours or days in ignited charcoal, becomes converted into steel, and thence acquires the faculty of being welded when red hot long before it melts, and also the power of becoming hard when immersed in cold water, both which I suppose depend on the same cause, that is, on its being a worse conductor of heat than other metals, and hence the surface both acquires heat much sooner and loses it much sooner than the internal parts of it, in this circumstance resembling glass. When steel is made very hot and suddenly immerged in very cold water and moved about in it, the surface of the steel becomes cooled first, and thus producing a kind of case or arch over the internal part, prevents the internal part from contracting quite so much as it otherwise would do, whence it becomes brittler and harder, like the glass drops called Prince Rupert's drops, which are made by dropping melted glass into cold water. This idea is countenanced by the circumstance that hardened steel is specifically lighter than steel, which is more gradually cooled. Nicholson's Chemistry, page 313. Why the brittleness and hardness of steel or glass should keep pace or be companions to each other may be difficult to conceive. When a steel spring is forcibly bent till it break, it requires less power to bend it through the first inch than the second, and less through the second than the third. The same I suppose to happen if a wire be distended till it break by hanging weights to it. This shows that the particles may be forced from each other to a small distance by less power than is necessary to make them recede to a greater distance. In this circumstance, perhaps, the attraction of cohesion differs from that of gravitation, which exerts its power inversely as the squares of the distance. Hence it appears that if the innermost particles of a steel bar, by cooling the external surface first, are kept from approaching each other so nearly as they otherwise would do, that they become in the situation of the particles on the convex side of a bent spring, and cannot be forced further from each other except by a greater power than would have been necessary to have made them recede thus far. And secondly, that if they be forced a little further from each other, they separate. This may be exemplified by laying two magnetic needles parallel to each other, the contrary poles together, then drawing them longitudinally from each other. They will slide with small force till they begin to separate, and will then require a stronger force to really separate them. Hence it appears that hardness and brittleness depend on the same circumstance, that the particles are removed to a greater distance from each other, and thus resist any power more forcibly which is applied to displace them further, than constitutes hardness. And secondly, if they are displaced by such applied force, they immediately separate, and this constitutes brittleness. Steel may be thus rendered too brittle for many purposes, on which account artists have means of softening it again, by exposing it to certain degrees of heat for the construction of different kinds of tools, which is called tempering it. Some artists plunge large tools in very cold water as soon as they are completely ignited, and moving it about, take it out as soon as it ceases to be luminous beneath the water. It is then rubbed quickly with a file or on sand to clean the surface. The heat which the metal still retains soon begins to produce a succession of colors. If a hard temper be required, the piece is dipped again and stirred about in cold water as soon as the yellow tinge appears. If it be cooled when the purple tinge appears, it becomes fit for gravers' tools used in working upon metals. If cooled while blue, it is proper for springs. Nicholson's Chemistry, page 313. Keir's Chemical Dictionary. Modern production of iron. The recent production of iron is evinced from the chalybeate waters which flow from morasses which lie upon gravel beds, and which must therefore have produced iron after those gravel beds were raised out of the sea. On the south side of the road between Cheadle and Oakymore in Staffordshire, yellow stains of iron are seen to penetrate the gravel from a thin morass on its surface. There is a fissure 8 or 10 feet wide in a gravel bed on the eastern side of the hollow road ascending the hill about a mile from Trentham in Staffordshire, leading toward Drayton in Shropshire, which fissure is filled up with nodules of iron ore. A bank of sods is now raised against this fissure to prevent the loose iron nodules from falling into the turnpike road, and thus this natural curiosity is at present concealed from travellers. A similar fissure in a bed of marl and filled up with iron nodules and with some large pieces of flint, is seen on the eastern side of the hollow road ascending the hill from the turnpike house, about a mile from Derby in the road towards Burton. And another such fissure filled with iron nodes appears about half a mile from Newton Solney in Derbyshire, in the road to Burton near the summit of the hill. These collections of iron and of flint must have been produced posterior to the elevation of all those hills, and were thence evidently of vegetable or animal origin. To which should be added that iron is found in general in beds, either near the surface of the earth, or stratified with clay coals, or argillaceous grit, which are themselves productions of the modern world, that is, from the recrements of vegetables and air-breathing animals. Not only iron, but manganese, calamy, and even copper and lead appear in some instances to have been of recent production. Iron and manganese are detected in all vegetable production, and it is probable other metallic bodies might be found to exist in vegetable or animal matters, if we had tests to detect them in very minute quantities. Manganese and calamy are found in beds like iron near the surface of the earth, and in a calciform state, which countenances their modern production. The recent production of calamy, one of the ores of zinc, appears from its frequently encrusting calcareous spar in its descent from the surface of the earth into the uppermost fissures of the limestone mountains in Derbyshire. That the calamy has been carried by its solution or diffusion in water into these cavities, and not by its ascent from below in form of steam, is evinced from its not only forming a crust over the dog-tooth spar, but by its afterwards dissolving or destroying the sparry crystal. I have specimens of calamy in the form of dog-tooth spar 2 inches high, which are hollow, and stand half an inch above the diminished sparry crystal on which they were formed, like a sheath a great deal too big for it. This seems to show that this process was carried out in water, otherwise after the calamy had encrusted its spar and dissolved its surface so as to form a hollow cavern over it, it could not act further upon it except by the interposition of some medium. As these spars and calamy are formed in the fissures of mountains, they must both have been formed after the elevation of those mountains. In respect to the recent production of copper, it was before observed, in note on Canto 2, line 394, that the summit of the Gritstone mountain at Hawkstone in Shropshire is tinged with copper, which from the appearance of the blue stains seems to have descended to the parts of the rock beneath. I have a calciform ore of copper, consisting of the hollow crusts of cubic cells, which has evidently been formed on crystals of fluor, which it has eroded in the same manner as the calamy erodes the calcareous crystals, from whence may be deduced in the same manner the aqueous solution or diffusion, as well as the recent production of this calciform ore of copper. Lead in small quantities is sometimes found in the fissures of coal beds, which fissures are previously covered with spar, and sometimes in nodules of iron ore. Of the former I have a specimen from near Calc in Derbyshire, and of the latter from Colebrook Dale in Shropshire. Though all these facts show that some metallic bodies are formed from vegetable or animal recrements, as iron, and perhaps manganese and calamy, all which are found near the surface of the earth. Yet as the other metals are found only in fissures of rocks, which penetrate to unknown depths, they may be wholly or in part produced by ascending steams from subterraneous fires, as mentioned in note on Canto 2, line 398. Septaria of ironstone. Over some lime works at Walsall in Staffordshire, I observed some years ago a stratum of iron earth about 6 inches thick, full of very large cavities. These cavities were evidently produced when the material passed from a semifluid state into a solid one, as the frit of the potters, or a mixture of clay and water, is liable to crack in drying, which is owing to the further contraction of the internal part, after the crust is become hard. These hollows are liable to receive extraneous matter, as I believe gypsum and sometimes spar and even lead. A curious specimen of the last was presented to me by Mr. Darby of Colebrook Dale, which contains in its cavity some ounces of lead ore. But there are other septaria of ironstone which seem to have had a very different origin, their cavities having been formed in cooling or congealing from an ignited state, as is ingeniously deduced by Dr. Hutton from their internal structure. Edinburgh Transactions, Volume 1, page 246. The volcanic origin of these curious septaria appears to me to be further evinced from their form and the places where they are found. They consist of oblate spheroids and are found in many parts of the earth totally detached from the beds in which they lie, as in East Lothian in Scotland. 2 of these, which now lie before me, were found with many others immersed in argillaceous shale or shiver, surrounded by broken limestone mountains at Bradburn, near Ashburn in Derbyshire, and were presented to me by Mr. Buxton, a gentleman of that town. One of these is about 15 inches in its equatorial diameter, and about 6 inches in its polar one, and contains beautiful star-like septaria encrusted and in part filled with calcareous spar. The other is about 8 inches in its equatorial diameter and about 4 inches in its polar diameter, and is quite solid, but shows on its internal surface marks of different colors, as if a beginning separation had taken place. Now, as these septaria contain 50% of iron, according to Dr. Hutton, they would soften or melt into a semi-fluid globule by subterraneous fires by less heat than the limestone in their vicinity, and if they were ejected through a hole or fissure, would gain a circular motion along with their progressive one by their greater friction or adhesion to one side of the hole. This whirling motion would produce the oblate spheroidal form which they possess, and which, as far as I know, cannot in any other way be accounted for. They would then harden in the air as they rose into the colder parts of the atmosphere, and as they descended into so soft a material as shale or shiver, their forms would not be injured in their fall, and their presence in materials so different from themselves becomes accounted for. About the tropics of the large septarium above mentioned are circular eminent lines, such as might have been left if it had been coarsely turned in a lathe. These lines seem to consist of a fluid matter, which seems to have exuded in circular zones, as their edges appear blunted or retracted, and the septarium seems to have split easier in such sections parallel to its equator. Now, as the crust would first begin to cool and harden after its ejection in a semi-fluid state, and the equatorial diameter would become gradually enlarged as it rose into the air, the internal parts being softer would slide beneath the polar crust, which might crack and permit part of the semi-fluid to exude, and it is probable the adhesion would thus become less in sections parallel to the equator, which further confirms this idea of the production of these curious septaria. A new cast cannonball red hot with its crust only solid, if it were shot into the air, would probably burst in its passage, as it would consist of a more fluid material than the septaria, and thus by discharging a shower of liquid iron would produce more dreadful combustion if used in war than could be effected by a ball which had been cooled and was heated again, since in the latter case the ball would not have its internal parts made hotter than the crust of it, without first losing its form. End of section 35. Section 36 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 19. Flint. Transmute to glittering flints her chalky lands, or sink on ocean's bed in countless sands. Canto 2, line 217. 1. Siliceous rocks. The great masses of siliceous sand which lie in rocks upon the beds of limestone, or which are stratified with clay, coal, and iron ore, are evidently produced in the decomposition of vegetable or animal matters, as explained in the note on Morasses. Hence, the impressions of vegetable roots and even whole trees are often found in sandstone, as well as in coals and iron ore. In these sand rocks, both the siliceous acid and the calcareous base seem to be produced from materials of the morass, for though the presence of a siliceous acid and of a calcareous base have not yet been separately exhibited from flints, yet from the analogy of flint to fluor, and gypsum and marble, and from the conversion of the latter into flint, there can be little doubt of their existence. These siliceous sand rocks are either held together by a siliceous cement, or have a greater or less portion of clay in them, which in some acts as a cement to the siliceous crystals, but in others is in such great abundance that in burning them they become an imperfect porcelain, and are then used to repair the roads, as at Chesterfield in Derbyshire. These are called argillaceous grit by Mr. Kirwan. In other places a calcareous matter cements the crystals together, and in other places the siliceous crystals lie in loose strata under the marl in the form of white sand, as at Normington, about a mile from Derby. The lowest beds of siliceous sandstone produced from morasses seem to obtain their acid from the morass, and their calcareous base from the limestone on which it rests. These beds possess a siliceous cement, and from their greater purity and hardness are used for coarse grinding stones and scythe stones, and are situated on the edges of limestone countries, having lost the other strata of coals or clay or iron which were originally produced above them. Such are the sand rocks incumbent on limestone near Matlock in Derbyshire. As these siliceous sand rocks contain no marine productions scattered amongst them, they appear to have been elevated, torn to pieces, and many fragments of them scattered over the adjacent country by explosions, from fires within the morass from which they have been formed, and which dissipated everything inflammable above and beneath them, except some stains of iron, with which they are in some places spotted. If these sand rocks had been accumulated beneath the sea, and elevated along with the beds of limestone on which they rest, some vestiges of marine shells, either in their siliceous or calcareous state, must have been discerned amongst them. 2. Siliceous trees. In many of these sand rocks are found the impressions of vegetable roots, which seem to have been the most unchangeable parts of the plant, as shells and shark's teeth are found in chalk beds from their being the most unchangeable parts of the animal. In other instances the wood itself is penetrated, and whole trees converted into flint, specimens of which I have by me, from near Coventry, and from a gravel pit in Shropshire near Childs Arkle in the road to Drayton. Other polished specimens of vegetable flints abound in the cabinets of the curious, which evidently show the concentric circles of woody fibers, and their interstices filled with whiter siliceous matter, with the branching off of the knots when cut horizontally, and the parallel lines of wood when cut longitudinally, with uncommon beauty and variety. Of these I possess some beautiful specimens, which were presented to me by the Earl of Uxbridge. The colors of these siliceous vegetables are generally brown, from the iron, I suppose, or manganese, which induced them to crystallize or to fuse more easily. Some of the cracks of the wood in drying are filled with white flint or chalcedony, and others of them remain hollow, lined with innumerable small crystals tinged with iron, which I suppose had a share in converting their calcareous matter into siliceous crystals, because the crystals called peak diamonds are always found bedded in an ochreous earth, and those called Bristol stones are situated on limestone colored with iron. Mr. F. French presented me with a congeries of siliceous crystals, which he gathered on the crater, as he supposes, of an extinguished volcano at Cromac Water in Cumberland. The crystals are about an inch high in the shape of dogtooth or calcareous spar, covered with a dark, ferruginous matter. The bed on which they rest is about an inch in thickness, and is stained with iron on its undersurface. This curious fossil shows the transmutation of calcareous earth into siliceous, as much as the siliceous shells which abound in the cabinets of the curious. There may sometimes be discovered in this age of science a method of thus impregnating wood with liquid flint, which would produce pillars for the support and tiles for the covering of houses, which would be uninflammable and endure as long as the earth beneath them. That some siliceous productions have been in a fluid state without much heat at the time of their formation appears from the vegetable flints above described not having quite lost their organized appearance, from shells and coralloids and entrochi being converted into flint without losing their form, from the basin of chalcedony round Gísar in Iceland, and from the experiment of Mr. Bergman, who obtained 13 regular formed crystals by suffering the powder of quartz to remain in a vessel with fluor acid for 2 years. These crystals were about the size of small peas, and were not so hard as quartz. Opusc de Terra Silicea, page 33. Mr. Ackerd produced both calcareous and siliceous crystals, one from calcareous earth, and the other from the earth of alum, both dissolved in water impregnated with fixed air, the water filtrating very slowly through a porous bottom of baked clay. See Journal de Physique for January 1778. 3. Agates, onyxes, Scots pebbles. In small cavities of these sand rocks, I am informed, the beautiful siliceous nodules are found which are called Scots pebbles, and which on being cut in different directions take the names of agates, onyxes, sardonyxes, etc., according to the colors of the lines or strata which they exhibit. Some of the nodules are hollow and filled with crystals, others have a nucleus of less compact siliceous matter which is generally white, surrounded with many concentric strata colored with iron, and other alternate strata of white agate or chalcedony, sometimes to the number of 30. I think these nodules bear evident marks of their having been in perfect fusion by either heat alone or by water and heat under great pressure, according to the ingenious theory of Dr. Hutton, but I do not imagine that they were injected into cavities from materials from without, but that some vegetables or parts of vegetables containing more iron or manganese than others facilitated the complete fusion, thus destroying the vestiges of vegetable organization which were conspicuous in the siliceous trees above mentioned, some of these nodules being hollow and lined with crystals, and others containing a nucleus of white siliceous matter of a looser texture, show they were composed of the materials then existing in the cavity, which consisting before of loose sand, must take up less space when fused into a solid mass. These siliceous nodules resemble the nodules of ironstone mentioned in note on Canto 2, line 183, in respect to their possessing a great number of concentric spheres colored generally with iron, but they differ in this circumstance, that the concentric spheres generally obey the form of the external crust, and in their not possessing a chalybeate nucleus. The stalactites formed on the roofs of caverns are often colored in concentric strata, by their coats being spread over each other at different times, and some of them, as the cupreous ones, possess great beauty from this formation, but as these are necessarily more or less of a cylindrical or conic form, the nodules or globular flints above described cannot have been constructed in this manner. To what law of nature, then, is to be referred the production of such numerous concentric spheres? I suspect to the law of congelation. When salt and water are exposed to severe frosty air, the salt is said to be precipitated as the water freezes, that is, as the heat in which it was dissolved is withdrawn. Where the experiment is tried in a bowl or basin, this may be true, as the surface freezes first, and the salt is found at the bottom. But in a fluid exposed in a thin phial, I found by experiment that the extraneous matter previously dissolved by the heat in the mixture was not simply set at liberty to subside, but was detruded or pushed backward as the ice was produced. The experiment was this. About 2 ounces of a solution of blue vitriol were accidentally frozen in a thin phial. The glass was cracked and fallen to pieces, the ice was dissolved, and I found a pillar of blue vitriol standing erect on the bottom of the broken bottle. Nor is this power of congelation more extraordinary than that by its powerful and sudden expansion it should burst iron shells and cohorns, or throw out the plugs with which the water was secured in them above 130 yards, according to the experiments at Quebec by Major Williams, Edinburgh Transactions, Volume 2, page 23. In some siliceous nodules, which now lie before me, the external crust for about the 1/10 of an inch consists of white agate. In others it is much thinner, and in some much thicker. Corresponding with this crust there are from 20 to 30 superincumbent strata, of alternately darker and lighter color, whence it appears that the external crust as it cooled or froze propelled from it the iron or manganese which was dissolved in it. This receded till it had formed an arch or vault strong enough to resist its further protrusion. Then the next inner sphere or stratum, as it cooled or froze, propelled forwards its coloring matter in the same manner, till another arch or sphere produced sufficient resistance to this frigorescent expulsion. Some of them have detruded their coloring matter quite to the center, the rings continuing to become darker as they are nearer it. In others the chalybeate arch seems to have stopped half an inch from the center, and become thicker by having attracted to itself the irony matter from the white nucleus, owing probably to its cooling less precipitately in the central part than at the surface of the pebble. A similar detrusion of a marly matter in circular arches or vaults obtains in the salt mines at Cheshire, from whence Dr. Hutton very ingeniously concludes that the salt must have been liquefied by heat, which would seem to be much confirmed by the above theory. Edinburgh Transactions, Volume 1, page 244. I cannot conclude this account of Scots pebbles without observing that some of them, on being sawed longitudinally asunder, seem still to possess some vestiges of the cylindrical organization of vegetables. Others possess a nucleus of white agate much resembling some bulbous roots with their concentric coats, or the knots in elm roots or crab trees. Some of these, I suppose, were formed in the manner above explained, during the congelation of masses of melted flint and iron. Others may have been formed from a vegetable nucleus, and retain some vestiges of the organization of the plant. 4. Sand of the sea. The great abundance of siliceous sand at the bottom of the ocean may in part be washed down from the siliceous rocks above described, but in general I suppose it derives its acid only from the vegetable and animal matter of morasses, which is carried down by floods or by the atmosphere, and becomes united in the sea with its calcareous base from shells and coralloids, and thus assumes its crystalline form at the bottom of the ocean, and is there intermixed with gravel or other matters washed from the mountains in its vicinity. 5. Chert, or petrosilex. The rocks of marble are often alternately intermixed with strata of chert, or coarse flint, and this in beds from 1 to 3 feet thick, as at Ham and Matlock, or of less than the 1/10 of an inch in thickness, as a mile or two from Bakewell in the road to Buxton. It is difficult to conceive in what manner 10 or 20 strata of either limestone or flint, of different shades of white and black, could be laid quite regularly over each other from sediments or precipitations from the sea. It appears to me much easier to comprehend by supposing with Dr. Hutton that both the solid rocks of marble and the flint had been fused by great heat, or by heat and water, under immense pressure. By its cooling or congealing, the coloring matter might be detruded, and form parallel or curvilinear strata, as above explained. The coloring matter both of limestone and flint was probably owing to the flesh of peculiar animals, as well as the siliceous acid, which converted some of the limestone into flint, or some strata of shellfish having been overwhelmed when alive with new materials, while others dying in their natural situations would lose their fleshy parts, either by its putrid solution in the water, or by its being eaten by other sea insects. I have some calcareous fossil shells which contain a black coaly matter in them, which was evidently the body of the animal, and others of the same kind filled with spar instead of it. The Labrador stone has, I suppose, its colors from the nacre of mother-pearl shells, from which it was probably produced, and there is a stratum of calcareous matter about 6 or 8 inches thick at Wingerworth in Derbyshire over the iron beds, which is replete with shells of freshwater mussels, and evidently obtains its dark color from them, as mentioned in note 16. Many nodules of flint resemble in color as well as in form the shell of the echinus or sea urchin. Others resemble some coralloids both in form and color, and M. Arduini found in the Monte de Pancracio red flints branching like corals, from whence they seem to have obtained both their form and their color. Ferber's Travels in Italy, page 42. 6. Nodules of flint in chalk beds. As the nodules of flints found in chalk beds possess no marks of having been rounded by attrition or solution, I conclude that they have gained their form as well as their dark color from the flesh of the shellfish from which they had their origin, but which have been so completely fused by heat, or heat and water, as to obliterate all vestiges of the shell, in the same manner as the nodules of agate and onyx were produced from parts of vegetables, but which had been so completely fused as to obliterate all marks of their organization, or as many iron nodules have obtained their form and origin from peculiar vegetables. Some nodules in chalk beds consist of shells of echini filled up with chalk, the animal having been dissolved away by putrescence in water or eaten by other sea insects. Other shells of echini, in which I suppose the animal's body remained, are converted into flint but still retain the form of the shell. Others, I suppose as above, being more completely fused, have become flint-colored by the animal flesh, but without the exact form either of the flesh or shell of the animal. Many of these are hollow within and lined with crystals, like the Scots pebbles above described, but as the coloring matter of animal bodies differs but little from each other compared with those of vegetables, these flints vary less in their colors than those above mentioned. At the same time, as they cooled in concentric spheres like the Scots pebbles, they often possess faint rings of colors, and always break in conchoid forms like them. This idea of the production of nodules of flint in chalk beds is countenanced from the iron which generally appears as these flints become decomposed by the air, which by uniting with the iron in their composition reduces it from a vitrescent state to that of calx, and thus renders it visible, and secondly, by there being no appearance in chalk beds of a string or pipe of siliceous matter connecting one nodule with another, which must have happened if the siliceous matter or its acid had been injected from without according to the idea of Dr. Hutton, and thirdly, because many of them have very large cavities at their centers, which should not have happened had they been formed by the injection of a material from without. When shells or chalk are converted from calcareous to siliceous matter by the flesh of the animal, the new flint being heavier than the shell or chalk occupies less space than the materials it was produced from. This is the cause of frequent cavities within them where the whole mass has not been completely fused and pressed together. In Derbyshire there are masses of coralloid and other shells which have become siliceous, and are thus left with large vacuities sometimes within and sometimes on the outside of the remaining form of the shell, like the French millstones, and I suppose might serve the same purpose. The gravel of the Derwent is full of specimens of this kind. Since writing the above, I have received a very ingenious account of chalk beds from Dr. Menish of Chelmsford. He distinguishes chalk beds into 3 kinds, such as have been raised from the sea with little disturbance of their strata, as the cliffs of Dover and Margate, which he terms entire chalk. Another state of chalk is where it has suffered much derangement, as the banks of the Thames at Gravesend and Dartford. And a third state, where fragments of chalk have been rounded by water, which he terms alluvial chalk. In the first of these situations of chalk he observes that the flint lies in strata horizontally, generally in distinct nodules, but that he has observed 2 instances of solid plates or strata of flint from 1 inch to 2 inches in thickness, interposed between the chalk beds. One of these is in a chalk bank by the roadside at Berkhamsted, the other in a bank on the road from Chatham leading to Canterbury. Dr. Menish has further observed that many of the echini are crushed in their form, and yet filled with flint, which has taken the form of the crushed shell, and that though many flint nodules are hollow, yet that in some echini the silicium seems to have enlarged, as it passed from a fluid to a solid state, as it swells out in a protuberance at the mouth and anus of the shell, and that though these shells are so filled with flint, yet that in many places the shell itself remains calcareous. These strata of nodules and plates of flint seem to countenance their origins from the flesh of a stratum of animals which perished by some natural violence, and were buried in their shells. 7. Angles of siliceous sand. In many rocks of siliceous sand the particles retain their angular form, and in some beds of loose sand, of which there is one of considerable purity a few yards beneath the Marl at Normington, about a mile south of Derby. Other siliceous sands have had their angles rounded off, like the pebbles in gravel beds. These seem to owe their globular form to 2 causes, one to their attrition against each other, when they may for centuries have lain at the bottom of the sea, or of rivers, where they may have been progressively accumulated, and thus progressively at the same time rubbed upon each other by the dashing of the water, and where they would be more easily rolled over each other by their gravity being so much less than in air. This is evidently now going on in the river Derwent, for though there are no limestone rocks for 10 or 15 miles above Derby, yet a great part of the river gravel at Derby consists of limestone nodules, whose angles are quite worn off in their descent down the stream. There is, however, another cause which must have contributed to round the angles both of calcareous and siliceous fragments, and that is their solubility in water. Calcareous earth is perpetually found suspended in the waters which pass over it, and the earth of Flints was observed by Bergman to be contained in water in the proportion of 1 grain to a gallon. Kirwan's Mineralogy, page 107. In boiling water, however, it is soluble in much greater proportion, as appears from the siliceous earth sublimed in the distillation of fluor acid in glass vessels, and from the basins of chalcedony which surround the jets of hot water near Mount Hekla in Iceland. Troil on Iceland. It is probable most siliceous sands or pebbles have at some ages of the world been long exposed to aqueous steams raised by subterranean fires, and if fragments of stone were long immersed in a fluid menstruum, their angular parts would be first dissolved, on account of their greater surface. Many beds of siliceous gravel are cemented together by a siliceous cement and are called breccia, as the plum-pudding stones of Hertfordshire, and the walls of a subterraneous temple excavated by Mr. Curzon at Hagley near Rugley in Staffordshire. These may have been exposed to great heat as they were immersed in water, which water under great pressure of superincumbent materials may have been rendered red hot, as in Papin's digester, and have thus possessed powers of solution with which we are unacquainted. 8. Basalts and granites. Another source of siliceous stones is from the granite or basalts or porphyries, which are of different hardness according to the materials of their composition, or to the fire they have undergone. Such are the stones of Arthur's Hill near Edinburgh, of the Giant's Causeway in Ireland, and of Charnwood Forest in Leicester, the uppermost stratum of which last seems to have been cracked either by its elevation or by its hastily cooling after ignition by the contact of dews or snows, and thus breaks into angular fragments, such as the streets of London are paved with, or have had their angles rounded by attrition or by partial solution, and have thus formed the common paving stones or bowlers, as well as the gravel, which is often rolled into strata amid the siliceous sand beds, which are either formed or collected in the sea. In what manner such a mass of crystallized matter as the Giant's Causeway and similar columns of basalts could have been raised without other volcanic appearances may be a matter not easy to comprehend, but there is another power in nature besides that of expansile vapor, which may have raised some materials which have previously been in igneous or aqueous solution, and that is the act of congelation. When the water in the experiments above related to Major Williams had by congelation thrown out the plugs from the bombshells, a column of ice rose from the whole of the bomb 6 or 8 inches high. Other bodies, I suspect, increase in bulk, which crystallize in cooling, as iron and type metal. I remember pouring 8 or 10 pounds of melted brimstone into a pot to cool, and was surprised to see after a little time a part of the fluid beneath break a hole in the congealed crust above it, and gradually rise into a promontory several inches high. The basalt has many marks of fusion and of crystallization, and may thence, as well as many other kinds of rocks, as of spar, marble, petrosilex, jasper, etc., have been raised by the power of congelation, a power whose quantity has not yet been ascertained, and perhaps greater and more universal than that of vapors expanded by heat. These basaltic columns rise sometimes out of mountains of granite itself, as is mentioned by Dr. Beddoes, Philosophical Transactions, Volume 80. And as they seem to consist of similar materials more completely fused, there is still greater reason to believe them to have been elevated in the cooling or crystallization of the mass. See Note 24. End of section 36. Section 37 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 20. Clay. Whence ductile clays in wide expansion spread, soft as the cygnets down their snow-white bed. Canto 2, line 277. The philosophers who have attended to the formation of the earth have acknowledged 2 great agents in producing the various changes which the terraqueous globe has undergone, and these are water and fire. Some of them have perhaps ascribed too much to one of these great agents of nature, and some to the other. They have generally agreed that the stratification of materials could only be produced from sediments or precipitations, which were previously mixed or dissolved in the sea, and that whatever effects were produced by fire were performed afterwards. There is, however, great difficulty in accounting for the universal stratification of the solid globe of the earth in this manner, since many of the materials which appear in strata could not have been suspended in water, as the nodules of flint and chalk beds, the extensive beds of shells, and lastly, the strata of coal, clay, sand, and iron ore, which in most coal countries lie from 5 to 7 times alternately stratified over each other, and none of them are soluble in water. Add to this, if a solution of them, or a mixture of them in water could be supposed, the cause of that solution must cease before a precipitation could commence. 1. The great masses of lava, under the various names of granite, porphyry, toadstone, moorstone, rag, and slate, which constitute the Old World, may have acquired the stratification which some of them appear to possess, by their having been formed by successive eruptions of a fluid mass, which at different periods of ancient time arose from volcanic shafts and covered each other. The surface of the interior mass of lava would cool and become solid before the superincumbent stratum was poured over it. To the same cause may be ascribed their different compositions and textures, which are scarcely the same in any two parts of the world. 2. The stratifications of the great masses of limestone, which were produced from seashells, seem to have been formed by the different times at which the innumerable shells were produced and deposited. A colony of echini, or madrepores, or Coruna ammonis, lived and perished in one period of time. In another, a new colony of either similar or different shells lived and died over the former ones, producing a stratum of more recent shell over a stratum of others which had began to petrify or to become marble, and thus from unknown depths to what are now the summits of mountains, the limestone is disposed in strata of varying solidity and color. These have afterwards undergone variety of changes by their solution and deposition from the water in which they were immersed, or from having been exposed to great heat under pressure, according to the ingenious theory of Dr. Hutton, Edinburgh Transactions, Volume 1, see Note 16. 3. In most of the coal countries of this island, there are from 5 to 7 beds of coal stratified with an equal number of beds, though of much greater thickness, of clay and sandstone, and occasionally of iron ores. In what manner to account for the stratification of these materials seems to be a problem of greater difficulty. Philosophers have generally supposed that they have been arranged by the currents of the sea, but considering their insolubility in water and their almost similar specific gravity, an accumulation of them in such distinct beds from this cause is altogether inconceivable, though some coal countries bear marks of having been at some time immersed beneath the waves and raised again by subterranean fires. The higher and lower parts of morasses were necessarily produced at different periods of time, see Note 17, and would thus originally be formed in strata of different ages, for when an old wood perished and produced a morass, many centuries would elapse before another wood could grow and perish again upon the same ground, which would thus produce a new stratum of morass over the other, differing indeed principally in its age, and perhaps, as the timber might be different, in the proportions of its component parts. Now if we suppose the lowermost stratum of a morass become ignited, like fermenting hay, after whatever could be carried away by solution in water was gone, what would happen? Certainly the inflammable part, the oil, sulfur, or bitumen, would burn away and be evaporated in air, and the fixed parts would be left as clay, lime, and iron, while some of the calcareous earth would join with the siliceous acid and produce sand, or with the argillaceous earth and produce marl. Thence after many centuries another bed would take fire, but with less degree of ignition, and with a greater body of morass over it. What then would happen? The bitumen and sulfur would rise and might become condensed under an impervious stratum, which might not be ignited, and there form coal of different purities according to its degree of fluidity, which would permit some of the clay to subside through it into the place from which it was sublimed. Some centuries afterwards another similar process might take place, and either thicken the coal bed, or produce a new clay bed, or marl, or sand, or deposit iron upon it, according to the concomitant circumstances above mentioned. I do not mean to contend that a few masses of some materials may not have been rolled together by currents, when the mountains were much more elevated than at present, and in consequence the rivers broader and more rapid, and the storms of rain and wind greater both in quantity and force. Some gravel beds may have been thus washed from the mountains, and some white clay washed from morasses into valleys beneath them, and some ochres of iron dissolved and again deposited by water, and some calcareous depositions from water, as the bank, for instance, on which stand the houses at Matlock, Bath. But these are of small extent or consequence compared to the primitive rocks of granite or porphyry, which form the nucleus of the earth, or to the immense strata of limestone which crust over the greatest part of this granite or porphyry, or lastly to the very extensive beds of clay, marl, sandstone, coal, and iron, which were probably for many millions of years the only parts of our continents and islands which were then elevated above the level of the sea, and which on that account became covered with vegetation, and thence acquired their later or superincumbent strata, which constitute what some have termed the New World. There is another source of clay, and that of the finest kind, from decomposed granite. This is of a snowy white, and mixed with mining particles of mica. Of this kind is an earth from the country of Cherokees. Other kinds are from less pure lavas. Mr. Ferber asserts that the sulphurous steams from Mount Vesuvius convert the lava into clay. Quote, "The lavas of the ancient Solfatara volcano have been undoubtedly of a vitreous nature, and these appear at present argillaceous. Some fragments of this lava are but half or at one side changed into clay, which either is viscid or ductile, or hard and stony. Clays by fire are deprived of their coherent quality, which cannot be restored to them by pulverization nor by humectation, but the sulphurous Solfatara steams restore it, as may be easily observed on the broken pots wherein they gather the sal ammoniac. Though very well baked and burnt at Naples, they are mollified again by the acid steams into a viscid clay which keeps the former fire-burnt color." End quote. Travels in Italy, page 156. End of section 37. Section 38 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 21. Enamels. Smeared her huge dragons with metallic hues, with golden purples and cobaltic blues. Canto 2, line 287. The fine bright purples or rose colors which we see on china cups are not producible with any other material except gold. Manganese indeed gives a purple, but of a very different kind. In Europe, the application of gold to these purposes appears to be of modern invention. Cassius's discovery of the precipitate of gold by tin, and the use of that precipitate for coloring glass and enamels are now generally known, but though the precipitate with tin be more successful in producing the ruby glass, or the colorless glass which becomes red by subsequent ignition, the tin probably contributing to prevent the gold from separating, which it is very liable to do during the fusion, yet for enamels the precipitates made by alkaline salts answer equally well, and give a finer red, the color produced by the tin precipitate being a bluish purple, but with the others a rose red. I am informed that some of our best artists prefer aurum fulminans, mixing it, before it has become dry, with the white composition or enamel flux. When once it is divided by the other matter, it is ground with great safety, and without the least danger of explosion, whether moist or dry. The color is remarkably improved and brought forth by long grinding, which accordingly makes an essential circumstance in the process. The precipitates of gold and the colcothar or other red preparations of iron are called tender colors. The heat must be no greater than is just sufficient to make the enamel run upon the piece, for if greater, the colors will be destroyed or changed to a different kind. When the vitreous matter has just become fluid, it seems as if the colored metallic calx remained barely intermixed with it, like a colored powder of exquisite tenuity suspended in water, but by stronger fire the calx is dissolved, and metallic colors are altered by solution in glass as well as in acids or alkalis. The Saxon mines have till very lately almost exclusively supplied the rest of Europe with cobalt, or rather with its preparations, zaffre and smalt. For the exportation of the ore itself is there a capital crime. Hungary, Spain, Sweden, and some other parts of the continent are now said to afford cobalts equal to the Saxon, and specimens have been discovered in our own island, both in Cornwall and in Scotland, but hitherto in no great quantity. Calces of cobalt and of copper differ very materially from those above mentioned in their application for coloring enamels. In those the calx has previously acquired the intended color, a color which bears a red heat without injury, and all that remains is to fix it on the piece by vitreous flux. But the blue color of cobalt and the green or bluish green of copper are produced by vitrification, that is, by solution in the glass, and a strong fire is necessary for their perfection. These calces, therefore, when mixed with the enamel flux, are melted in crucibles, once or oftener, and the deep-colored opaque glass thence resulting is ground into unpalpable powder, and used for enamel. 1 part of either of these calces is put to 10, 16, or 20 parts of the flux, according to the depth of the color required. The heat of the enamel kiln is only a full red, such as is marked on Mr. Wedgwood's thermometer 6 degrees. It is therefore necessary that the flux be so adjusted as to melt in that low heat. The usual materials are flint or flint glass, with a due proportion of red lead, or borax, or both, and sometimes a little tin calx to give opacity. Kaolin is the name given by the Chinese to their porcelain clay, and petunce to the other ingredient in their chinaware. Specimens of both have been brought into England and found to agree in quality with some of our own materials. Kaolin is the very same with the clay called in Cornwall, transcriber's note, word missing, and the petunce is a granite similar to the Cornish moorstone. There are differences both in the Chinese petunces and the English moorstones. All of them contain micaceous and quartzy particles in greater or less quantity, along with feldspat, which last is the essential ingredient for the porcelain manufactory. The only injurious material commonly found in them is iron, which discolors the ware in proportion to its quantity, and which our moorstones are perhaps more frequently tainted with than the Chinese. Very fine porcelain has been made from English materials, but the nature of the manufacture renders the process precarious and the profit hazardous. For the semi-vitrification, which constitutes porcelain, is necessarily accompanied with a degree of softness, or semi-fusion, so that the vessels are liable to have their forms altered in the kiln, or to run together with any accidental augmentations of the fire. End of section 38. Section 39 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 22. Portland Vase. Or bid mortality rejoice or mourn o'er the fine forms of Portland's mystic urn. Canto 2, line 319. The celebrated funereal vase, long in possession of the Barberini family, and lately purchased by the Duke of Portland for 1,000 guineas, is about 10 inches high and 6 in diameter in the broadest part. The figures are of most exquisite workmanship, in bas-relief of white opaque glass, raised on a ground of deep blue glass, which appears black except when held against the light. Mr. Wedgwood is of opinion from many circumstances that the figures have been made by cutting away the external crust of white opaque glass in the manner the finest cameos have been produced, and that it must thence have been the labor of a great many years. Some antiquarians have placed the time of its production many centuries before the Christian era, as sculpture was said to have been declining in respect to its excellence in the time of Alexander the Great. See an account of the Barberini or Portland vase by M. d'Ancarville and by Mr. Wedgwood. Many opinions and conjectures have been published concerning the figures on this celebrated vase. Having carefully examined one of Mr. Wedgwood's beautiful copies of this wonderful production of art, I shall add one more conjecture to the number. Mr. Wedgwood has well observed that it does not seem probable that the Portland vase was purposely made for the ashes of any particular person deceased, because many years must have been necessary for its production. Hence it may be concluded that the subject of its embellishments is not private history, but of a general nature. This subject appears to me to be well chosen, and the story to be finely told, and that it represents what in ancient times engaged the attention of philosophers, poets, and heroes. I mean, a part of the Eleusinian mysteries. These mysteries were invented in Egypt, and afterwards transferred to Greece, and flourished more particularly at Athens, which was at the same time the seat of the fine arts. They consisted of scenical exhibitions representing and inculcating the expectation of a future life after death, and on this account were encouraged by the government, insomuch that the Athenian laws punished a discovery of their secrets with death. Dr. Warburton has with great learning and ingenuity shown that the descent of Aeneas into hell, described in the 6th book of Virgil, is a poetical account of the representations of the future state in the Eleusinian mysteries. Divine Legation, Volume 1, page 210. And though some writers have differed in opinion from Dr. Warburton on this subject, because Virgil has introduced some of his own heroes into the Elysian fields, as Deiphobus, Palinurus, and Dido, in the same manner as Homer had done before him, yet it is agreed that the received notions about a future state were exhibited in these mysteries, and as these poets described those received notions, they may be said, as far as these religious doctrines were concerned, to have described the mysteries. Now, as these were emblematic exhibitions, they must have been as well adapted to the purposes of sculpture as of poetry, which indeed does not seem to have been uncommon, since one compartment of figures in the shield of Aeneas represented the regions of Tartarus, Aeon Lib 10. The procession of torches, which according to M. de Saint Croix was exhibited in these mysteries, is still to be seen in basso relievo, discovered by Spon and Wheeler, Mémoires sur les mystères par de Saint Croix, 1784. And it is very probable that the beautiful gem representing the marriage of Cupid and Psyche, as described by Apuleius, was originally descriptive of another part of the exhibition in these mysteries, though afterwards it became a common subject of ancient art. See Divine Legat, Volume 1, page 323. What subject could have been imagined so sublime for the ornaments of a funeral urn as the mortality of all things and their resuscitation? Where could the designer be supplied with emblems for this purpose before the Christian era, but from the Eleusinian mysteries? 1. The exhibitions of the mysteries were of two kinds, those which the people were permitted to see, and those which were only shown to the initiated. Concerning the latter, Aristides calls them, quote, the most shocking and most ravishing representations, end quote. And Stoboius asserts that the initiation into the grand mysteries exactly resembles death. Divine Legat, Volume 1, page 280 and page 272. And Virgil, in his entrance to the shades below, amongst other things of terrible form, mentions death, Aeneid 6. This part of the exhibition seems to be represented in one of the compartments of the Portland vase. 3 figures of exquisite workmanship are placed by the side of a ruined column whose capital is fallen off, and lies at their feet with other disjointed stones. They sit on loose piles of stone beneath a tree, which has not the leaves of any evergreen of this climate, but may be supposed to be an elm, which Virgil places near the entrance to the infernal regions, and adds that a dream was believed to dwell under every leaf of it, Aeneid 6, line 281. In the midst of this group reclines a female figure in a dying attitude, in which extreme languor is beautifully represented. In her hand is an inverted torch, an ancient emblem of extinguished life. The elbow of the same arm resting on a stone supports her as she sinks, while the other hand is raised and thrown over her drooping head, in some measure sustaining it, and gives with great art the idea of fainting lassitude. On the right of her sits a man, and on the left a woman, both supporting themselves on their arms, as people are liable to do when they are thinking intensely. They have their backs towards the dying figure, yet with their faces turned towards her, as if seriously contemplating her situation, but without stretching out their hands to assist her. This central figure then appears to me to be an hieroglyphic or Eleusinian emblem of mortal life, that is, the lethum or death mentioned by Virgil
amongst the terrible things exhibited at the beginning of the mysteries. The inverted torch shows the figure to be emblematic. If it had been designed to represent a real person in the act of dying, there had been no necessity for the expiring torch, as the dying figure alone would have been sufficiently intelligible. It would have been as absurd as to have put an inverted torch into the hand of a real person at the time of his expiring. Besides, if this figure had represented a real dying person, would not the other figures, or one of them at least, have stretched out a hand to support her, to have eased her fall among loose stones, or to have smoothed her pillow? These circumstances evince that the figure is an emblem, and therefore could not be a representation of the private history of any particular family or event. The man and woman on each side of the dying figure must be considered as emblems, both from their similarity of situation and dress to the middle figure, and their being grouped along with it. These, I think, are hieroglyphic or Eleusinian emblems of humankind, with their backs toward the dying figure of mortal life, unwilling to associate with her, yet turning back their serious and attentive countenances, curious indeed to behold, yet sorry to contemplate their latter end. These figures bring strongly to one's mind the Adam and Eve of sacred writ, whom some have supposed to have been allegorical or hieroglyphic persons of Egyptian origin, but of more ancient date, amongst whom I think is Dr. Warburton. According to this opinion, Adam and Eve were the names of two hieroglyphic figures representing the early state of mankind. Abel was the name of an hieroglyphic figure representing the age of pasturage, and Cain the name of another hieroglyphic symbol representing the age of agriculture, at which time the uses of iron were discovered. And as the people who cultivated the earth and built houses would increase in numbers much faster by their greater production of food, they would readily conquer or destroy the people who were sustained by pasturage, which was typified by Cain slaying Abel. 2. On the other compartment of this celebrated vase is exhibited an emblem of immortality, the representation of which was well known to constitute a very principal part of the shows at the Eleusinian mysteries, as Dr. Warburton has proved by variety of authority. The habitation of spirits or ghosts after death was supposed by the ancients to be placed beneath the earth, where Pluto reigned, and dispensed rewards or punishments. Hence the first figure in this group is of the Manes, or ghost, who having passed through an open portal is descending into a dusky region, pointing his toe with timid and unsteady step, feeling, as it were, his way into the gloom. This portal Aeneas enters, which is described by Virgil. Patet atri janua ditis, Aeneid 6, line 126, as well as the easy descent, facilis descensus, Averni, Ib. The darkness at the entrance to the shades is humorously described by Lucian, Div. Legat, Volume 1, page 241, and the horror of the gates of hell was in the time of Homer become a proverb. Achilles says to Ulysses, quote, "I hate a liar worse than the gates of hell," unquote. The same expression is used in Isaiah, chapter 38, verse 10. The Manes, or ghost, appears lingering and fearful, and wishes to drag after him a part of his mortal garment, which, however, adheres to the side of the portal through which he has passed. The beauty of this allegory would have been expressed by Mr. Pope by, quote, "We feel the ruling passion strong in death," unquote. A little lower down in the group, the Manes, or ghost, is received by a beautiful female, a symbol of immortal life. This is evinced by her fondling between her knees a large and playful serpent, which from its annually renewing its external skin, has from great antiquity, even as early as the fable of Prometheus, been esteemed an emblem of renovated youth. The story of the serpent acquiring immortal life from the ass of Prometheus, who carried it on his back, is told in Bacon's Works, Volume 5, page 462, quarto edition, London, 1778. For a similar purpose, a serpent was wrapped round the large hieroglyphic egg in the temple of Dioscuri, as an emblem of the renewal of life from a state of death. Bryant's Mythology, Volume 2, page 359, second edition. On this account also the serpent was an attendant on Asclepius, which seems to have been the name of the hieroglyphic figure of medicine. This serpent shows this figure to be an emblem, as the torch showed the central figure of the other compartment to be an emblem. hence they agreeably correspond and explain each other, one representing mortal life and the other immortal life. This emblematic figure of immortal life sits down with her feet towards the figure of Pluto, but, turning back her face towards the timid ghost, she stretches forth her hand, and taking hold of his elbow, supports his tottering steps, as well as encourages him to advance, both which circumstances are thus with wonderful ingenuity brought to the eye. At the same time, the spirit loosely lays a hand upon her arm, as one walking in the dark would naturally do for the greater certainty of following his conductress, while the general part of the symbol of immortal life, being turned toward the figure of Pluto, shows that she is leading the phantom to his realms. In the Pamphili Gardens at Rome, Perseus, in assisting Andromeda to descend from the rock, takes hold of her elbow to steady or support her step, and she lays her hand loosely on his arm, as in this figure. Admir, Roman Antiquities. The figure of Pluto cannot be mistaken, as is agreed by most of the writers who have mentioned this vase. His grisly beard, and his having one foot buried in the earth, denotes the infernal monarch. He is placed at the lowest part of the group, and, resting his chin on his hand and his arms upon his knee, receives the stranger spirit with inquisitive attention. It was before observed that when people think attentively, they naturally rest their bodies in some easy attitude, that more animal power may be employed on the thinking faculty. In this group of figures, there is great art shown in giving an idea of a descending plane, viz., from earth to Elysium, and yet all the figures are in reality on an horizontal one. The wonderful deception is produced first by the descending step of the manes or ghost, secondly by the arm of the sitting figure of immortal life being raised up to receive him as he descends, and lastly by Pluto having one foot sunk into the earth. There is yet another figure which is concerned in conducting the manes or ghost to the realms of Pluto, and this is Love. He precedes the descending spirit on expanded wings, lights him with his torch, and turning back his beautiful countenance beckons him to advance. The ancient god of love was of much higher dignity than the modern Cupid. He was the first that came out of the great egg of night. Hesiod, Theogony, 5:120. Bryant's Mythology, Volume 2, page 348, and is said to possess the keys of the sky, sea, and earth. As he therefore led the way into this life, he seems to constitute proper emblem for leading the way to a future life. See Bacon's Works, Volume 1, page 568, and Volume 3, page 582, quarto edition. The introduction of love into this part of the mysteries requires a little further explanation. The psyche of the Egyptians was one of their most favorite emblems, and represented the soul, or a future life. It was originally no other than the Aurelia, or butterfly, but in aftertimes was represented by a lovely female child with the beautiful wings of that insect. The Aurelia, after its first stage, as an eruca or caterpillar, lies for a season in a manner dead, and is enclosed in a sort of coffin. In this state of darkness it remains all the winter, but at the return of spring it bursts its bonds and comes out with new life, and in the most beautiful attire. The Egyptians thought this a very proper picture of the soul of man, and of the immortality to which it aspired. But as this was all owing to divine love, of which Eros was an emblem, we find this person frequently introduced as a concomitant of the soul in general, or psyche. Bryant's Mythology, Volume 2, page 386. Eros, or divine love, is for the same reason a proper attendant on the manes, or soul after death, and much contributes to tell the story, that is, to show that a soul or manes is designed by the descending figure. From this figure of love, M. de Hancarville imagines that Orpheus and Eurydice are typified under the figure of the manes and immortal life as above described. It may be sufficient to answer, first, that Orpheus is always represented with a lyre, of which there are prints of 4 different gems in Spence's Polymetis, and Virgil so describes him, Aeneid 6, Cithara fretus. And secondly, that it is absurd to suppose that Eurydice was fondling and playing with a serpent that had slain her. Add to this that love seems to have been an inhabitant of the infernal regions, as exhibited in the mysteries, for Claudian, who treats more openly of the Eleusinian mysteries when they were held in less veneration, invokes the deities to disclose to him their secrets, and amongst other things by what torch love softens Pluto. D.E. Quibus in numerum etc. vos mihi sacrarum penetralia pandite rerum, et vestri secreta poli, qua lampade ditem flexit amor. In this compartment there are 2 trees, whose branches spread over the figures. One of them has smoother leaves like some evergreens, and might thence be supposed to have some allusion to immortality, but they may perhaps have been designed only as ornaments, or to relieve the figures, or because it was in groves where the mysteries were originally celebrated. Thus Homer speaks of the woods of Proserpine, and mentions many trees in Tartarus as presenting their fruits to Tantalus. Virgil speaks of the pleasant groves of Elysium, and in Spence's Polymetis there are prints of 2 ancient gems, one of Orpheus charming Cerberus with his lyre, and the other of Hercules binding him in a cord, each of them standing by a tree. Polymetis, page 284. As, however, these trees have all different foliage, so clearly marked by the artist, they may have had specific meanings in the exhibitions of the mysteries, which have not reached posterity. Of this kind seem to have been the true knowledge of good and evil, and the tree of life, and sacred writ, both which must have been emblematic or allegorical. The masks, hanging to the handles of the vase, seem to indicate that there is a concealed meaning in the figures besides their general appearance, and the priestess at the bottom, which I come now to describe, seems to show this concealed meaning to be of the sacred or Eleusinian kind. 3. The figure on the bottom of the vase is on a larger scale than the others, and less finely finished, and less elevated, and as this bottom part was afterwards cemented to the upper part, it might be executed by another artist for the sake of expedition. But there seems no reason to suppose that it was not originally designed for the upper part of it, as some have conjectured, as the mysteries of Ceres were celebrated by female priests, for Porphyrius says the ancients called the priestesses of Ceres Melissae, or bees, which were emblems of chastity. Div. Leg. Volume 1, page 235. And as, in his satire against the sex, Juvenal says that few women are worthy to be priestesses of Ceres. Satire 6. The figure at the bottom of the vase would seem to represent a priestess or hierophant, whose office it was to introduce the initiated, and point out to them and explain the exhibitions in the mysteries, and to exclude the uninitiated, calling out to them, "Far, far retire, ye profane," and to guard the secrets of the temple. Thus the introductory hymn sung by the hierophant, according to Eusebius, begins, quote, "I will declare a secret to the initiated, but let the doors be shut against the profane," unquote. Div. Leg. Volume 1, page 177. The priestess or hierophant appears in this figure with a close hood, and dressed in linen, which fits close about her, except a light cloak, which flutters in the wind. Wool, as taken from slaughtered animals, was esteemed profane by the priests of Egypt, who were always dressed in linen. Apuleius, page 64, Div. Leg. Volume 1, page 318. Thus Eli made for Samuel a linen ephod. Samuel 1:3. Secrecy was the foundation on which all mysteries rested. When publicly known, they ceased to be mysteries. Hence a discovery of them was not only punished with death by the Athenian law, but in other countries a disgrace attended the breach of a solemn oath. The priestess in the figure before us has her finger pointing to her lips as an emblem of silence. There is a figure of Harpocrates, who was of Egyptian origin, the same as Horus, with the lotus on his head, and with his finger pointing to his lips, not pressed upon them, in Bryant's Mythology, Volume 2, page 398, and another female figure standing on the lotus as if just risen from the Nile, with her finger in the same attitude. These seem to have been representations or emblems of male and female priests of the secret mysteries. As these sort of emblems were frequently changed by artists for their more elegant exhibition, it is possible the foliage over the head of this figure may bear some analogy to the lotus above mentioned. The figure of secrecy seems to be here placed, with great ingenuity, as a caution to the initiated, who might understand the meaning of the emblem round the vase, not to divulge it. and this circumstance seems to account for there being no written explanation extant, and no tradition concerning these beautiful figures handed down to us along with them. Another explanation of this figure at the bottom of the vase would seem to confirm the idea that the basso relievos round its sides are representations of a part of the mysteries. I mean that it is the head of Attis. Lucian says that Attis was a young man of Phrygia, of uncommon beauty, that he dedicated a temple in Syria to Rhea, or Cybele, and first taught her mysteries to the Lydians, Phrygians, and Samothracians, which mysteries he brought from India. He was afterwards made an eunuch by Rhea, and lived like a woman, and assumed a feminine habit, and in that garb went over the world teaching her ceremonies and mysteries. Dict par Monsieur Danet, article Attis. As this figure is covered with clothes, while those on the sides of the vase are naked, and this has a Phrygian cap on the head, and as the form and features are so soft, that it is difficult to say whether it be a male or female figure, there is reason to conclude, 1. That it has reference to some particular person of some particular country, 2. That this person is Attis, the first great hierophant, or teacher of mysteries, to whom Monsieur de la Chausse says the figure itself bears a resemblance. Museo Capitol, Toma 4, page 402. In the Museum Etruscum, Volume 1, Plate 96, there is the head of Attis with feminine features, clothed with a Phrygian cap, and rising from very broad foliage, placed on a kind of term supported by the paw of a lion. Gorius, in his explanation of the figure, says that it is placed on a lion's foot, because that animal was sacred to Cybele, and that it rises from very broad leaves because after he became an eunuch, he determined to dwell in the groves. Thus the foliage as well as the cap and feminine features confirm the idea of this figure at the bottom of the vase, representing the head of Attis, the first great hierophant, and that the figures on the sides of the vase are emblems from the ancient mysteries. I beg leave to add that it does not appear to have been uncommon amongst the ancients to put allegorical figures on funeral vases. In the Pamphili Palace at Rome, there is an elaborate representation of life and of death on an ancient sarcophagus. In the first, Prometheus is represented making man, and Minerva is placing a butterfly, or the soul, upon his head. In the other compartment, Love extinguishes his torch in the bosom of the dying figure, and is receiving the butterfly, or Psyche, from him, with a great number of complicated emblematic figures grouped in very bad taste. Admir. Roman Antiquities. End of section 39. Section 40 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 23. Coal. Whence sable coal his massy couch extends, and stars of gold the sparkling pyrite blends. Canto 2, line 349. To elucidate the formation of coal beds, I shall here describe a fountain of fossil tar, or petroleum, discovered lately near Colebrook Dale in Shropshire, the particulars of which were sent to me by Dr. Robert Darwin of Shrewsbury. About 1.5 miles below the celebrated iron bridge constructed by the late Mr. Darby near Colebrook Dale, on the east side of the river Severn, as the workmen in October 1786 were making a subterranean canal into the mountain for the more easy acquisition and conveyance of the coals which lie under it, they found an oozing of liquid bitumen, or petroleum, and as they proceeded further, cut through small cavities of different sizes from which the bitumen issued, from 10 to 15 barrels of this fossil tar, each barrel containing 32 gallons, were at first collected in a day, which has since, however, gradually diminished in quantity, so that at present the product is about 7 barrels in 14 days. The mountain into which this canal enters consists of siliceous sand, in which, however, a few marine productions, apparently in their recent state, have been found, and are now in the possession of Mr. William Reynolds of Ketley Bank. About 300 yards from the entrance into the mountain, and about 28 yards below the surface of it, the tar is found oozing from the sand rock above into the top and sides of the canal.
Beneath the level of this canal, a shaft has been sunk through a grey argillaceous substance, called in this country clunch, which is said to be a pretty certain indication of coal. Beneath this lies a stratum of coal about 2 or 3 inches thick, of an inferior kind, yielding little flame in burning, and leaving much ashes. Below this is a rock of a harder texture, and beneath this are found coals of an excellent quality, for the purpose of procuring which, with greater facility, the canal, or horizontal aperture, is now making into the mountain. July 1788. Beneath these coals in some places is found salt water. In other parts of the adjacent country there are beds of ironstone, which also contain some bitumen in a less fluid state, and which are about on a level with the new canal, into which the fossil tar oozes, as above described. There are many interesting circumstances attending the situation and accompaniments of this fountain of fossil tar, tending to develop the manner of its production. 1. As the canal passing into the mountain runs over the beds of coals, and under the reservoir of petroleum, it appears that a natural distillation of this fossil in the bowels of the earth must have taken place at some early period of the world, similar to the artificial distillation of coal, which has many years been carried on in this place on a smaller scale above ground. When this reservoir of petroleum was cut into, the slowness of its exudation into the canal was not only owing to its viscidity, but to the pressure of the atmosphere, or to the necessity there was that air should at the same time insinuate itself into the small cavities from which the petroleum descended. The existence of such a distillation at some ancient time is confirmed by the thin stratum of coal beneath the canal, which covers the hard rock, having been deprived of its fossil oil so as to burn without flame, and thus to have become a natural coke, or fossil charcoal, while the petroleum distilled from it is found in the cavities of the rock above it. There are appearances in other places which favor this idea of the natural distillation of petroleum. Thus at Matlock in Derbyshire, a hard bitumen is found adhering to the spar in the clefts of the lime rocks, in the form of round drops about the size of peas, which could perhaps only be deposited there in that form by sublimation. 2. The second deduction which offers itself is that these beds of coal have been exposed to a considerable degree of heat, since the petroleum above could not be separated, as far as we know, by any other means, and that the good quality of the coals beneath the hard rock was owing to the impermeability of this rock to the bituminous vapor, and to its pressure being too great to permit its being removed by the elasticity of that vapor. Thus from the degree of heat, the degree of pressure, and the permeability of the superincumbent strata, many of the phenomena attending coal beds receive an easy explanation, which much accords with the ingenious theory of the earth by Dr. Hutton, Transactions of Edinburgh, Volume 1. In some coal works, the fusion of the strata of coal has been so slight that there remains the appearance of ligneous fibers, and the impression of leaves, as at Bovey near Exeter, even seeds of vegetables, of which I have had specimens from the collieries near Polesworth, at Warwickshire. In some, where the heat was not very intense and the incumbent stratum not permeable to vapor, the fossil oil has only risen to the upper part of the coal bed, and has rendered that much more inflammable than the lower parts of it, as in the collieries near Beaudesert, the seat of the Earl of Uxbridge in Staffordshire, where the upper stratum is a perfect cannel, or candle coal, and the lower one of an inferior quality. Over the coal beds near Sir H. Harper's house, in Derbyshire, a thin lamina of asphaltum is found in some places near the surface of the earth, which would seem to be from a distillation of petroleum from the coals below, the more fluid part of which had in process of time exhaled or been consolidated by its absorption of air. In other coal works, the upper part of the stratum is of a worse kind than the lower one, as at Alfreton, and Denbigh in Derbyshire, owing to the superincumbent stratum having permitted the exhalation of a great part of the petroleum, whilst at Widrington in Northumberland there is, first, a seam of coal about 6 inches thick of no value, which lies under about 4 fathom of clay. Beneath this there is a white freestone, then a hard stone, which the workmen there call a whin, then 2 fathoms of clay, then another white stone, and under that a vein of coals 3 feet 9 inches thick, of a similar nature to the Newcastle coal. Philosophical Transactions, abridged, Volume 6, Plate 2, page 192. The similitude between the circumstances of this colliery and of the coal beneath the fountain of tar above described renders it highly probable that this upper thin seam of coal has suffered a similar distillation, and that the inflammable part of it had either been received into the clay above in the form of sulphur, which when burnt in the open air would produce alum, or had been dissipated for want of a receiver, where it could be condensed. The former opinion is perhaps in this case more probable, as in some other coal beds, of which I have procured accounts, the surface of the coal beneath clunch or clay is of an inferior quality, as at West Hallam in Nottinghamshire. The clunch probably from hence acquires its inflammable part, which on calcination becomes vitriolic acid. I gathered pieces of clunch, converted partially into alum, at a colliery near Bilston, where the ground was still on fire a few years ago. The heat which has thus pervaded the beds of morass seems to have been the effect of the fermentation of their vegetable materials, as new hay sometimes takes fire even in such very small masses from the sugar it contains, and seems hence not to have been attended with any expulsion of lava, like the deeper craters of volcanoes situated in beds of granite. 3. The marine shells found in the loose sand rock above this reservoir of petroleum and the coal beds beneath it, together with the existence of sea salt beneath these coals, prove that these coal beds have been at the bottom of the sea during some remote period of time, and were afterwards raised into their present situation by subterraneous expansions of vapor. This doctrine is further supported by the marks of violence which some coal beds received at the time they were raised out of the sea, as in the collieries at Mendip in Somersetshire. In these there are 7 strata of coals, equitant upon each other, with the beds of clay and stone intervening, amongst which clay are found shells and fern branches. In one part of this hill the strata are disjointed, and a quantity of heterogeneous substances fill up the chasm which disjoins them. On one side of this chasm the 7 strata of coal are seen corresponding, in respect to their reciprocal thickness and goodness, with the 7 strata on the other side of the cavity, except that they have been elevated several yards higher. Philosophical Transactions, No. 360, abridged, Volume 5, page 237. The cracks in the coal bed near Ticknall in Derbyshire, and in the sandstone rock over it, in both of which specimens of lead ore and spar are found, confirm this opinion of their having been forcibly raised up by subterraneous fires. Over the colliery at Brownhills near Lichfield there is a stratum of gravel on the surface of the ground, which may be adduced as another proof to show that these coal beds had some time been beneath the sea, or the bed of a river. Nevertheless, these arguments only apply to the collieries above mentioned, which are few compared with those which bear no marks of having been immersed in the sea. On the other hand, the production of coals from morasses, as described in Note 20, is evinced from the vegetable matters frequently found in them, and in the strata over them, as fern leaves in nodules of iron ore, and from the bog shells or freshwater mussels sometimes found over them, of both which I have what I believe to be specimens, and is further proved from some parts of these beds being only in part transformed to coal, and the other part still retaining not only the form but some of the properties of wood, specimens of which are not unfrequent in the cabinets of the curious, procured from Loch Ney in Ireland, from Bovey near Exeter and other places, and from a famous cavern called the Temple of the Devil, near the town of Altorf in Franconia, at the foot of a mountain covered with pine and savine, in which are found large coals resembling trees of ebony, which are so far mineralized as to be heavy and compact, and so to effloresce with pyrites in some part as to crumble to pieces. Yet from other parts white ashes are produced on calcination, from which fixed alkali is produced, which evinces their vegetable origin. Dict raison, article charbon. To these may be added another argument from the oil which is distilled from coals, and which is analogous to vegetable oil, and does not exist in any bodies truly mineral. Kier's Chemical Dictionary, article bitumen. Whence it would appear that most collieries, with their attendant strata of clay, sandstone, and iron, were formed on the places where the vegetables grew, from which they had their origin, yet that other collections of vegetable matter were washed down from eminences by currents of waters into the beds of rivers, or the neighboring seas, and were there accumulated at different periods of time, and underwent a great degree of heat from their fermentation, in the same manner as those beds of morass which had continued on the plains where they were produced, and that by this fermentation many of them had been raised from the ocean, with sand and seashells over them, and others from the beds of rivers with accumulations of gravel upon them. 4. For the purpose of bringing this history of the products of morasses more distinctly to the eye of the reader, I shall here subjoin 2 or 3 accounts of sinking or boring for coals, out of above 20 which I have procured from various places, though the terms are not very intelligible, being the language of the overseers of coal works. 1. Whitfield Mine, near the Pottery in Staffordshire. Soil 1 foot, brick clay 3 feet, shale 4, metal which is hard brown and falls in the weather, 42, coal 3, warrant clay 6, brown gritstone 36, coal 3 1/2, warrant clay 3 1/2, bass and metal 53 1/2, hard stone 4, shaly base 1 1/2, coal 4, warrant clay, depth unknown, in all about 55 yards. 2. Coal mine at Alfreton in Derbyshire, soil and clay 7 feet, fragments of stone 9, bind 13, stone 6, bind 34, stone 5, bind 2, stone 2, bind 10, coal 1 1/2, bind 1 1/2, stone 37, bind 7, soft coal 3, bind 3, stone 20, bind 16, coal 7 1/2, in all about 61 yards. A Basset coal mine at Woolerton in Nottinghamshire, sand and gravel 6 feet, bind 21, stone 10, smut or effete coal 1, clunch 4, bind 21, stone 18, bind 18, stone bind 15, soft coal 2, clunch and bind 21, coal 7, in all about 48 yards. 4. Coal mine at West Hallam in Nottinghamshire, soil and clay 7 feet, bind 48, smut 1 1/2, clunch 4, bind 3, stone 2, bind 1, stone 1, bind 3, stone 1, bind 16, shale 2, bind 12, shale 3, clunch stone and a bed of cank 54, soft coal 4, clay and dun 1, soft coal 4 1/2, clunch and bind 21, coal 1, broad bind 26, hard coal 6, in all about 74 yards. As these strata generally lie inclined, I suppose parallel with the limestone on which they rest, the upper edges of them all come out to day, which is termed bassetting. When the whole mass was ignited by its fermentation,
It is probable that the inflammable part of some strata might thus more easily escape than of others in the form of vapor, as dews are known to slide between such strata in the production of springs, which accounts for some coal beds being so much worse than others. See note 20. From this account of the production of coals from morasses, it would appear that coal beds are not to be expected beneath masses of limestone. Nevertheless, I have been lately informed by my friend Mr. Michell of Thornhill, who I hope will soon favor the public with his geological investigations, that the beds of chalk are the uppermost of all the limestones, and that they rest on the granulated limestone, called Ketton stone, which I suppose is similar to that which covers the whole country from Leadenham to Sleaford, and from Sleaford to Lincoln, and that, thirdly, coal depths are frequently found beneath these two uppermost beds of limestone. Now, as the beds of chalk and of granulated limestone may have been formed by alluviation, on or beneath the shores of the sea, or in valleys of the land, it would seem that some coal countries, which in the great commotions of the earth had been sunk beneath the water, were thus covered with alluvial limestone, and as well as others with alluvial basalts, or common gravel beds. Very extensive plains, which now consist of alluvial materials, were in the early times covered with water, which has since diminished as the solid parts of the earth have increased. For the solid parts of the earth, consisting chiefly of animal and vegetable recrements, must have originally been formed or produced from the water by animal and vegetable processes, and as the solid parts of the earth may be supposed to be thrice as heavy as water, it follows that thrice the quantity of water must have vanished compared with the quantity of earth thus produced. This may account for many immense beds of alluvial materials, as gravel, rounded sand, granulated limestone, and chalk, covering such extensive plains as Lincoln Heath, having become dry without the supposition of their having been again elevated from the ocean. At the same time, we acquire the knowledge of one of the uses of final causes of the organized world, not indeed very flattering to our vanity, that it converts water into earth, forming islands and continents by its recrements or exuviae. End of section 40.
Section 41 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in two parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 14. Granite. Climb the rude steeps, the granite cliffs surround. Canto 2, line 523. The lowest stratum of the earth which human labor has arrived to is granite, and of this likewise consists the highest mountains of the world. It is known under variety of names according to some difference in its appearance or composition, but is now generally considered by philosophers as a species of lava. If it contains quartz, feldspat, and mica in distinct crystals, it is called granite, which is found in Cornwall in rocks, and in loose stones in the gravel near Drayton in Shropshire, in the road towards Newcastle. If these parts of the composition be less distinct, or if only two of them be visible to the eye, it is termed porphyry, trap, whinstone, moorstone, slate, and if it appears in a regular angular form, it is called basalt. The affinity of these bodies has lately been further well established by Dr. Beddoes in the Philosophical Transactions, volume 80. These are all esteemed to have been volcanic productions that have undergone different degrees of heat. It is well known that in Papin's digester, water may be made red hot by confinement, and will then dissolve many bodies which otherwise are little or not at all acted upon by it. From hence it may be conceived that under immense pressure of superincumbent materials, and by great heat, these masses of lava may have undergone a kind of aqueous solution, without any tendency to vitrification, and might thence have a power of crystallization, whence all the varieties above mentioned from the different proportion of the materials, or the different degrees of heat they may have undergone in this aqueous solution, and that the uniformity of the mixture of the original earths, as of lime, argil, silex, magnesia, and barytes, which they contain, was owing to their boiling together a longer or shorter time before their elevation into mountains. See Note 19, Article 8. The seat of volcanoes seems to be principally, if not entirely, in these strata of granite, as many of them are situated on granite mountains, and throw up from time to time sheets of lava which run down over the preceding strata from the same origin. And in this they seem to differ from the heat which has separated the clay, coal, and sand in morasses, which would appear to have risen from a kind of fermentation, and thus to have pervaded the whole mass without any expuition of lava. Note: illustration, section of the earth. A sketch of a supposed section of the earth in respect to the disposition of the strata over each other, without regard to their proportions or number. London, published December 1st, 1791, by J. Johnson, St. Paul's Churchyard. End note. All the lavas from Vesuvius contain 1/4 part iron, Kirwan's minerals, and all the 5 primitive earths, viz., calcareous, argillaceous, siliceous, barytic, and magnesian earths, which are also evidently produced now daily from the recrements of animal and vegetable bodies. What is to be thence concluded? Has the granite stratum in very ancient times been produced, like the present calcareous and siliceous masses, according to the ingenious theory of Dr. Hutton, who says new continents are now being formed at the bottom of the sea to rise in their turn, and that thus the terraqueous globe has been, and will be, eternal? Or shall we suppose that this internal heated mass of granite, which forms the nucleus of the earth, was a part of the body of the sun before it was separated by an explosion? Or was the sun originally a planet, inhabited like ours, and a satellite to some other greater sun, which has long been extinguished by diffusion of its light, and around which the present sun continues to revolve, according to a conjecture of the celebrated Mr. Herschel, and which conveys to the mind a most sublime idea of the progressive and increasing excellence of the works of the Creator of all things? For the more easy comprehension of the facts and conjectures concerning the situation and production of the various strata of the earth, I shall here subjoin a supposed section of the globe, but without any attempt to give the proportions of the parts, or the number of them, but only their respective situation over each other, and a geological recapitulation. Geological recapitulation. 1. The earth was projected along with the other primary planets from the sun, which is supposed to be on fire only on its surface, emitting light without much internal heat, like a ball of burning camphor. 2. The rotation of the earth round its axis was occasioned by its greater friction or adhesion to one side of the cavity from which it was ejected, and from this rotation it acquired its spheroidal form. As it cooled in its ascent from the sun, its nucleus became harder, and its attendant vapors were condensed, forming the ocean. 3. The masses or mountains of granite, porphyry, basalt, and stones of similar structure were a part of the original nucleus of the earth, or consist of volcanic productions since formed. 4. On this nucleus of granite and basalts, thus covered by the ocean, were formed the calcareous beds of limestone, marble, chalk, spar, from the exuviae of marine animals, with the flints or cherts which accompany them, and were stratified by their having been formed at different and very distant periods of time. 5. The whole terraqueous globe was burst by central fires. Islands and continents were raised, consisting of granite or lava in some parts, and of limestone in others, and great valleys were sunk, into which the ocean retired. 6. During these central earthquakes the moon was ejected from the earth, causing new tides, and the earth's axis suffered some change in its inclination, and its rotary motion was retarded. 7. On some parts of these islands and continents of granite or limestone were gradually produced extensive morasses from the recrements of vegetable and of land animals, and from these morasses, heated by fermentation, were produced clay, marl, sandstone, coal, iron, with the bases of variety of acids,
all which were stratified by their having been formed at different and very distant periods of time. 8. In the elevation of the mountains, very numerous and deep fissures necessarily were produced. In these fissures, many of the metals are formed partly from descending materials and partly from ascending ones, raised in vapor by subterraneous fires. In these fissures of granite or porphyry, quartz is formed. In the fissures of limestone, calcareous spar is produced. 9. During these first great volcanic fires, it is probable the atmosphere was either produced or much increased, a process which is perhaps now going on in the moon, Mr. Herschel having discovered a volcanic crater there, miles broad, burning on her disk. 10. The summits of the new mountains were cracked into innumerable lozenges by the cold dews or snows falling upon them when red hot. From these summits, which were then twice as high as at present, cubes and lozenges of granite and basalt and quartz in some countries, and of marble and flints in others, descended gradually into the valleys, and were rolled together in the beds of rivers, which were then so large as to occupy the whole valleys, which they now only intersect, and produced the great beds of gravel, of which many valleys consist. 11. In several parts of the earth's surface, subsequent earthquakes, from the fermentation of morasses, have at different periods of time deranged the position of the matters above described. Hence the gravel, which was before in the beds of rivers, has in some places been raised into mountains, along with clay and coal strata, which were formed from morasses, and washed down from eminences into the beds of rivers or the neighboring seas, and in part raised again with gravel or marine shells over them. But this has only obtained in few places compared with the general distribution of such materials. Hence there seem to have existed two sources of earthquakes, which have occurred at great distance of time from each other, one from the granite beds in the central parts of the earth, and the other from the morasses on its surface. All the subsequent earthquakes and volcanoes of modern days, compared with these, are of small extent and insignificant effect. 12. Besides the argillaceous sandstone produced from morasses, which is stratified with clay and coal and iron, other great beds of siliceous sands have been formed in the seas by the combination of an unknown acid from morasses and the calcareous matters of the ocean. 13. The warm waters which are found in many countries are owing to steam arising from great depths through the fissures of limestone or lava, elevated by subterranean fires and condensed between the strata of the hills over them, and not from any decomposition of pyrites or manganese near the surface of the earth. 14. The columns of basalts have been raised by the congelation or expansion of granite beds in the act of cooling from their semi-vitreous fusion. End of section 41. Section 42 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in two parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 15. Evaporation. Aquatic nymphs, you lead with viewless march the winged vapor up the aerial arch. Canto 3, line 13. 1. The atmosphere will dissolve a certain quantity of moisture as a chemical menstruum, even when it is much below the freezing point, as appears from the diminution of ice suspended in frosty air. But a much greater quantity of water is evaporated and suspended in the air by means of heat, which is perhaps the universal cause of fluidity, for water is known to boil with less heat in vacuo, which is a proof that it will evaporate faster in vacuo, and that the air therefore rather hinders than promotes its evaporation in higher degrees of heat. The quick evaporation occasioned in vacuo by a small degree of heat is agreeably seen in what is termed a pulse glass, which consists of an exhausted tube of glass with a bulb at each end of it, and with about 2/3 of the cavity filled with alcohol, in which the spirit is instantly seen to boil, by the heat of the finger end applied on a bubble of steam in the lower bulb,
and is condensed again in the upper bulb by the least conceivable comparative coldness. 2. Another circumstance evincing that heat is the principal cause of evaporation is that, at the time of water being converted into steam, a great quantity of heat is taken away from the neighboring bodies. If a thermometer be repeatedly dipped in ether, or in rectified spirit of wine, and exposed to a blast of air, to expedite the evaporation by perpetually removing the saturated air from it, the thermometer will presently sink below freezing. This warmth, taken from the ambient bodies at the time of evaporation by the steam, is again given out when the steam is condensed into water. Hence the water in a worm tub during distillation so soon becomes hot, and hence the warmth accompanying the descent of rain in cold weather. 3. The third circumstance, showing that heat is the principal cause of evaporation, is that some of the steam becomes again condensed when any part of the heat is withdrawn. Thus, when warmer southwest winds replete with moisture succeed the colder northeast winds, all bodies that are dense and substantial, as stone walks, brick floors, etc., absorb some of the heat from the passing air, and its moisture becomes precipitated on them, while the northeast winds become warmer on their arrival in this latitude, and are thence disposed to take up more moisture, and are termed drying winds. 4. Heat seems to be the principal cause of the solution of many other bodies, as common salt, or blue vitriol dissolved in water, which when exposed to severe cold are precipitated or carried to the part of the water last frozen. This I observed in a phial filled with a solution of blue vitriol which was frozen. The phial was burst, the ice thawed, and a blue column of cupreous vitriol was left standing upright on the bottom of the broken glass, as described in note 19. 2. Hence, water may either be dissolved in air, and may then be called an aerial solution of water, or it may be dissolved in the fluid matter of heat, according to the theory of M. Lavoisier, and may then be called steam. In the former case, it is probable that there are many other vapors which may precipitate it, as marine acid gas or fluor acid gas. So alkaline gas and acid gas dissolved in air precipitate each other. Nitrous gas precipitates vital air from its azote, and inflammable gas mixed with vital air ignited by an electric spark either produces or precipitates the water in both of them. Are there any subtle exhalations occasionally diffused in the atmosphere which may thus cause rain? 1. But as water is perhaps many hundred times more soluble in the fluid matter of heat than in air, I suppose the eduction of this heat, by whatever means it is occasioned, is the principal cause of devaporation. Thus, if a region of air is brought from a warmer climate, as the southwest winds, it becomes cooled by its contact with the earth in this latitude, and parts with so much of its moisture as was dissolved in the quantity of caloric, or heat, which it now looses, but retains that part which was suspended by its attraction to the particles of air, or by aerial solution, even in the most severe frosts. 2. A second immediate cause of rain is a stream of northeastern wind descending from a superior current of air, and mixing with a warmer southwest wind below, or the reverse of this, viz., a superior current of southwest wind mixing with an inferior one of northeast wind. In both these cases, the whole heaven becomes instantly clouded, and the moisture contained in the southwest current is precipitated. This cause of devaporation has been ingeniously explained by Dr. Hutton in the Transactions of Edinburgh, Volume 1, and seems to arise from this circumstance. The particles of air of the northeast wind educe part of the heat from the southwest wind, and therefore the water which was dissolved by that quantity of heat is precipitated. All the other part of the water, which was suspended by its attraction to the particles of air, or dissolved in the remainder of the heat, continues unprecipitated. 3. A third method by which a region of air becomes cooled, and in consequence deposits much of its moisture, is from the mechanical expansion of air, when part of the pressure is taken off. In this case, the expanded air becomes capable of receiving or attracting more of the matter of heat into its interstices, and the vapor, which was previously dissolved in this heat, is deposited, as is seen in the receiver of an air pump, which becomes dewy,
as the air within becomes expanded by the eduction of part of it. See Note 7. Hence, when the mercury in the barometer sinks without a change of the wind, the air generally becomes colder. See Note 7 on elementary heat, and it is probably from the varying pressure of the incumbent air that in summer days small black clouds are often thus suddenly produced, and again soon vanish. See a paper in Philosophical Transactions, Volume 78, entitled Frigorific Experiments on the Mechanical Expansion of Air. 4. Another portion of atmospheric water may possibly be held in solution by the electric fluid, since in thunderstorms a precipitation of the water seems to be either the cause or the consequence of the eduction of the electricity. But it appears more probable that the water is condensed into clouds by the eduction of its heat, and that then the surplus of electricity prevents their coalescence into larger drops, which immediately succeeds the departure of the lightning. 5. The immediate cause why the barometer sinks before rain is, first, because a region of warm air, brought to us in the place of the cold air which it had displaced, must weigh lighter, both specifically and absolutely. If the height of the warm atmosphere be supposed to be equal to that of the preceding cold one, and secondly, after the drops of rain begin to fall in any column of air, that column becomes lighter, the falling drops only adding to the pressure of the air in proportion to the resistance which they meet with in passing through that fluid. If we could suppose water to be dissolved in air without heat, or in very low degrees of heat, I suppose the air would become heavier, as happens in many chemical solutions. But if water dissolved in the matter of heat, or caloric, be mixed with an aerial solution of water, there can be no doubt but an atmosphere consisting of such a mixture must become lighter in proportion to the quantity of caloric. On the same circumstance depends the visible vapor produced from the breath of animals in cold weather, or from a boiling kettle. The particles of cold air with which it is mixed steal a part of its heat, and become themselves raised in temperature, whence part of the water is precipitated in visible vapor, which, if in great quantity, sinks to the ground. If in small quantity, and the surrounding air is not previously saturated, it spreads itself till it becomes again dissolved. End of section 42. Section 43 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 26. Springs. Your lucid bands condense with fingers chill the blue mist hovering round the gelid hill. Canto 3, line 19. The surface of the earth consists of strata, many of which were formed originally beneath the sea. The mountains were afterwards forced up by subterraneous fires, as appears from the fissures in the rocks of which they consist, the quantity of volcanic productions all over the world, and the numerous remains of craters of volcanoes in mountainous countries. Hence the strata which compose the sides of mountains lie slanting downwards, and 1 or 2 more of the external strata not reaching to the summit when the mountain was raised up. The 2nd or 3rd stratum, or a more inferior one, is there exposed today. This may be well represented by forcibly thrusting a blunt instrument through several sheets of paper. A burr will stand up, with the lowermost sheet standing highest in the center of it. On this uppermost stratum, which is colder as it is more elevated, the dews are condensed in large quantities, and sliding down, pass under the 1st or 2nd or 3rd stratum, which compose the sides of the hill, and either form a morass below, or a weeping rock, by oozing out in numerous places, or many of these less currents, meeting together, burst out in a more copious rill. The summits of mountains are much colder than the plains in their vicinity, owing to several causes. 1. Their being in a manner insulated or cut off from the common heat of the earth, which is always of 48 degrees, and perpetually counteracts the effects of external cold beneath that degree. 2. From their surfaces being larger in proportion to their solid contents, and hence their heat more expeditiously carried away by the ever-moving atmosphere. 3. The increasing rarity of the air as the mountain rises. All those bodies which conduct electricity well or ill conduct the matter of heat likewise well or ill. See Note 7. Atmospheric air is a bad conductor of electricity, and thence confines it on the body where it is accumulated. But when it is made very rare, as in the exhausted receiver, the electric aura passes away immediately to any distance. The same circumstance probably happens in respect to heat, which is thus kept by the denser air on the plains from escaping, but is dissipated on the hills where the air is thinner. 4. As the currents of air rise up the sides of mountains, they become mechanically rarefied, the pressure of the incumbent column lessening as they ascend. Hence the expanding air absorbs heat from the mountain as it ascends, as explained in Note 7. 5. There is another and perhaps more powerful cause, I suspect, which may occasion the great cold on mountains, and in the higher parts of the atmosphere, and which has not yet been attended to. I mean that the fluid matter of heat may probably gravitate round the earth, and form an atmosphere on its surface, mixed with the aerial atmosphere, which may diminish or become rarer as it recedes from the earth's surface, in a greater proportion than the air diminishes. 6. The great condensation of moisture on the summits of hills has another cause, which is the dashing of moving clouds against them. In misty days this is often seen to have great effect on plains, where an eminent tree, by obstructing the mist as it moves along, shall have a much greater quantity of moisture drop from its leaves than falls at the same time on the ground in its vicinity. Mr. White, in his History of Selborne, gives an account of a large tree so situated, from which a stream flowed during a moving mist, so as to fill the cart ruts in a lane otherwise not very moist, and ingeniously adds that trees planted about ponds of stagnant water contribute much by these means to supply the reservoir. The spherules which constitute a mist or cloud are kept from uniting by so small a power that a little agitation against the leaves of a tree, or the greater attraction of a flat moist surface, condenses or precipitates them. If a leaf has its surface moistened, and particles of water separate from each other, as in a mist, be brought near the moistened surface of a leaf, each particle will be attracted more by that plane surface of water on the leaf than it can be by the surrounding particles of the mist, because globules only attract each other in one point, whereas a plane attracts a globule by a greater extent of its surface. The common cold springs are thus formed on elevated grounds by the condensed vapors, and hence are stronger when the nights are cold after hot days in spring than even in the wet days of winter, for the warm atmosphere during the day has dissolved much more water than it can support in solution during the cold of the night, which is thus deposited in large quantities on the hills, and yet so gradually as to soak in between the strata of them, rather than to slide off over their surfaces, like showers of rain. The common heat of the internal parts of the earth is ascertained by springs which rise from strata of earth too deep to be affected by the heat of summer or the frosts of winter. Those in this country are of 48 degrees of heat. Those about Philadelphia were said by Dr. Franklin to be 52. Whether this variation is to be accounted for by the difference of the sun's heat in that country, according to the ingenious theory of Mr. Kirwan, or to the vicinity of subterranean fires, is not yet, I think, decided. There are, however, subterraneous streams of water, not exactly produced in this manner, as streams issuing from fissures in the earth, communicating with the craters of old volcanoes. In the peak of Derbyshire are many hollows, called swallows, where the land floods sink into the earth, and come out at some miles distant, as at Ilham near Ashbourne. See note on Fica, Volume 2. Other streams of cold water arise from beneath the snow on the Alps and Andes, and other high mountains, which is perpetually thawing at its undersurface by the common heat of the earth, and gives rise to large rivers. For the origin of warm springs, see note on Fucus, Volume 2. End of section 43. Section 44 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Note 27. Shellfish. You round Echinus ray his arrowy mail, give the keeled Nautilus his oar and sail. Firm to his rock with silver cords suspend the anchored Pinna and his Cancer friend. Canto 3, line 67. The armor of the Echinus, or sea hedgehog, consists generally of movable spines. Linnaei, Systema Naturae, Volume 1, page 1102, and in that respect resembles the armor of the land animal of the same name. The irregular protuberances on other seashells, as on some species of purpura and murex, serve them as a fortification against the attacks of their enemies. It is said that this animal foresees tempestuous weather, and sinking to the bottom of the sea adheres firmly to sea plants or other bodies by means of a substance which resembles the horns of snails. Above 1,200 of these fillets have been counted by which this animal fixes itself, and when afloat it contracts these fillets between the bases of its points, the number of which often amounts to 2,000. Dict Raison, article Orsine de Mer. There is a kind of nautilus called by Linnaeus Argonauta, whose shell has but one cell. Of this animal Pliny affirms that having exonerated its shell by throwing out the water, it swims upon the surface, extending a web of wonderful tenuity, and bending back 2 of its arms and rowing with the rest, makes a sail, and at length receiving the water, dives again. Pliny 9:29. Linnaeus adds to his description of this animal that, like the crab Diogenes or Bernhard, it occupies a house not its own, as it is not connected to its shell, and is therefore foreign to it. Who could have given credit to this if it had not been attested by so many who have with their own eyes seen this Argonaut in the act of sailing? Systema Naturae, page 1161. The nautilus, properly so named by Linnaeus, has a shell consisting of many chambers, of which cups are made in the East with beautiful painting and carving on the mother pearl. The animal is said to inhabit only the uppermost or open chamber, which is larger than the rest, and that the rest remain empty except that the pipe, or siphunculus, which communicates from one to the other of them, is filled with an appendage of the animal like a gut or string. Mr. Hooke, in his Philosophical Experiments, page 306, imagines this to be a dilatable or compressible tube, like the air bladders of fish, and that by contracting or permitting it to expand, it renders its shell buoyant, or the contrary. See note on Ulva, Volume 2. The pinna, or sea wing, is contained in a 2-valve shell, weighing sometimes 15 pounds, and emits a beard of fine, long, glossy, silk-like fibers, by which it is suspended to the rocks 20 or 30 feet beneath the surface of the sea. In this situation it is so successfully attacked by the 8-footed polypus that the species perhaps could not exist but for the exertions of the Cancer pinotherus, who lives in the same shell as a guard and companion. Amoen Academ, Volume 2, page 48. Linnaeus, Systema Naturae, Volume 1, page 1159 and page 1040. The Pinotherus, or Pinophylax, is a small crab, naked, like Bernard the Hermit, but is furnished with good eyes, and lives in the same shell with the pinna. When they want food, the pinna opens its shell, and sends its faithful ally to forage, but if the Cancer sees the polypus, he returns suddenly to the arms of his blind hostess, who by closing the shell avoids the fury of her enemy. Otherwise, when it has procured a booty, it brings it to the opening of the shell, where it is admitted, and they divide the prey. This was observed by Haslequist in his Voyage to Palestine. The byssus of the ancients, according to Aristotle, was the beard of the pinna above mentioned, but seems to have been used by other writers indiscriminately for any spun material, which was esteemed finer or more valuable than wool. Reaumur says the threads of this byssus are not less fine or less beautiful than the silk, as it is spun by the silk worm. The pinna on the coasts of Italy and Provence, where it is fished up by iron hooks fixed on long poles, is called the silkworm of the sea. The stockings and gloves manufactured from it are of exquisite fineness, but too warm for common wear, and are thence esteemed useful in rheumatism and gout. Dict raison, article pinne marine. The warmth of the byssus, like that of silk, is probably owing to their being bad conductors of heat, as well as of electricity. When these fibers are broken by violence, this animal, as well as the mussel, has the power to reproduce them like the common spiders, as was observed by M. Adanson. As raw silk and raw cobwebs, when swallowed, are liable to produce great sickness, I am informed, it is probable the part of mussels, which sometimes disagrees with the people who eat them, may be this silky web, by which they attach themselves to stones. The large kind of pinna contains some mother pearl of a reddish tinge, according to M. de Argenville. The substance sold under the name of Indian weed, and used at the bottom of fish lines, is probably a production of this kind, which however is scarcely to be distinguished by the eye from the tendons of a rat's tail, after they have been separated by putrefaction in water, and well cleaned and rubbed, a production which I was once shown as a great curiosity. It had the uppermost bone of the tail adhering to it, and was said to have been used as an ornament in a lady's hair. End of section 44. Section 45 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 28. Sturgeon. With worm-like hard his toothless lips array, and teach the unwieldy sturgeon to betray. Canto 3, line 71. The sturgeon, Assi penser strurio, Linnaeus Systema Naturae, Volume 1, page 403, is a fish of great curiosity as well as of great importance. His mouth is placed under the head, without teeth, like the opening of a purse, which he has the power to push suddenly out or retract. Before this mouth, under the beak or nose, hang 4 tendrils some inches long, and which so resemble earthworms that at first sight they may be mistaken for them. This clumsy toothless fish is supposed by this contrivance to keep himself in good condition, the solidity of his flesh evidently showing him to be a fish of prey. He is said to hide his large body amongst the weeds near the sea-coast, or at the mouths of large rivers, only exposing his cirri or tendrils, which small fish or sea insects, mistaking for real worms, approach to plunder, and are sucked into the jaws of their enemy. He has been supposed by some to root into the soil at the bottom of the sea or rivers, but the cirri, or tendrils above mentioned, which hang from his snout over his mouth, must themselves be very inconvenient for this purpose, and as it has no jaws, it evidently lives by suction, and during its residence in the sea, a quantity of sea insects are found in its stomach. The flesh was so valued in the time of Emperor Severus, that it was brought to table by servants with coronets on their heads, and preceded by music, which might give rise to its being in our country presented by the Lord Mayor to the King. At present it is caught in the Danube, and the Wolga, the Don, and other large rivers for various purposes. The skin makes the best covering for carriages, isinglass is prepared from parts of the skin, caviar from the spawn, and the flesh is pickled or salted and sent all over Europe. End of section 45. Section 46 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 29. Oil on Water. Who with fine films, suspended o'er the deep, of oil effusive lull the waves to sleep. Canto 3, line 87. There is reason to believe that when oil is poured upon water, the 2 surfaces do not touch each other, but that the oil is suspended over the water by their mutual repulsion. This seems to be rendered probable by the following experiment. If one drop of oil be dropped on a basin of water, it will immediately diffuse itself over the whole, for there being no friction between the two surfaces, there is nothing to prevent it spreading itself by the gravity of the upper part of it, except its own tenacity, into a pellicle of the greatest tenuity. But if a second drop of oil be put upon the former, it does not spread itself, but remains in the form of a drop, as the other already occupied the whole surface of the basin, and there is friction in oil passing over oil, though none in oil passing over water. Hence, when oil is diffused on the surface of water, gentle breezes have no influence in raising waves upon it, for a small quantity of oil will cover a very great surface of water. I suppose a spoonful will diffuse itself over some acres, and the wind blowing upon this carries it gradually forwards, and there being no friction between the two surfaces, the water is not affected. On which account oil has no effect in stilling the agitation of the water after the wind ceases, as was found by the experiments of Dr. Franklin. This circumstance, lately brought into notice by Dr. Franklin, had been mentioned by Pliny, and is said to be in use by the divers for pearls, who in windy weather take down with them a little oil in their mouths, which they occasionally give out when the inequality of the supernatant waves prevents them from seeing sufficiently distinctly for their purpose. The wonderful tenuity with which oil can be spread upon water is evinced by a few drops projected from a bridge, where the eye is properly placed over it, passing through all the prismatic colors as it diffuses itself, and also from another curious experiment of Dr. Franklin's. He cut a piece of cork to about the size of a letter wafer, leaving a point standing off like a tangent in one edge of the circle. This piece of cork was then dipped in oil and thrown into a large pond of water, and as the oil flowed off at the point, the cork wafer continued to revolve in a contrary direction for several minutes, the oil flowing off all that time at the pointed tangent in colored streams. In a small pond of water this experiment does not so well succeed, as the circulation of the cork stops as soon as the water becomes covered with the pellicle of oil. See additional note number 13 and note on Fucus, Volume 2. The ease with which oil and water slide over each other is agreeably seen if a phial be about half filled with equal parts of oil and water, and made to oscillate suspended by a string. The upper surface of the oil and the lower one of the water will always keep smooth, but the agitation of the surfaces where the oil and water meet is curious, for their specific gravities being not very different, and their friction on each other nothing, the highest side of the water, as the phial descends in its oscillation, having acquired a greater momentum than the lowest side, from its having descended further, would rise the higher on the ascending side of the oscillation, and thence pushes the then uppermost part of the water amongst the oil. End of section 46. Section 47 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 30. Shipworm. Meet fell Teredo, as he minds the keel with beaked head and break his lips of steel. Canto 3, line 91. The teredo, or shipworm, has 2 calcareous jaws, hemispherical, flat before and angular behind. The shell is taper, winding, penetrating ships and submarine wood, and was brought from India into Europe. Linnaei, Systema Naturae, page 1267. The tarieres, or sea worms, attack and erode ships with such fury and in such numbers as often greatly to endanger them. It is said that our vessels have not known this new enemy above 50 years, that they were brought from the sea about the Antilles to our parts of the ocean, where they have increased prodigiously. They bore their passage in the direction of the fibers of the wood, which is their nourishment, and cannot return or pass obliquely, and thence when they come to a knot in the wood, or when 2 of them meet together with their stony mouths, they perish for want of food. In the years 1731 and 1732, the United Provinces were under a dreadful alarm concerning these insects, which had made great depredation on the piles which support the banks of Zealand, but it was happily discovered a few years afterwards that these insects had totally abandoned that island, dict raison article vers rongeurs, which might have been occasioned by their not being able to live in that latitude when the winter was rather severer than usual. End of section 47. Section 48 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 31, Maelstrom. Turn the broad helm, the fluttering canvas urge, from Maelstrom's fierce, innavigable surge. Canto 3, line 93. On the coast of Norway there is an extensive vortex or eddy which lies between the islands of Moskoe and Moskenas, and is called Moskoestrom or Maelstrom. It occupies some leagues in circumference, and is said to be very dangerous and often destructive to vessels navigating these seas. It is not easy to understand the existence of a constant descending stream, without supposing it must pass through a subterranean cavity to some other part of the earth or ocean which may lie beneath its level, as the Mediterranean seems to lie beneath the level of the Atlantic Ocean, which therefore constantly flows into it through the straits, and the waters of the Gulf of Mexico lie much above the level of the sea about the Floridas and further northward, which gives rise to the Gulf Stream, as described in Note on Cassia in Volume 2. The Maelstrom is said to be still twice in about 24 hours when the tide is up, and most violent at the opposite times of day. This is not difficult to account for, since when so much water is brought over the subterraneous passage, if such exists, as completely to fill it and stand many feet above it, less disturbance must appear on the surface. The Maelstrom is described in the Memoirs of the Swedish Academy of Sciences, and Pontoppidan's History of Norway, and in Universal Museum for 1763, page 131. The reason why eddies of water become hollow in the middle is because the water immediately over the center of the well or cavity falls faster, having less friction to oppose its descent than the water over the circumference or edges of the well. The circular motion or gyration of eddies depends on the obliquity of the course of the stream, or to the friction or opposition to it being greater on one side of the well than the other. I have observed in water passing through a hole in the bottom of a trough, which was always kept full, the gyration of the stream might be turned either way by increasing the opposition of one side of the eddy with one's finger, or by turning the spout through which the water was introduced, a little more obliquely to the hole on one side or on the other. Lighter bodies are liable to be retained long in eddies of water, while those rather heavier than water are soon thrown out beyond the circumference by their acquired momentum becoming greater than that of the water. Thus, if equal portions of oil and water be put into a phial, and by means of a string be whirled in a circle round the hand, the water will always keep at the greater distance from the center, whence in the eddies formed in rivers during a flood, a person who endeavors to keep above water or to swim is liable to be detained in them, but on suffering himself to sink or dive, he is said readily to escape. This circulation of water in descending through a hole in a vessel, Dr. Franklin has ingeniously applied to the explanation of hurricanes or eddies of air. End of section 48. Section 49 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 32, Glaciers. While round dark crags imprisoned waters bend, through rifted ice in ivory veins descend. Canto 3, line 113. The common heat of the interior parts of the earth being always 48 degrees, both in winter and summer, the snow which lies in contact with it is always in a thawing state. Hence in ice houses the external parts of the collection of ice is perpetually thawing and thus preserves the internal part of it, so that it is necessary to lay up many tons for the preservation of 1 ton. Hence in Italy considerable rivers have their source from beneath the eternal glaciers, or mountains of snow and ice. In our country, when the air in the course of a frost continues a day or two at very near 32 degrees, the common heat of the earth thaws the ice on its surface, while the thermometer remains at the freezing point. This circumstance is often observable in the rimy mornings of spring. The thermometer shall continue at the freezing point, yet all the rime will vanish, except that which happens to lie on a bridge, a board, or on a cake of cow dung, which being thus as it were insulated or cut off from so free a communication with the common heat of the earth by means of the air under the bridge, or wood, or dung, which are bad conductors of heat, continues some time longer unthawed. Hence when the ground is covered thick with snow, though the frost continues, and the sun does not shine, yet the snow is observed to decrease very sensibly, for the common heat of the earth melts under the surface of it, and the upper one evaporates by its solution in the air. The great evaporation of ice was observed by Mr. Boyle, which experiment I repeated some time ago. Having suspended a piece of ice by a wire and weighed it with care without touching it with my hand, I hung it out the whole of a clear frosty night, and found in the morning it had lost nearly 1/5 of its weight. Mr. N. Wallerius has since observed that ice at the time of its congelation evaporates faster than water in its fluid form, which may be accounted for from the heat given out at the instant of freezing. Saussure's Essays sur Hygromet, page 249. But this effect is only momentary. Thus the vegetables that are covered with snow are seldom injured, since, as they lie between the thawing snow, which has 32 degrees of heat, and the covered earth, which has 48, they are preserved in a degree of heat between these, viz., in 40 degrees of heat. Whence the moss on which the reindeer feed in the northern latitudes vegetates beneath the snow. See note on Muñoz, Volume 2. And hence many Lapland and Alpine plants perished through cold in the Botanic Garden at Upsal, for in their native situation, though the cold is much more intense, yet at its very commencement they are covered deep with snow, which remains till late in the spring. For this fact, see Amenit Academ, Volume 1, No. 48. In our climate such plants do well covered with dried fern, under which they will grow, and even flower, till the severe vernal frosts cease. For the increase of glaciers, see note on Canto 1, line 529. End of section 49. Section 50 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 33. Winds. While the southern gales o'er western oceans roll, and Eurus steals his ice winds from the pole. Canto 4, line 15. The theory of the winds is yet very imperfect, in part perhaps owing to the want of observations sufficiently numerous of the exact times and places where they begin and cease to blow, but chiefly to our yet imperfect knowledge of the means by which great regions of air are either suddenly produced or suddenly destroyed. The air is perpetually subject to increase or diminution from its combination with other bodies, or its evolution from them. The vital part of the air, called oxygen, is continually produced in this climate from the perspiration of vegetables in the sunshine, and probably from the action of light on clouds or on water in the tropical climates, where the sun has greater power, and may exert some yet unknown laws of luminous combination. Another part of the atmosphere, which is called azote, is perpetually set at liberty from animal and vegetable bodies by putrefaction or combustion, from many springs of water, and probably from fixed alkali, of which there is an exhaustless source in the water of the ocean. Both these component parts of the air are perpetually again diminished by their contact with the soil, which covers the surface of the earth, producing nitre. The oxygen is diminished in the production of all acids, of which the carbonic and muriatic exist in great abundance. The azote is diminished in the growth of animal bodies, of which it constitutes an important part, and in its combinations with many other natural productions. They are both probably diminished in immense quantities by uniting with the inflammable air, which arises from the mud of rivers and lakes at some seasons when the atmosphere is light, the oxygen of the air producing water, and the azote producing volatile alkali by their combinations with this inflammable air. At other seasons of the year, these principles may again change their combinations, and the atmospheric air be reproduced. Mr. Lavoisier found that 1 pound of charcoal in burning consumed 2 pounds 9 ounces of vital air, or oxygen. The consumption of vital air in the process of making red lead may readily be reduced to calculation. A small barrel contains about 1,200 weight of this commodity. 1,200 pounds of lead by calcination absorb about 144 pounds of vital air. Now, as a cubic foot of water weighs 1,000 avoirdupois ounces, and as vital air is above 800 times lighter than water, it follows that every barrel of red lead contains nearly 2,000 cubic feet of vital air. If this can be performed in miniature in a small oven, what may not be done in the immense elaboratories of nature? These great elaboratories of nature include almost all her fossil as well as her animal and vegetable productions. Dr. Priestley obtained air of greater or less purity, both vital and azotic, from almost all the fossil substances he subjected to experiment. 4-ounce weight of lava from Iceland heated in an earthen retort yielded 20 ounce measures of air. Reader's note: the following is the summary of a table. On the left are ounce weights of various materials, and on the right are ounce measures of air that are given. End reader's note. 4 lava, 20, 7 basalts, 104, 2 toadstone, 40, 1½ granite, 20, 1 elvane, 30, 7 gypsum, 230, 4 blue slate, 230, 4 clay, 20, 4 limestone spar, 830, 5 limestone, 1160, 3 chalk, 630, 3½ white iron ore, 560, 4 dark iron ore, 410, 1/2 molybdena, 25, 1/4 steam tin, 20, 2 stalactites, 40, 2 barytes, 26, 2 black wad, 80, 4 sandstone, 75, 3 coal, 700. In this account, the fixed air was previously extracted from the limestones by acids, and the heat applied was much less than was necessary to extract all the air from the bodies employed. Add to this the known quantities of air which are combined with the calciform ores, as the ochres of iron, manganese, calamy, gray ore of lead, and some idea may be formed of the great production of air in volcanic eruptions, as mentioned in note on Chunda, Volume 2, and of the perpetual absorptions and evolutions of whole oceans of air from every part of the earth. But there would seem to be an officina aeris, a shop where air is both manufactured and destroyed in the greatest abundance within the polar circles, as will hereafter be spoken of. Can this be effected by some yet unknown law of the congelation of aqueous or saline fluids, which may set at liberty their combined heat, and convert a part both of the acid and alkali of sea-water into their component airs? Or on the contrary, can the electricity of the northern lights convert inflammable air and oxygen into water, whilst the great degree of cold at the poles unites the azote with some other base? Another officina aeris, or manufacture of air, would seem to exist within the tropics or at the line, though in a much less quantity than at the poles, owing perhaps to the action of the sun's light on the moisture suspended in the air, as will also be spoken of hereafter. But in all other parts of the earth, these absorptions and evolutions of air in a greater or less degree are perpetually going on in inconceivable abundance, increased probably, and diminished at different seasons of the year by the approach or retrocession of the sun's light. Future discoveries must elucidate this part of the subject. To this should be added that as heat and electricity, and perhaps magnetism, are known to displace air, it is not impossible but that the increased or diminished quantities of these fluids diffused in the atmosphere may increase its weight, as well as its bulk. Since their specific attractions or affinities to matter are very strong, they probably also possess general gravitation to the Earth, a subject which wants further investigation. See Note 26. Southwest winds. The velocity of the surface of the Earth in moving around its axis diminishes from the equator to the poles, whence if a region of air in this country should be suddenly removed a few degrees towards the north, it must constitute a western wind, because from the velocity it had previously acquired in this climate by its friction with the earth, it would for a time move quicker than the surface of the country it was removed to. The contrary must ensue when a region of air is transported from this country a few degrees southward, because the velocity it had acquired in this climate would be less than that of Earth's surface where it was removed to, whence it would appear to constitute a wind from the east, while in reality the eminent parts of the earth would be carried against the too slow air. But if this transportation of air from south to north be performed gradually, the motion of the wind will blow in the diagonal between south and west, and on the contrary, if a region of air be gradually removed from north to south, it would also blow diagonally between the north and east, from whence we may safely conclude that all our winds in this country which blow from the north or east, or any point between them, consist of regions of air brought from the north, and that all our winds blowing from the south or west, or from any point between them, are regions of air brought from the south. It frequently happens during the vernal months that after a northeast wind has passed over us for several weeks, during which time a barometer has flood, at above 30½ inches, it becomes suddenly succeeded by a southwest wind, which also continues several weeks, and the barometer sinks to nearly 28½ inches. Now as 2 inches of the mercury in the barometer balance 1/15th part of the whole atmosphere, an important question here presents itself. What is become of all this air? 1. This great quantity of air cannot be carried in a superior current towards the line, while the inferior current slows towards the poles, because then it would equally affect the barometer, which should not therefore subside from 30½ inches to 28½ for 6 weeks together. 2. It cannot be owing to the air having lost all the moisture which was previously dissolved in it, because these warm southwest winds are replete with moisture, and the cold northeast winds, which weigh up the mercury in the barometer to 31 inches, consist of dry air. 3. It cannot be carried over the polar regions and be accumulated on the meridian opposite to us in its passage towards the line, as such an accumulation would equal 1/15th of the whole atmosphere, and cannot be supposed to remain in that situation for 6 weeks together. 4. It cannot depend on the existence of tides in the atmosphere, since it must then correspond to lunar periods, nor to accumulation of air from the specific levity of the upper regions of the atmosphere, since its degree of fluidity must correspond with its tenuity, and consequently such great mountains of air cannot be supposed to exist for so many weeks together as the southwest winds sometimes continue. 5. It remains therefore that there must be at this time a great and sudden absorption of air in the polar circle by some unknown operation of nature, and that the south wind runs in to supply the deficiency. Now as this south wind consists of air brought from a part of the earth's surface which moves faster than it does in this climate, it must have at the same time a direction from the west by retaining part of the velocity it had previously acquired. These southwest winds coming from a warmer country and becoming colder by their contact with the earth of this climate, and by their expansion, so great a part of the superincumbent atmosphere having vanished, precipitate their moisture, and as they continue for several weeks to be absorbed in the polar circle, would seem to receive a perpetual supply from the tropical regions, especially over the line, as will hereafter be spoken of. It may sometimes happen that a northeast wind having passed over us may be bent down and driven back before it has acquired any heat from the climate, and may thus for a few hours or a day have a southwest direction, and from its descending from a higher region of the atmosphere may possess a greater degree of cold than an inferior northeast current of air. The extreme cold of January 13th, 1709, at Paris, came on with a gentle south wind, and was diminished when the wind changed to the north, which is accounted for by Mr. Homburg, from a reflux of air which had been flowing for some time from the north. Chemical Essays by R. Watson, Volume 5, page 182. It may happen that a northeast current may for a day or two pass over us and produce incessant rain by mixing with the inferior southwest current, but this as well as the former is of short duration, as its friction will soon carry the inferior current along with it, and dry or frosty weather will then succeed. Northeast winds. The northeast winds of this country consist of regions of air from the north, traveling sometimes at the rate of about a mile in 2 minutes during the vernal months, for several weeks together from the polar regions toward the south, the mercury in the barometer standing above 30. These winds consist of air greatly cooled by the evaporation of the ice and snow over which it passes, and as they become warmer by their contact with the earth of this climate, are capable of dissolving more moisture as they pass along, and are thence attended with frosts in winter and with dry hot weather in summer. 1. This great quantity of air cannot be supplied by superior currents passing in a contrary direction from south to north, because such currents must, as they arise into the atmosphere a mile or two high, become exposed to so great a cold as to occasion them to deposit their moisture, which would fall through the inferior current upon the earth in some part of their passage. 2. The whole atmosphere must have increased in quantity, because it appears by the barometer that there exists 1/15th part more air over us, for many weeks together, which could not be thus accumulated by difference of temperature in respect to heat, or by any aerostatic laws at present known, or by any lunar influence. From whence it would appear that immense masses of air were set at liberty from their combinations with solid bodies, along with a sufficient quantity of combined heat within the polar circle, or in some region to the north of us, and that they thus perpetually increase the quantity of the atmosphere, and that this is again at certain times reabsorbed, or enters into new combinations at the line or tropical regions, by which wonderful contrivance the atmosphere is perpetually renewed and rendered fit for the support of animal and vegetable life. Southeast winds. The southeast winds of this country consist of air from the north which had passed by us or over us, and before it had obtained the velocity of Earth's surface in this climate had been driven back, owing to a deficiency of air now commencing at the polar regions. Hence these are generally dry or freezing winds, and if they succeed northeast, winds should prognosticate a change of wind from northeast to southwest. The barometer is generally about 30. They are sometimes attended with cloudy weather or rain, owing to their having acquired an increased degree of warmth and moisture before they became retrograde, or to their being mixed with air from the south. 2. Sometimes these southeast winds consist of a vertical eddy of northeast air, without any mixture of southwest air. In that case the barometer continues above 30, and the weather is dry or frosty for 4 or 5 days together. It should be observed that air being an elastic fluid must be more liable to eddies than water, and these eddies must extend into cylinders or vortexes of greater diameter, and that if a vertical eddy of northeast air be of small diameter or has passed but a little way to the south of us before its return, it will not have gained the velocity of the earth's surface to the south of us, and will in consequence become a southeast wind. But if the vertical eddy be of large diameter, or has passed much to the south of us, it will have acquired velocity from its friction with the earth's surface to the south of us, and will in consequence on its return become a southwest wind, producing great cold. Northwest winds. There seem to be 3 sources of the northwest winds of this hemisphere of the earth. 1. When a portion of southern air, which was passing over us, is driven back by accumulation of new air in the polar regions. In this case, I suppose they are generally moist or rainy winds, with the barometer under 30, and if the wind had previously been in the southwest, it would seem to prognosticate a change to the northeast. 2. If a current of north wind is passing over us but a few miles high, without any easterly direction, and is bent down upon us, it must immediately possess a westerly direction, because it will now move faster than the surface of the earth where it arrives, and thus becomes changed from a northeast to a northwest wind. The descent of a northeast current of air producing a northwest wind may continue some days with clear or freezing weather, as it may be simply owing to a vertical eddy of northeast air, as will be spoken of below. It may otherwise be forced down by a current of southwest wind passing over it, and in this case it will be attended with rain for a few days by the mixture of the 2 airs of different degrees of heat, and will prognosticate a change of wind from northeast to southwest if the wind was previously in the northeast quarter. 3. On the eastern coast of North America, the northwest winds bring frost, as the northeast winds do in this country, as appears from variety of testimony. This seems to happen from a vertical spiral eddy made in the atmosphere between the shore and the ridge of mountains which form the spine, or backbone of that continent. If a current of water runs along the hypotenuse of a triangle, an eddy will be made in the included angle, which will turn round like a water wheel, as the stream passes in contact with one edge of it. The same must happen when a sheet of air flowing along from the northeast rises from the shore in a straight line to the summit of the Appalachian Mountains. A part of the stream of northeast air will flow over the mountains, another part will revert and circulate spirally between the summit of the country and the eastern shore, continuing to move toward the south, and thus be changed from a northeast to a northwest wind. This vertical spiral eddy, having been in contact with the cold summits of these mountains and descending from higher parts of the atmosphere, will lose part of its heat, and thus constitute one cause of the greater coldness of the eastern sides of North America than of the European shores opposite to them, which is said to be equal to 12 degrees of north latitude, which is a wonderful fact, not otherwise easy to be explained, since the heat of the springs at Philadelphia is said to be 50, which is greater than the medium heat of the earth in this country. The existence of vertical eddies, or great cylinders of air rolling on the surface of the earth, is agreeable to the observations of the constructors of windmills, who on this idea place the area of the sails leaning backwards, inclined to the horizon, and believe that then they have greater power than when they are placed quite perpendicularly. The same kind of rolling cylinders of water obtain in rivers owing to the friction of the water against the earth at their bottoms, as is known by bodies having been observed to float upon their surfaces quicker than when immersed to a certain depth. These vertical eddies of air probably exist all over the earth's surface, but particularly at the bottom or sides of mountains, and more so probably in the course of the southwest than of the northeast winds, because the former fall from an eminence, as it were, on a part of the earth where there is a deficiency of the quantity of air, as is shown by the sinking of the barometer, whereas the latter are pushed or squeezed forward by an addition to the atmosphere behind them, as appears by the rising of the barometer. Trade winds. A column of heated air becomes lighter than before, and will therefore ascend, by the pressure of the cold air which surrounds it, like a cork in water, or like heated smoke in a chimney. Now as the sun passes twice over the equator, for once over either tropic, the equator has not time to become cool, and on this account it is in general hotter at the line than at the tropics, and therefore the air over the line, except in some few instances hereafter to be mentioned, continues to ascend at all seasons of the year, pressed upwards by regions of air brought from the tropics. This air thus brought from the tropics to the equator would constitute a north wind on one side of the equator and a south wind on the other, but as the surface of the earth at the equator moves quicker than the surface of the earth at the tropics, it is evident that a region of air brought from either tropic to the equator, and which had previously only acquired the velocity of Earth's surface at the tropics, will now move too slow for the Earth's surface at the equator, and will thence appear to move in a direction contrary to the motion of the Earth. Hence the trade winds, though they consist of regions of air brought from the north on one side of the line and from the south on the other, will appear to have the diagonal direction of northeast and southwest winds. Now it is commonly believed that there are superior currents of air passing over these northeast and southwest currents in a contrary direction, and which descending near the tropics produce vertical whirlpools of air. An important question here again presents itself. What becomes of the moisture which this heated air ought to deposit as it cools in the upper regions of the atmosphere in its journey to the tropics? It has been shown by Dr. Priestley and Mr. Ingenhouse that the green matter at the bottom of cisterns and the fresh leaves of plants immersed in water give out considerable quantities of vital air in the sunshine, that is, the perishable matter of plants, which is water much divided in its egress from their minute pores, becomes decomposed by the sun's light and converted into two kinds of air, the vital and inflammable airs. The moisture contained or dissolved in the ascending heated air at the line must exist in great tenuity, and by being exposed to the great light of the sun in that climate, the water may be decomposed, and the new airs spread on the atmosphere from the line to the poles. 1. From there being no constant deposition of rains in the usual course of the trade winds, it would appear that the water rising at the line is decomposed in its ascent. 2. From the observations of M. Bonner on the mountains of Pinchincha, one of the cordilleras immediately under the line, there appears to be no condensable vapor above 3 or 4 miles high. Now, though the atmosphere at that height may be cold to a very considerable degree, yet its total deprivation of condensable vapor would seem to show that its water was decomposed, as there are no experiments to evince that any degree of cold hitherto known has been able to deprive air of its moisture. And great abundance of snow is deposited from the air that flows to the polar regions, though it is exposed to no greater degrees of cold in its journey thither than probably exists at 4 miles height in the atmosphere at the line. 3. The hygrometer of Mr. Saufoure also pointed to dryness as he ascended into rarer air, the single hair of which it was constructed contracting from deficiency of moisture. Essays sur le hygromètre, page 143. From these observations it appears either that rare and cold air requires more moisture to saturate it than dense air, or that the moisture becomes decomposed and converted into air as it descends into these cold and rare regions of the atmosphere. 4. There seems some analogy between the circumstance of air being produced or generated in the cold part of the atmosphere, both at the line and at the poles. Monsoons and tornadoes. 1. In the Arabian and Indian seas are winds, which blow 6 months one way and 6 months the other, and are called monsoons. By the accidental dispositions of land and sea, it happens that in some places the air near the tropic is supposed to become warmer when the sun is vertical over it than at the line. The air in these places consequently ascends pressed upon one side by the northeast regions of air, and on the other side by the southwest regions of air. For as the air brought from the south has previously obtained the velocity of the earth's surface at the line, it moves faster than the earth's surface near the tropic where it now arrives, and becomes a southwest wind, while the air from the north becomes a northeast wind, as before explained. These two winds do not so quietly join and descend as the northeast and southeast winds, which meet at the line with equal warmth and velocity and form the trade winds. But as they meet in contrary directions before they ascend, and cannot be supposed accurately to balance each other, a rotary motion will be produced as they ascend, like water falling through a hole, and an horizontal or spiral eddy is the consequence. These eddies are more or less rapid and are called tornadoes in their most violent state, raising water from the ocean in the west or sand from the deserts of the east. In less violent degrees, they only mix together the two currents of northeast and southwest air, and produce by this means incessant rains, as the air of the northeast acquires some of the heat from the southwest wind, as explained in Note 25. This circumstance of the eddies produced by the monsoon winds was seen by Mr. Bruce in Abyssinia. He relates that for many successive mornings at the commencement of the rainy season, he observed a cloud of apparently small dimensions whirling round with great rapidity, and in few minutes the heavens became covered with dark clouds with consequent great rains. See note on Canto 3, line 129. But it is not only at the place where the air ascends at the northern extremity of the raining monsoon, and where it forms tornadoes, as observed by Mr. Bruce, but over a great tract of country several degrees in length in certain parts of the Arabian Sea, a perpetual rain for several months descends, similar to what happens for weeks together in our own climate in a less degree during the southwest winds. Another important question presents itself here. If the climate to which this southwest wind arrives is not colder than that it comes from, why should it deposit its moisture during its whole journey? If it be a colder climate, why does it come thither? The tornadoes of air above described can extend but a little way, and it is not easy to conceive that a superior cold current of air can mix with an inferior one, and thus produce showers over 10 degrees of country, since at about 3 miles high there is perpetual frost. And what can induce these narrow and shallow currents to flow over each other so many 100 miles? Though the earth at the normal extremity of this monsoon may be more heated by certain circumstances of situation than at the line, yet it seems probable that the intermediate country between that and the line may continue colder than the line, as in other parts of the earth, and hence that the air coming from the line to supply this ascent or destruction of air at the northern extremity of the monsoon will be cooled all the way in its approach, and in consequence deposit its water. It seems probable that at the northern extremity of this monsoon, where the tornadoes or hurricanes exist, that the air not only ascends but is in part converted into water, or otherwise diminished in quantity, as no account is given of the existence of any superior currents of it. As the southwest winds are always attended with a light atmosphere, an incipient vacancy, or a great diminution of air must have taken place to the northward of them in all parts of the earth wherever they exist, and a deposition of their moisture succeeds their being cooled by the climate they arrive at, and not by a contrary current of cold air over them, since in that case the barometer would not sink. They may thus in our own country be termed monsoons without very regular periods. 3. Another cause of tornadoes independent of the monsoon is ingeniously explained by Dr. Franklin, when in the tropical countries a stratum of inferior air becomes so heated by its contact with the warm earth that its expansion is increased more than is equivalent to the pressure of the stratum of air over it, or when the superior stratum becomes more condensed by cold than the inferior one by pressure, the upper region will descend and the lower one ascend. In this situation, if one part of the atmosphere be hotter from some fortuitous circumstances, or has less pressure over it, the lower stratum will begin to ascend at this part, and resemble water falling through a hole, as mentioned above. If the lower region of air was going forwards with considerable velocity, it will gain an eddy by riling up this hole in the incumbent heavy air, so that the whirlpool or tornado has not only its progressive velocity, but its circular one also, which thus lifts up or overturns everything within its spiral whirl. By the weaker whirlwinds in this country, the trees are sometimes thrown down in a line of only 20 or 40 yards in breadth, making a kind of avenue through a country. In the West Indies the sea rises like a cone in the whirl, and is met by black clouds produced by the cold upper air and the warm lower air being rapidly mixed, whence are produced the great and sudden rains called waterspouts, while the upper and lower airs exchange their plus or minus electricity in perpetual lightnings. Land and sea breezes. The sea, being a transparent mass, is less heated at its surface by the sun's rays than the land, and its continual change of surface contributes to preserve a greater uniformity in the heat of the air which hangs over it. Hence the surface of the tropical islands is more heated during the day than the sea that surrounds them, and cools more in the night by its greater elevation. Whence in the afternoon, when the lands of the tropical islands have been much heated by the sun, the air over them ascends pressed upwards by the cooler air of the inclining ocean. In the morning again, the land becoming cooled more than the sea, the air over it descends by its increased gravity, and blows over the ocean near its shores. End of section 50. Section 51 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Conclusion. 1. There are various irregular winds besides those above described, which consist of horizontal or vertical eddies of air, owing to the inequality of the earth's surface, or the juxtaposition of the sea. Other irregular winds have their origin from increased evaporation of water, or its sudden devaporation and descent in showers, others from the partial expansion and condensation of air by heat and cold, by the accumulation or defect of electric fluid, or to the air's new production or absorption occasioned by local causes not yet discovered. See notes 7 and 25. 2. There seem to exist only 2 original winds, one consisting of air brought from the north, and the other of air brought from the south. The former of these winds has also generally an apparent direction from the east, and the latter from the west, arising from the different velocities of the earth's surface. All the other winds above described are deflections or retrogressions of some part of these currents of air from the north or south. 3. 1/15th part of the atmosphere is occasionally destroyed and occasionally reproduced by unknown causes. these causes are brought into immediate activity over a great part of the surface of the earth at nearly the same time, but always act more powerful to the northward than to the southward of any given place, and would hence seem to have their principal effect in the polar circles, existing nevertheless, though with less power, toward the tropics, or at the line. For when the northeast wind blows, the barometer rises, sometimes from 28½ inches to 30½, which shows a great new generation of air in the north, and when the southwest wind blows, the barometer sinks as much, which shows a great destruction of air in the north. But as the northeast winds sometimes continue for 5 or 6 weeks, the newly generated air must be destroyed at those times in the warmer climates to the south of us, or circulate in superior currents, which has been shown to be improbable from its not depositing its water. And as the southwest winds sometimes continue for some weeks, there must be a generation of air to the south at those times, or superior currents, which last has been shown to be improbable. 4. The northeast winds being generated about the poles pushed forwards towards the tropic or line by the pressure from behind, and hence they become warmer, as explained in Note 7, as well as by their coming into contact with a warmer part of the earth, which contribute to make these winds greedily absorb moisture in their passage. On the contrary, the southwest winds, as the atmosphere is suddenly diminished in the polar regions, are drawn, as it were, into an incipient vacancy, and become therefore expanded in their passage, and thus generate cold, as explained in Note 7, and are thus induced to part with their moisture, as well as by their contact with the colder part of the earth's surface. Add to this, that the difference in the south of the northeast and southwest winds may depend on the former being pushed forwards by a pressure behind, and the latter falling, as it were, into a partial or incipient vacancy before, whence the former becomes more condensed, and the latter more rarefied as it passes. There is a whistle, termed a lark call, which consists of a hollow cylinder of tin plate, closed at each end, about ½ an inch in diameter and ¼ of an inch high, with opposite holes about the size of a goose quill through the center of each end. If this lark whistle be held between the lips, the sound of it is manifestly different when the breath is forcibly blown through it from within outwards, and when it is sucked from without inwards. Perhaps this might be worthy of the attention of organ builders. 5. A stop is put to this new generation of air when about 1/15 of the whole is produced by its increasing pressure, and a similar boundary is fixed to its absorption or destruction by the decrease of atmospheric pressure. As water requires more heat to convert it into vapor under a heavy atmosphere than under a light one, so in letting off the water from muddy fish ponds, great quantities of air bubbles are seen to ascend from the bottom, which were previously confined there by the pressure of the water. Similar bubbles of inflammable air are seen to arise from lakes in many seasons of the year, when the atmosphere suddenly becomes light. 6. The increased absorptions and evolutions of air must, like its simple expansions, depend much on the presence or absence of heat and light, and will hence, in respect to the times and places of its production and destruction, be governed by the approach or retrocession of the sun, and on the temperature, in regard to heat, of various latitudes, and parts of the same latitude, so well explained by Mr. Kirwan. 7. Though the immediate cause of the destruction or reproduction of great masses of air at certain times, when the wind changes from north to south, or from south to north, cannot yet be ascertained, yet as there appears greater difficulty in accounting for this change of wind for any other known causes, we may still suspect that there exists in the Arctic and Antarctic circles a bear or dragon, yet unknown to philosophers, which at times suddenly drinks up, and as suddenly at other times vomits out 1/15th part of the atmosphere, and hope that this or some future age will learn how to govern and domesticate a monster which might be rendered of such important service to mankind. Instruments. If along with the usual registers of the weather observations were made on the winds in many parts of the earth with the 3 following instruments, which might be constructed at no great expense, some useful information might be acquired. 1. To mark the hour when the wind changes from northeast to southwest, and the contrary. This might be managed by making a communication from the vane of a weathercock to a clock, in such a manner that if the vane mold revolve quite round, a tooth on its revolving axis should stop the clock, or put back a small bolt on the edge of a wheel revolving once in 24 hours. 2. To discover whether in a year more air passed from north to south, or the contrary. This might be effected by placing a windmill sail of copper about 9 inches diameter in a hollow cylinder about 6 inches long, open at both ends, and fixed on an eminent situation exactly north and south. Thence only a part of the northeast and southwest currents would affect the sail so as to turn it, and if its revolutions were counted by an adapted machinery, as the sail would turn one way with the north currents of air, and the contrary one with the south currents, the advance of the counting finger either way would show which wind had prevailed most at the end of the year. 3. To discover the rolling cylinders of air, the vane of a weathercock might be so suspended as to dip or rise vertically, as well as to have its horizontal rotation. Recapitulation. Northeast winds consist of air flowing from the north, where it seems to be occasionally produced, has an apparent direction from the east owing to its not having acquired in its journey the increasing velocity of the Earth's surface. These winds are analogous to the trade winds between the tropics, and frequently continue in the vernal months for 4 and 6 weeks together, with a high barometer, and fair or frosty weather. 2. They sometimes consist of southwest air, which has passed by us or over us, driven back by a new accumulation of air in the north. These continue but a day or two, and are attended with rain. See note 25. Southwest wind consists of air flowing from the south, and seems occasionally absorbed at its arrival to the more northern latitudes. It has a real direction from the west, owing to its not having lost in its journey the greater velocity it had acquired from the earth's surface from whence it came. These winds are analogous to the monsoons between the tropics, and frequently continue for 4 to 6 weeks together, with a low barometer and rainy weather. 2. They sometimes consist of northeast air, which has passed by us or over us, which becomes retrograde by a commencing deficiency of air in the north. These winds continue but a day or two, attended with severer frost, with the sinking barometer, their cold being increased by their expansion as they return into an incipient vacancy. Northwest winds consist first of southwest winds, which have passed over us, bent down and driven back towards the south by newly generated northern air. They continue but a day or two, and are attended with rain or clouds. 2. They consist of northeast winds bent down from the higher parts of the atmosphere, and having there acquired a greater velocity than the earth's surface, are frosty or fair. 3. They consist of northeast winds formed into a vertical spiral eddy, as on the eastern coasts of North America, and bring severe frost. Southeast winds consist first of northeast winds become retrograde, continue for a day or two, frosty or fair, sinking barometer. 2. They consist of northeast winds formed into a vertical eddy, not a spiral one, frost or fair. North winds consist first of air flowing slowly from the north, so that they acquire the velocity of the earth's surface as they approach, are fair or frosty, seldom occur. 2. They consist of retrograde south winds. These continue but a day or two, are preceded by southwest winds, and are generally succeeded by northeast winds, cloudy or rainy, barometer rising. South winds consist first of air flowing slowly from the south, losing their previous western velocity by the friction of the earth's surface as they approach, moist, seldom occur. 2. They consist of retrograde north winds. These continue but a day or two, are preceded by northeast winds, and generally succeeded by southwest winds, colder, barometer sinking. East winds consist of air brought hastily from the north, and not impelled farther southward, owing to a sudden beginning absorption of air in the northern regions. Very cold, barometer high, generally succeeded by southwest wind. West winds consist of air brought hastily from the south, and checked from proceeding further to the north by a beginning production of air in the northern regions, warm and moist, generally succeeded by northeast wind. 2. They consist of air bent down from the higher regions of the atmosphere, if this air be from the south, and brought hastily, it becomes a wind of great velocity, moving perhaps 60 miles an hour, is warm and rainy. If it consists of northern air bent down, it is of less velocity and colder. Application of the preceding theory to some extracts from a journal of the weather. December 1st, 1790. The barometer sunk suddenly, and the wind, which had been some days northeast with frost, changed to southeast with an incessant, though moderate fall of snow. A part of the northern air, which had passed by us, I suppose, now became retrograde before it had acquired the velocity of the earth's surface to the south of us. And being attended by some of the southern air in its journey, the moisture of the latter became condensed and frozen by its mixture with the former. December 2nd, 3rd. The wind changed to northwest and thawed the snow. A part of the southern air, which had passed by us or over us, with the retrograde northern air above described, was now in its turn driven back, before it had lost the velocity of the surface of the earth to the south of us, and consequently became a northwest wind, and not having lost the warmth it brought from the south, produced a thaw. December 4th, 5th. Wind changed to northeast with frost and rising barometer, the air from the north continuing to blow after it had driven back the southern air as above described, became a northeast wind, having less velocity than the surface of the earth in this climate, and produced frost from its coldness. December 6, 7. Wind now changed to the southwest with incessant rain and a sinking barometer. From unknown causes, I suppose the quantity of air to be diminished in the polar regions, and the southern air cooled by the earth's surface, which was previously frozen, deposits its moisture for a day or two. Afterwards the wind continued southwest without rain, as the surface of the earth became warmer. March 18th, 1785. There has been a long frost. A few days ago the barometer sank to 29.5, and the frost became more severe. Because the air being expanded by a part of the pressure being taken off became colder. This day the mercury rose to 30, and the frost ceased, the wind continuing as before between north and east. March 19. Mercury above 30, weather still milder, no frost, wind northeast. March 20. The same, for the mercury rising shows that the air becomes more compressed by the weight above, and in consequence gives out warmth. April 4, 5. Frost, wind northeast. The wind changed in the middle of the day to the northwest without rain, and has done so for 3 or 4 days, becoming again northeast at night. For the sun now giving greater degrees of heat, the air ascends as the sun passes the zenith, and is supplied below by the air on the western side as well as on the eastern side of the zenith during the hot part of the day, whence for a few hours, on the approach of the hot part of the day, the air acquires a westerly direction in this longitude. If the northwest wind had been caused by a retrograde motion of some southern air, which had passed over us, it would have been attended with rain or clouds. April 10. It rained all day yesterday, the wind northwest. This morning there was a sharp frost. The evaporation of the moisture, which fell yesterday, occasioned by the continuance of the wind, produced so much cold as to freeze the dew. May 12. Frequent showers with a current of colder wind preceding every shower. The sinking of the rain or cloud pressed away the air from beneath it in its descent, which having been for a time shaded from the sun by floating cloud, became cooled in some degree. June 20. The barometer sunk, the wind became southwest, and the whole heaven was instantly covered with clouds. A part of the incumbent atmosphere having vanished, as appeared by the sinking of the barometer, the remainder became expanded by its elasticity, and thence attracted some of the matter of heat from the vapor intermixed with it, and thus in a few minutes a total devaporation took place, as in exhausting the receiver of an air pump. See note 25. At the place where the air is destroyed, currents both from the north and south flow in to supply the deficiency, for it has been shown that there are no other proper winds but these two, and the mixture of these winds produces so sudden condensation of the moisture, both by the coldness of the northern air and the expansion of both of them, that lightning is given out, and an incipient tornado takes place, whence thunder is said frequently to approach against the wind. August 28, 1732, barometer was at 31, and December 30 in the same year it was at 28 2/10. Medical Essays, Edinburgh, Volume 2, page 7. It appears from these journals that the mercury at Edinburgh varies sometimes nearly 3 inches, or 1/10 of the whole atmosphere, From the journals kept by the Royal Society at London, it appears seldom to vary more than 2 inches, or 1/15th of the whole atmosphere. The quantity of the variation is said still to decrease nearer the line, and to increase in the more northern latitudes, which much confirms the idea that there exists at certain times a great destruction or production of air within the polar circle. July 2, 1732. The westerly winds in the journal in the Medical Essays, Volume 2, above referred to, are frequently marked with the number 3 to show their greater velocity, whereas the easterly winds seldom approach to the number 2. The greater velocity of the westerly winds than the easterly ones is well known, I believe, in every climate of the world, which may be thus explained from the theory above delivered. 1. When the air is still, the higher parts of the atmosphere move quicker than those parts which touch the earth, because they are at a greater distance from the axis of motion. 2. The part of the atmosphere where the north or south wind comes from is higher than the part of it where it comes to. Hence the more elevated parts of the atmosphere continue to descend towards the earth as either of those winds approach. 3. When southern air is brought to us, it possesses a westerly direction also, owing to the velocity it had previously acquired from the earth's surface, and if it consists of air from the higher parts of the atmosphere descending nearer the earth, this westerly velocity becomes increased. But when northern air is brought to us, it possesses an apparent easterly direction also, owing to the velocity which it had previously acquired from the earth's surface being less than that of the earth's surface in this latitude. Now, if the northeast wind consists of air descending from higher parts of the atmosphere, this deficiency in velocity will be less, in consequence of the same cause, viz., the higher parts of the atmosphere descending, as the wind approaches, increases the real velocity of the western winds, and decreases the apparent velocity of the eastern ones. October 22. Wind changed from southeast to southwest. There is a popular prognostication that if the wind changes from the north towards the south, passing through the east, it is more likely to continue to the south than if it passes through the west, which may be thus accounted for. If the northeast wind changes to a northwest wind, it shows either that a part of the northern air descends upon us in a spiral eddy, or that a superior current of southern air is driven back. But if a northeast wind be changed into a southeast wind, it shows that the northern air is become retrograde, and that in a day or two, as soon as that part of it has passed, which has not gained the velocity of the earth's surface in this latitude, it will become a south wind for a few hours, and then a southwest wind. The writer of this imperfect sketch of anemology wishes it may incite some person of greater leisure and ability to attend to this subject, and by comparing the various meteorological journals and observations already published, to construct a more accurate and methodical treatise of this interesting branch of philosophy. End of section 51. Section 52 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 34. Vegetable perspiration. And wed the enamored oxygen to light. Canto 4, line 34. When points or hairs are put into spring water, as in the experiments of Sir B. Thomson, Philosophical Transactions, Volume 77, and exposed to the light of the sun, much air, which loosely adhered to the water, rises in bubbles, as explained in note on Fucus, Volume 2. A still greater quantity of air, and of a purer kind, is emitted by Dr. Priestley's green matter, and by vegetable leaves growing in water in the sunshine, according to Mr. Ingenhouse's experiments, both which I suspect to be owing to a decomposition of the water perspired by the plant. For the edge of a capillary tube of great tenuity may be considered as a circle of points, and as the oxygen, or principle of vital air, may be expanded into a gas by the sun's light, the hydrogen, or inflammable air, may be detained in the pores of the vegetable. Hence plants growing in the shade are white, and become green by being exposed to the sun's light. For their natural color being blue, the addition of hydrogen adds yellow to this blue, and tans them green. I suppose a similar circumstance takes place in animal bodies, Their perspirable matter as it escapes in the sunshine becomes decomposed by the edges of their pores as in vegetables, though in less quantity, as their perspiration is less, and by the hydrogen being retained, the skin becomes tanned yellow. In proof of this, it must be observed that both vegetable and animal substances become bleached white by the sunbeams when they are dead, as cabbage stalks, bones, ivory, tallow, beeswax, linen, and cotton cloth. And hence I suppose the copper-colored natives of sunny countries might become etiolated or blanched by being kept from their infancy in the dark, or removed for a few generations to more northerly climates. It is probable that on a sunny morning much pure air becomes separated from the dew by means of the points of vegetables on which it adheres, and much inflammable air imbibed by the vegetable or combined with it, and by the sun's light thus decomposing water, the effects of it in bleaching linen seems to depend, as described in Note 10. The water is decomposed by the light at the ends or points of the cotton or thread, and the vital air unites with the phlogistic or coloring matters of the cloth, and produces a new acid, which is either itself colorless or washes out. At the same time the inflammable part of the water escapes. Hence there seems a reason why cotton bleaches so much sooner than linen, viz., because its fibers are 3 or 4 times shorter, and therefore protrude so many more points, which seem to facilitate the liberation of the vital air from the inflammable part of the water. Beeswax becomes bleached by exposure to the sun and dews, in a similar manner as metals become calcined or rusty, viz., by the water on their surface being decomposed, and hence the inflammable material which caused the color becomes united with vital air, forming a new acid, and is washed away. Oil close stopped in a phial not full, and exposed long to the sun's light, becomes bleached, as I suppose, by the decomposition of the water it contains, the inflammable air rising above the surface, and the vital air uniting with the coloring matter of the oil. For it is remarkable that by shutting up a phial of bleached oil in a dark drawer, it in a little time becomes colored again. The following experiment shows the power of light in separating vital air from another basis, viz., from azote. Mr. Scheele inverted a glass vessel filled with colorless nitrous acid into another glass containing the same acid, and on exposing them to the sun's light, the inverted glass became partly filled with pure air, and the acid at the same time became colored. Scheele in Crell's Annal, 1786. But if the vessel of colorless nitrous acid be quite full and stopped, so that no space is left for the air produced to expand itself into, no change of color takes place. Priestley's Experiments, 6, page 344. See Keir's very excellent Chemical Dictionary, page 99, new edition. A sunflower 3 feet and a half high, according to the experiment of Dr. Hales, perspired 2 pints in 1 day, vegetable statics, which is many times as much in proportion to its surface as is perspired from the surface and lungs of animal bodies. It follows that the vital air liberated from the surfaces of plants by the sunshine must much exceed the quantity of it absorbed by their respiration, and that hence they improve the air in which they live during the light part of the day. And thus blanched vegetables will sooner become tanned into green by the sun's light than etiolated animal bodies will become tanned yellow by the same means. It is hence evident that the curious discovery of Dr. Priestley that his green vegetable matter and other aquatic plants gave out vital air when the sun shone upon them, and the leaves of other plants did the same when immersed in water, as observed by Mr. Ingenhousz, refer to the perspiration of vegetables, not to their respiration. Because Dr. Priestley observed the pure air to come from both sides of the leaves and even from the stalks of a water flag, whereas one side of the leaf only serves the office of lungs, and certainly not the stalks. Experiments on Air, Volume 3. And thus, in respect to the circumstance in which plants and animals seemed the furthest removed from each other, I mean in their supposed mode of respiration, by which one was believed to purify the air which the other had injured, they seem to differ only in degree, and the analogy between them remains unbroken. Plants are said by many writers to grow much faster in the night than in the day, as is particularly observable in seedlings at their rising out of the ground. This probably is a consequence of their sleep rather than of the absence of light,
and in this I suppose they also resemble animal bodies. End of section 52.
Section 53 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 35. Vegetable placentation. While in bright veins the silvery sap ascends. Canto 4, line 419. As buds are the viviparous offspring of vegetables, it becomes necessary that they should be furnished with placental vessels for their nourishment, till they acquire lungs or leaves, for the purpose of elaborating the common juices of the earth into nutriment. These vessels exist in bulbs and in seeds, and supply the young plant with a sweet juice till it acquires leaves, as is seen in converting barley into malt, and appears from the sweet taste of onions and potatoes when they begin to grow. The placental vessels belonging to the buds of trees are placed about the roots of most, as the vine. So many roots are furnished with sweet or mealy matter as fern root, bryony, carrot, turnip, potato, or in the alburnum or sapwood, as in those trees which produce manna, which is deposited about the month of August, or in the joints of sugar-cane and grasses. Early in the spring, the absorbent mouths of these vessels drink up moisture from the earth, with a saccharine matter lodged for that purpose during the preceding autumn, and push this nutritive fluid up the vessels of the alburnum to every individual bud, as is evinced by the experiments of Dr. Hales and of Mr. Walker in the Edinburgh Philosophical Transactions. The former observed that the sap from the stump of a vine, which he had cut off in the beginning of April, arose 21 feet high in tubes affixed to it for that purpose, but in a few weeks it ceased to bleed at all, and Dr. Walker marked the progress of the ascending sap, and found likewise that as soon as the leaves became expanded, the sap ceased to rise. The ascending juice of some trees is so copious and so sweet during the sap season that it is used to make wine, as the birch, betula, and sycamore, Acer pseudoplatinus, and particularly the palm. During this ascent of the sap juice, each individual leaf bud expands its new leaves, and shoots down new roots, covering by their intertexture the old bark with a new one. And as soon as these new roots, or bark, are capable of absorbing sufficient juices from the earth for the support of each bud, and the new leaves are capable of performing their office of exposing these juices to the influence of the air, the placental vessels cease to act, coalesce, and are transformed from sapwood or alburnum into inert wood, serving only for the support of the new tree, which grows over them. Thus from the pith of the new bud of the horse chestnut 5 vessels pass out through the circle of the placental vessels above described, and carry with them a minuter circle of those vessels. These 5 bundles of vessels unite after their exit, and form the footstalk or petiole of the new 5-fingered leaf, to be spoken of hereafter. This structure is well seen by cutting off a leaf of the horse chestnut, Aesculus hippocastanum, in September before it falls, as the buds of this tree are so large that the flower may be seen in them with the naked eye. After a time, perhaps about midsummer, another bundle of vessels passes from the pith through the alburnum or sap vessels in the bosom of each leaf, and unites by the new bark with the leaf, which becomes either a flower bud or a leaf bud to be expanded in the ensuing spring, for which purpose an apparatus of placental vessels are produced, with proper nutriment during the progress of the summer and autumn, and thus the vegetable becomes annually increased, 10,000 buds often existing on one tree, according to the estimate of Linnaeus. Philosophia Botanica. The vascular connection of vegetable buds with the leaves in whose bosoms they are formed is confirmed by the following experiment, October 20th, 1781. On the extremity of a young bud of the mimosa, sensitive plant, a small drop of acid of vitriol was put by means of a pen, and after a few seconds the leaf in whose axilla it dwelt closed and opened no more, though the drop of vitriolic acid was so small as apparently only to injure the summit of the bud. Does this not seem to show that the leaf and its bud have connecting vessels, though they arise at different times, and from different parts of the medulla or pith, and, as it exists previously to it, that the leaf is the parent of the bud? The placentation of vegetable buds is clearly evinced from the sweetness of the rising sap, and from its ceasing to rise as soon as the leaves are expanded, and thus completes the analogy between buds and bulbs. Nor need we wonder at the length of the umbilical cords of buds, since that must correspond with their situation on the tree, in the same manner as their lymphatics and arteries are proportionally elongated. It does not appear probable that any umbilical artery attends these placental absorbents, since, as there seems to be no system of veins in vegetables to bring back the blood from the extremities of their arteries, except their pulmonary veins, there could not be any vegetable fluids to be returned to their placenta, which in vegetables seems to be simply an organ for nutrition, whereas the placenta of the animal fetus seems likewise to serve as a respiratory organ like the gills of fishes. End of section 53. Section 54 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 36, Vegetable Circulation, and refluent blood in milky eddies bends. Canto 4, line 420. The individuality of vegetable buds was spoken of before, and is confirmed by the method of raising all kinds of trees by Mr. Barnes, Method of Propagating Fruit Trees, 1759, London, Baldwin. He cut a branch into as many pieces as there were buds or leaves upon it, and, wiping the 2 wounded ends dry, he quickly applied to each a cement, previously warmed a little, which consisted principally of pitch, and planted them in the earth. The use of this cement I suppose to consist in its preventing the bud from bleeding to death, though the author ascribes it to its antiseptic quality. These buds of plants, which are thus each an individual vegetable, in many circumstances resemble individual animals, but as animal bodies are detached from the earth, and move from place to place in search of food, and take that food at considerable intervals of time, and prepare it for their nourishment within their own bodies after it is taken, it is evident they must require many organs and powers which are not necessary to a stationary bud. As vegetables are immovably fixed to the soil from whence they draw their nourishment ready prepared, and this uniformly not at returning intervals, it follows that in examining their anatomy we are not to look for muscles of locomotion, as arms and legs, nor for organs to receive and prepare their nourishment, as a stomach and bowels, nor for a reservoir for after it is prepared, as a general system of veins, which in locomotive animals contains and returns the superfluous blood which is left after the various organs of secretion have been supplied, by which contrivance they are enabled to live a long time without new supplies of food. The parts which we may expect to find in the anatomy of vegetables correspondent to those in the animal economy are 1. A system of absorbent vessels to imbibe the moisture of the earth similar to the lacteal vessels, as in the roots of plants, and another system of absorbents similar to the lymphatics of animal bodies, opening its mouths on the internal cells and external surfaces of vegetables, and a third system of absorbent vessels correspondent with those of the placentation of the animal fetus. 2. A pulmonary system correspondent to the lungs or gills of quadrupeds and fish, by which the fluid absorbed by the lacteals and lymphatics may be exposed to the influence of the air. This is done by the green leaves of plants, those in the air resembling lungs, and those in the water resembling gills, and by the petals of flowers. 3. Arterial systems to convey the fluid thus elaborated to the various glands of the vegetable for the purposes of its growth, nutrition, and various secretions. 4. The various glands which separate from the vegetable blood the honey, wax, gum, resin, starch, sugar, essential oil, etc. 5. The organs adapted for their propagation or reproduction. 6. Muscles to perform several motions of their parts. 1. The existence of that branch of the absorbent vessels of vegetables which resembles the lacteals of animal bodies and imbibes their nutriment from the moist earth is evinced by their growth so long as moisture is applied to their roots, and their quickly withering when it is withdrawn. Besides these absorbents in the roots of plants, there are others which open their mouths on the external surfaces of the bark and leaves, and on the internal surfaces of all the cells, and between the bark and the alburnum or sapwood. The existence of these is shown, because a leaf plucked off and laid with its underside on water will not wither so soon as if left in the dry air. The same if the bark alone of a branch which is separated from a tree be kept moist with water. And lastly, by moistening the alburnum or sapwood alone of a branch detached from a tree, it will not so soon wither as if left in the dry air. By the following experiment, these vessels were agreeably visible by a common magnifying glass. I placed in the summer of 1781 the footstalks of some large fig leaves about an inch deep in a decoction of madder, Rubia tinctorum, and others in a decoction of logwood, Haematoxylum campecense, along with some sprigs cut off from a plant of picris. These plants were chosen because their blood is white. After some hours, and on the next day, on taking out either of these and cutting off from its bottom about 1/4 of an inch of the stalk, an internal circle of red points appeared, which were the ends of absorbent vessels colored red with the decoction, while an external ring of arteries was seen to bleed out hastily a milky juice, and at once evinced both the absorbent and arterial system. These absorbent vessels have been called by Grue and Malfigi and some other philosophers bronchi, and erroneously supposed to be air vessels. It is probable that these vessels, when cut through, may effuse their fluids and receive air, their sides being too stiff to collapse, since dry wood emits air bubbles in the exhausted receiver in the same manner as moist wood. The structure of these vegetable absorbents consists of a spiral line, and not of a vessel interrupted with valves like the animal lymphatics, since on breaking almost any tender leaf and drawing out some of the fibers which adhere longest, this spiral structure becomes visible even to the naked eye, and distinctly so by the use of a common lens. See Grue, Plate 51. In such a structure, it is easy to conceive how a vermicular or peristaltic motion of the vessel beginning at the lowest part of it, each spiral ring successively contracting itself till it fills up the tube, must forcibly push forward its contents, as from the roots of vines in the bleeding season. And if this vermicular motion should begin at the upper end of the vessel, it is as easy to see how it must carry its contained fluid in a contrary direction. The retrograde motion of the vegetable absorbent vessels is shown by cutting a forked branch from a tree, and immersing a part of one of the forks in water, which will for many days prevent the other from withering. Or it is shown by planting a willow branch with the wrong end upwards. This structure in some degree obtains in the esophagus or throat of cows, who by similar means convey their food first downwards and afterward upwards by a retrograde motion of the annular muscles or cartilages for the purpose of a second mastication of it. 2. The fluids thus drank up by the vegetable absorbent vessels from the earth or from the atmosphere or from their own cells and interfaces are carried to the footstalk of every leaf, where the absorbents belonging to each leaf unite into branches, forming so many pulmonary arteries, and are thence dispersed to the extremities of the leaf, as may be seen in cutting away slice after slice of the footstalk of a horse chestnut in September before the leaf falls. There is then a complete circulation in the leaf, a pulmonary vein receiving the blood from the extremities of each artery in the upper side of the leaf, and joining again in the footstalk of the leaf. These veins produce so many arteries or aortas which disperse the new blood over the new bark, elongating its vessels or producing its secretions. But as a reservoir of blood could not be wanted by a vegetable bud which takes in its nutriment at all times, I imagine there is no venous system, no veins properly so called, which receive the blood which was to spare, and return it into the pulmonary or arterial system. The want of a system of veins was countenanced by the following experiment. I cut off several stems of tall spurge, Euphorbia helioscopia, in autumn, about the center of the plant, and observed tenfold the quantity of milky juice ooze from the upper than from the lower extremity, which could hardly have happened if there had been a venous system of vessels to return the blood from the roots to the leaves. Thus the vegetable circulation, complete in the lungs, but probably in the other part of the system deficient in respect to a system of returning veins, is carried forwards without a heart, like the circulation through the livers of animals, where the blood brought from the intestines and mesentery by one vein is dispersed through the liver by the vena portarum, which assumes the office of an artery. See note 37. At the same time, so minute are the vessels in the intertexture of the barks of plants which belong to each individual bud, that a general circulation may possibly exist, though we have not yet been able to discover the venous part of it. There is, however, another part of the circulation of vegetable juices visible to the naked eye, and that is in the corolle or petals of flowers, in which a part of the blood of the plant is exposed to the influence of the air and light, in the same manner as in the foliage, as will be mentioned more at large in notes 37 and 39. These circulations of their respective fluids seem to be carried on in the vessels of plants precisely as in animal bodies by their irritability to the stimulus of their adapted fluids, and not by any mechanical or chemical attraction, for their absorbent vessels propel the juice upwards, which they drink up from the earth, with great violence, I suppose with much greater than is exerted by the lacteals of animals, probably owing to the greater minuteness of those vessels in vegetables and the greater rigidity of their coats. Dr. Hales in the spring season cut off a vine near the ground, and by fixing tubes on the remaining stump of it, found the sap to rise 21 feet in the tube by the propulsive power of these absorbents of the roots of it. Veget. Stat. page 102. Such a power cannot be produced by capillary attraction, as that could only raise a fluid nearly to the upper edge of the attracting cylinder, but not enable it to flow over that edge, and much less to rise 21 feet above it. What then can this power be owing to? Doubtless to the living activity of the absorbent vessels, and to their increased vivacity from the influence of the warmth of the spring succeeding the winter's cold, and their thence greater susceptibility to irritation from the juices which they absorb, resembling in all circumstances the action of the living vessels of animals. End of section 54. Section 55 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 37. Vegetable Respiration. While spread in air the leaves respiring play. Canto 4, line 421. 1. There have been various opinions concerning the use of the leaves of plants in the vegetable economy. Some have contended that they are perspiratory organs. This does not seem probable from an experiment of Dr. Hales, Veg. Stat. page 30. He found by cutting off branches of trees with apples on them and taking off the leaves, that an apple exhaled about as much as 2 leaves, the surfaces of which were nearly equal to the apple, whence it would appear that apples have as good a claim to be termed perspiratory organs as leaves. Others have believed them excretory organs, of excrementitious juices, but as the vapor exhaled from vegetables has no taste, this idea is no more probable than the other. Add to this that in moist weather they do not appear to perspire or exhale at all. The internal surface of the lungs or air vessels in men are said to be equal to the external surface of the whole body, or about 15 square feet. On this surface the blood is exposed to the influence of the respired air, through the medium, however, of a thin pellicle. By this exposure to the air it has its color changed from deep red to bright scarlet, and acquires something so necessary to the existence of life that we can live scarcely a minute without this wonderful process. The analogy between the leaves of plants and the lungs or gills of animals seems to embrace so many circumstances that we can scarcely withhold our assent to their performing similar offices. 1. The great surface of the leaves compared to that of the trunk and branches of trees is such that it would seem to be an organ well adapted for the purpose of exposing the vegetable juices to the influence of the air. This, however, we shall see afterwards, is probably performed only by their upper surfaces. Yet even in this case the surface of the leaves in general bear a greater proportion to the surface of the tree than the lungs of animals to their external surfaces. 2. In the lungs of animal, the blood after having been exposed to the air in the extremities of pulmonary artery is changed in color from deep red to bright scarlet,
and certainly in some of its essential properties. It is then collected by the pulmonary vein and returned to the heart. To show a similarity of circumstance in the leaves of plants, the following experiment was made, June 24, 1781. A stalk with leaves and seed vessels of large spurge, Euphorbia helioscopia, had been several days placed in a decoction of madder, Rubia tinctorum, so that the lower part of the stem and 2 of the undermost leaves were immersed in it. After having washed the immersed leaves in clear water, I could readily discern the color of the madder passing along the middle rib of each leaf. This red artery was beautifully visible both on the under and upper surface of the leaf, but on the upper side many red branches were seen going from it to the extremities of the leaf, which on the other side were not visible except by looking through it against the light. On this under side a system of branching vessels carrying a pale milky fluid were seen coming from the extremities of the leaf, and covering the whole under side of it, and joining into 2 large veins, one on each side of the red artery in the middle rib of the leaf, and along with it descending to the footstalk or petiole. On slitting one of these leaves with scissors, and having a common magnifying lens ready, the milky blood was seen oozing out of the returning veins on each side of the red artery in the middle rib, but none of the red fluid from the artery. All these appearances were more easily seen in a leaf of picris treated in the same manner, for in this milky plant the stems and middle rib of the leaves are sometimes naturally colored reddish, and hence the color of the madder seemed to pass further into the ramifications of their leaf arteries, and was there beautifully visible with the returning branches of milky veins on each side. 3. From these experiments the upper surface of the leaf appeared to be the immediate organ of respiration, because the colored fluid was carried to the extremities of the leaf by vessels most conspicuous on the upper surface, and there changed into a milky fluid, which is the blood of the plant, and then returned by concomitant veins on the under surface, which were seen to ooze when divided with scissors, and which in picris particularly render the under surface of the leaves greatly whiter than the upper one. 4. As the upper surface of leaves constitutes the organ of respiration, on which the sap is exposed in the terminations of arteries beneath a thin pellicle to the action of the atmosphere, these surfaces in many plants strongly repel moisture, as cabbage leaves, whence the particles of rain lying over their surfaces without touching them, as observed by Mr. Melville, Essays Literary and Philosophical, Edinburgh, have the appearance of globules of quicksilver, and hence leaves laid with the upper surfaces on water wither as soon as in the dry air, but continue green many days if placed with the under surfaces on water, as appears in the experiments of Monseigneur Bonnet, Usage des Févils. Hence some aquatic plants, as the water lily, Nymphoea, have the lower sides of their leaves floating on the water, while the upper surfaces remain dry in the air. 5. As those insects which have many spiracula or breathing apertures, as wasps and flies, are immediately suffocated by pouring oil upon them, I carefully covered with oil the surfaces of several leaves, of fulmus, of Portugal laurel, and balsams, and though it would not regularly adhere, I found them all die in a day or 2. Of aquatic leaves, see note on Trappa and on Fucus in Volume 2, to which must be added that many leaves are furnished with muscles about their food stalks, to turn their upper surfaces to the air or light, as Mimosa and Hedysarum gyrans. From all these analogies I think there can be no doubt but that leaves of trees are their lungs, giving out a phlogistic material to the atmosphere and absorbing oxygen or vital air. 6. The great use of light to vegetation would appear from this theory to be by disengaging vital air from the water which they perspire, and thence to facilitate its union with their blood exposed beneath the thin surface of their leaves, since when pure air is thus applied, it is probable that it can be more readily absorbed. Hence in the curious experiments of Dr. Priestley and Mr. Ingenhousz, some plants purified air less than others, that is, they perspired less in the sunshine, and Mr. Scheele found that by putting peas into water, which about half covered them, that they converted the vital air into fixed air, or carbonic acid gas, in the same manner as in animal respiration. See note 34. 7. The circulation in the lungs or leaves of plants is very similar to that of fish,
In fish, the blood, after having passed through their gills, does not return to the heart, as from the lungs of air-breathing animals, but the pulmonary vein, taking the structure of an artery after having received blood from the gills, which there gains a more florid color, distributes it to the other parts of their bodies. The same structure occurs in the livers of fish, whence we see in those animals two circulations independent of the power of the heart, viz., that beginning at the termination of the veins of the gills and branching through the muscles, and that which passes through the liver, both which are carried on by the action of those respective arteries and veins. Monro's Physiology of Fish, page 19. Of course, the fluids in the roots, leaves, and buds of vegetables seems to be performed in a manner similar to both these. First, the absorbent vessels of the roots and surfaces unite at the footstalk of the leaf, and then, like the vena portarum, an artery commences without the intervention of a heart, and spreads the sap in its numerous ramifications on the upper surface of the leaf. Here it changes its color and properties, and becomes vegetable blood, and is again collected by a pulmonary vein on the under surface of the leaf. This vein, like that which receives blood from the gills of fish, assumes the office and name of an artery, and branching again disperses the blood upward to the bud from the footstalk of the leaf, and downward to the roots, where all is expended in the various secretions, the nourishment and growth of the plant, as fast as it is prepared. 2. The organ of respiration already spoken of belongs particularly to the shoots or buds, but there is another pulmonary system, perhaps totally independent of the green foliage, which belongs to the fructification only. I mean the coroll or petals. In this there is an artery belonging to each petal, which conveys the vegetable blood to its extremities, exposing it to the light and air under a delicate membrane, covering the internal surface of the petal, where it often changes its color, as is beautifully seen in some party-colored poppies. Though it is probable some of the iridescent colors of flowers may be owing to the different degrees of tenuity of the exterior membrane of the leaf refracting the light like soap bubbles. The vegetable blood is then returned by correspondent vegetable veins, exactly as in the green foliage, for the purposes of the important secretions of honey, wax, the finer essential oil, and the prolific dust of the anthers. 1. The vascular structure of the coroll, as above described, and which is visible to the naked eye, and its exposing the vegetable juices to the air and light during the day, evinces that it is a pulmonary organ. 2. As the glands which produce the prolific dust of the anthers, the honey, wax, and frequently some odoriferous essential oil, are generally attached to the coroll, and always fall off and perish with it, it is evident that the blood is elaborated or oxygenated in this pulmonary system for the purpose of these important secretions. 3. Many flowers, as the colchium and hamamelis, arise naked in autumn, no green leaves appearing till the ensuing spring, and many others put forth their flowers and complete their impregnation early in the spring before the green foliage appears, as mezereon, cherries, pears, which shows that these corolls are the lungs belonging to the fructification. 4. This organ does not seem to have been necessary for the defense of the stamens and pistils, since the calyx of many flowers, as Tragopogon, performs this office, and in many flowers these petals themselves are so tender as to require being shut up in the calyx during the night. For what other use then can such an apparatus of vessels be designed? 5. In the Helleborus niger, Christmas rose, after the seeds are grown to a certain size, the nectaries and stamens drop off, and the beautiful white petals change their color to a deep green, and gradually thus become a calyx enclosing and defending the ripening seeds. Hence it would seem that the white vessels of the coroll served the office of exposing the blood to the action of the air, for the purposes of separating or producing the honey, wax, and prolific dust, and when these were no longer wanted, that these vessels coalesced like the placental vessels of animals after their birth, and thus ceased to perform that office and lost at the same time their white color. Why should they lose their white color, unless they at the same time lost some other property besides that of defending the seed vessel, which they still continue to defend? 6. From these observations I am led to doubt whether green leaves be absolutely necessary to the progress of the fruit bud,
after the last year's leaves are fallen off. The green leaves serve as lungs to the shoots and foster the new buds in their bosoms, whether these buds be leaf buds or fruit buds. But in the early spring the fruit buds expand their corals, which are their lungs, and seem no longer to require green leaves. Hence the vine bears fruit at one joint without leaves, and puts out a leaf bud at another joint without fruit. And I suppose the green leaves which rise out of the earth in the spring from the colchium are for the purpose of producing the new bulb and its placenta, and not for the giving maturity to the seed. When currant or gooseberry trees lose their leaves by the depredation of insects, the fruit continues to be formed, though less sweet and less in size. 7. From these facts it appears that the flower bud, after the coral falls off, which is its lungs, and the stamens and nectary along with it, becomes simply an uterus for the purpose of supplying the growing embryon with nourishment, together with a system of absorbent vessels, which bring the juices of the earth to the footstalk of the fruit, and which there changes into an artery for the purpose of distributing the sap for the secretion of the saccharin or farinaceous or assascent materials for the use of the embryon. At the same time as all the vessels of the different buds of trees inosculate or communicate with each other, the fruit becomes sweeter and larger when the green leaves continue on the tree, but the mature flowers themselves, the succeeding fruit not considered, perhaps suffer little injury from the green leaves being taken off, as some florists have observed. 8. That the vessels of different vegetable buds inosculate in various parts of their circulation is rendered probable by the increased growth of one bud, when others in its vicinity are cut away, as it thus seems to receive the nourishment which was before divided amongst many. End of section 55. Section 56 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 38. Vegetable impregnation. Love out their hour and leave their lives in air. Canto 4, line 456. From the accurate experiments and observations of Spallanzani, it appears that in the Spartium junceum, rush broom, the very minute seeds were discerned in the pod at least 20 days before the flower is in full bloom, that is, 20 days before fecundation. At this time also the powder of the anthers was visible, but glued fast to their summits. The seeds, however, at this time, and for 10 days after the blossom had fallen off, appeared to consist of a gelatinous substance. On the 11th day after the falling of the blossom, the seeds became heart-shaped, with the basis attached by an appendage to the pod, and a white point at the apex. This white point was on pressure found to be a cavity, including a drop of liquor. On the 25th day, the cavity which at first appeared at the apex was much enlarged, and still full of liquor. It also contained a very small semi-transparent body, of a yellowish color, gelatinous, and fixed by its 2 opposite ends to the sides of the cavity. In a month the seed was much enlarged, and its shape changed from a heart to a kidney. The little body contained in the cavity was increased in bulk and was less transparent and gelatinous, but there yet appeared no organization. On the 40th day, the cavity, now grown larger, was quite filled with the body, which was covered with a thin membrane. After this membrane was removed, the body appeared of a bright green, and was easily divided by the point of a needle into 2 portions, which manifestly formed the 2 lobes, and within these, attached to the lower part, the exceedingly small plantule was easily perceived. The foregoing observations evince, 1. That the seeds exist in the ovarium days before fecundation, 2. That they remain for some time solid, and then a cavity containing a liquid is formed in them, 3. That after fecundation a body begins to appear within the cavity fixed by 2 points to the sides, which in process of time proves to be 2 lobes containing a plantule. 4. That the ripe seed consists of 2 lobes adhering to a plantule, and surrounded by a thin membrane which is itself covered with a husk or cuticle. Spallanzani's Dissertations, Volume 2, page 253. The analogy between seeds and eggs has long been observed, and is confirmed by the mode of their production. The egg is known to be formed within the hen long before its impregnation. C.F. Wolfe asserts that the yolk of the egg is nourished by the vessels of the mother, and that it has from those its arterial and venous branches, but that after impregnation these vessels gradually become impervious and obliterated, and that new ones are produced from the fetus and dispersed into the yolk. Haller's Physiology, Tome 8, page 94. The young seed, after fecundation, I suppose, is nourished in a similar manner from the gelatinous liquor, which is previously deposited for that purpose, the uterus of the plant producing or secreting it into a reservoir, or amnios, in which the embryon is lodged, and that the young embryon is furnished with vessels to absorb a part of it, as in the very early embryon in the animal uterus. The spawn of frogs and of fish is delivered from the female before its impregnation. M. Bonnet says that the male salamander darts his semen into the water, where it forms a little whitish cloud, which is afterwards received by the swollen anus of the female, and she is fecundated. He adds that marine plants approach near to these animals, as the male does not project a fine powder but a liquor, which in like manner forms a little cloud in the water. And further adds, who knows but the powder of the stamina of certain plants may not make some impression on certain germs belonging to the animal kingdom? Letter 43 to Spallanzani, Ouvres Philos. Spallanzani found that the seminal fluid of frogs and dogs, even when diluted with much water, retained its prolific quality. Whether this quality be simply a stimulus exciting the egg into animal action, which may be called a vivifying principle, or whether part of it be actually conjoined with the egg is not yet determined, though the latter seems more probable from the frequent resemblance of the fetus to the male parent. A conjunction, however, of both male and female influence seems necessary for the purpose of reproduction throughout all organized nature, as well in hermaphrodite insects, microscopic animals, and polypi, and exists as well in the formation of the buds of vegetables as in the production of their seeds, which is ingeniously conceived and explained by Linnaeus. After having compared the flower to the larva of a butterfly, consisting of petals instead of wings, calyxes instead of wing sheaths, with the organs of reproduction, and having shown the use of the farina in fecundating the egg or seed, he proceeds to explain the production of the bud. The calyx of a flower, he says, is an expansion of the outer bark, the petals proceed from the inner bark or rind, the stamens from the alburnum or woody circle, and the style from the pith. In the production and impregnation of the seed, a commixture of the secretions of the stamens and style are necessary, and for the production of a bud, he thinks, the medulla or pith bursts its integuments, and mixes with the woody part or alburnum, and these forcing their passage through the rind and bark constitute the bud, or viviparous progeny of the vegetable. System of Vegetables, translated from Linnaeus, page 8. It has been supposed that the embryon vegetable after fecundation, by its living activity or stimulus exerted on the vessels of the parent plant, may produce the fruit or seed lobes, as the animal fetus produces its placenta, and as vegetable buds may be supposed to produce their umbilical vessels or roots down the bark of a tree. This, in respect to the production of the fruit surrounding the seeds of trees, has been assimilated to the gall nuts on oak leaves, and to the bedeguar on briars. But there is a powerful objection to this doctrine, viz., that the fruit of figs, all which are female in this country, grow nearly as large without fecundation, and therefore the embryon has in them no self-living principle. End of section 56. Section 57 of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation by Erasmus Darwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note 39, Vegetable Glandulation. Sikhs, where fine pores their dulcet balm distill. Canto 4, line 503. The glands of vegetables which separate from their blood the mucilage, starch, or sugar, for the placentation or support of their seeds, bulbs, and buds, or those which deposit their bitter, acrid, or narcotic juices for their defense, from depredations of insects or larger animals, or those which secrete resins or wax for their protection from moisture or frosts,
consist of vessels too fine for the injection or absorption of colored fluids, and have not therefore yet been exhibited to the inspection even of our glasses, and can therefore only be known by their effects. But one of the most curious and important of all vegetable secretions, that of honey, is apparent to our naked eyes, though before the discoveries of Linnaeus the nectary or honey gland had not even acquired a name. The odoriferous essential oils of several flowers seem to have been designed for their defense against the depredations of insects, while their beautiful colors were a necessary consequence of the size of the particles of their blood, or of the tenuity of the exterior membrane of the petal. The use of the prolific dust is now well ascertained. The wax which covers the anthers prevents this dust from receiving moisture, which would make it burst prematurely and thence prevent its application to the stigma, as sometimes happens in moist years, and is the cause of deficient fecundation both of our fields and orchards. The universality of the production of honey in the vegetable world, and the very complicated apparatus which nature has constructed in many flowers, as well as the acrid or deleterious juices she has furnished those flowers with, as in the aconite, to protect this honey from rain and from the depredations of insects, seem to imply that this fluid is of very great importance in the vegetable economy, and also that it was necessary to expose it to the open air previous to its reabsorption into the vegetable vessels. In the animal system, the lacrimal gland separates its fluid into the open air for the purpose of moistening the eye. Of this fluid, the part which does not exhale it, absorbed by the puncta lacrimilia, and carried into the nostrils. But as this is not a nutritive fluid, the analogy goes no further than its secretion into the open air and its reabsorption into the system. Every other secreted fluid in the animal body is in part absorbed again into the system, even those which are esteemed excrementitious, as the urine and perishable matter, of which the latter is secreted, like the honey, into the external air. That the honey is a nutritious fluid, perhaps the most so of any vegetable production, appears from its great similarity to sugar, and from its affording sustenance to such numbers of insects, which live upon it solely during summer, and lay it up for their winter provision. These proofs of its nutritive nature evince the necessity of its reabsorption into the vegetable system for some useful purpose. This purpose, however, has as yet escaped the researches of philosophical botanists. Monsieur Pontedera believes it designed to lubricate the vegetable uterus, and compares the horn-like nectaries of some flowers to the appendicle of the cecum intestinum of animals. Anthologue, page 49. Others have supposed that the honey, when reabsorbed, might serve the purpose of the liquor amnii, or white of the egg, as a nutriment for the young embryon, or fecundated seed in its early state of existence. But as the nectary is found equally general in male flowers as in female ones, and as the young embryon or seed grows before the petals and nectary are expanded, and after they fall off, and thirdly, as the nectary so soon falls off after the fecundation of the pistillum, there seems to be insurmountable objections to both the above-mentioned opinions. In this state of uncertainty, conjectures may be of use so far as they lead to further experiment and investigation. In many tribes of insects, as the silkworm, and perhaps in all the moths and butterflies, the male and female parents die as soon as the eggs are impregnated and excluded, the eggs remaining to be perfected and hatched at some future time. The same thing happens in regard to the male and female parts of flowers. The anthers and filaments, which constitute the male parts of the flower, and the stigma and style, which constitute the female part of the flower, fall off and die as soon as the seeds are impregnated, and along with these the petals and nectary. Now the moths and butterflies above mentioned, as soon as they acquire the passion and the apparatus for the reproduction of their species, lose the power of feeding upon leaves as they did before, and become nourished by what? By honey alone. Hence we acquire a strong analogy for the use of the nectary or secretion of honey in the vegetable economy, which is, that the male parts of flowers and the female parts, as soon as they leave their fetus state, expanding their petals, which constitute their lungs, become sensible to the passion, and gain the apparatus for the reproduction of their species, and are fed and nourished with honey, like the insects above described. and that hence the nectary begins its office of producing honey, and dies or ceases to produce honey at the same time with the birth and death of the stamens and the pistils, which, whether existing in the same or in different flowers, are separate and distinct animated beings. Previous to this time, the anthers with their filaments and the stigmas with their styles are in their fetus state sustained by their placental vessels, like the unexpanded leaf bud, with the seeds existing in the vegetable womb yet unimpregnated, and the dust yet unripe in the cells of the anthers. After this period they expand their petals, which have been shown above to constitute the lungs of the flower. The placental vessels, which before nourished the anthers and the stigmas, coalesce or cease to nourish them, and they now acquire blood more oxygenated by the air, obtain the passion and power of reproduction, are sensible to heat and cold and moisture, and to mechanic stimulus, and become in reality insects fed with honey, similar in every respect except their being attached to the tree on which they were produced. Some experiments I have made this summer by cutting out the nectaries of several flowers of the aconites before the petals were open, or had become much colored. Some of these flowers near the summit of the plants produced no seeds, others lower down produced seeds, but they were not sufficiently guarded from the farina of the flowers in their vicinity, nor have I had opportunity to try if these seeds would vegetate. I am acquainted with a philosopher, who contemplating this subject thinks it not impossible that the first insects were the anthers or stigmas of flowers, which had by some means loosed themselves from their parent plant, like the male flowers of the Vallisneria, and that many other insects have gradually and long process of time been formed from these, some acquiring wings, others fins, and others claws, from their ceaseless efforts to procure their food, or to secure themselves from injury. He contends that none of these changes are more incomprehensible than the transformation of tadpoles into frogs, and caterpillars into butterflies. There are parts of animal bodies which do not require oxygenated blood for the purpose of their secretions, as the liver, which for the production of bile takes its blood from the mesenteric veins, after it must have lost the whole or a great part of its oxygenation, which it had acquired in its passage through the lungs. In like manner the pericarpium, or womb of the flower, continues to secrete its proper juices for the present nourishment of the newly animated embryon seed, and the saccharine, ascescent, or starchy matter of the fruit or seed lobes for its future growth, in the same manner as these things went on before fecundation, that is, without any circulation of juices in the petals, or production of honey in the nectary, these having perished and fallen off with the male and female apparatus for impregnation. It is probable that the depredations of insects on this nutritious fluid must be injurious to the products of vegetation, and would be much more so, but that the plants have either acquired means to defend their honey in part, or have learned to make more than is absolutely necessary for their own economy. In the same manner the honeydew on trees is very injurious to them, in which disease the nutritive fluid, the vegetable sap juice, seems to be exuded by a retrograde motion of the cutaneous lymphatics, as in the sweating sickness of the last century. To prevent the depredation of insects on honey, a wealthy man in Italy is said to have poisoned his neighbor's bees, perhaps by mixing arsenic with honey, against which there is a most flowery declamation in Quintilian, No. 13. As the use of the wax is to preserve the dust of the anthers from moisture which would prematurely burst them, the bees which collect this for the construction of the combs or cells must on this account also injure the vegetation of a country where they too much abound. It is not easy to conjecture why it was necessary that this secretion of honey should be exposed to the open air in the nectary or honeycup, for which purpose so great an apparatus for its defense from insects and from showers became necessary. This difficulty increases when we recollect that the sugar in the joints of grass, in the sugar cane, and in the roots of beets, and in ripe fruits is produced without the exposure to the air. On supposition of its serving for nutriment to the anthers and stigmas, it may thus acquire greater oxygenation for the purpose of producing greater powers of sensibility, according to a doctrine lately advanced by a French philosopher, who has endeavored to show that the oxygen, or base of vital air, is the constituent principle of our power of sensibility. From this provision of honey for the male and female parts of flowers, and from the provision of sugar, starch, oil, and mucilage, in the fruits, seed cotyledons, roots, and buds of plants laid up for the nutriment of the expanding fetus, not only a very numerous class of insects, but a great part of the larger animals procure their food, and thus enjoy life and pleasure without producing pain to others, for these seeds or eggs with the nutriment laid up in them are not yet endued with sensitive life. The secretions from various vegetable glands hardened in the air produce gums, resins, and various kinds of saccharine, saponaceous, and wax-like substances, as the gum of cherry or plum trees, gum tragacanth from the Astragalus tragacantha, camphor from the Laurus camphora, elemi from Amyris elemifera, anemi from Hymenaea courbaril, turpentine from Pistacia terebinthus, balsam of Mecca from the buds of Amyris opobalsamum, branches of which are placed in the temples of the East on account of their fragrance. The wood is called xylobalsamum, and the fruit carpobalsamum. Aloe from a plant of the same name, myrrh from a plant not yet described. The remarkably elastic resin is brought into Europe principally in the form of flasks, which look like black leather, and are wonderfully elastic, and not penetratable by water. Rectified ether dissolves it. Its flexibility is increased by warmth and destroyed by cold. The tree which yields this juice is the Jatropha elastica. It grows in Guyana and the neighboring tracts of America. Its juice is said to resemble wax in becoming soft by heat, but that it acquires no elasticity till that property is communicated to it by a secret art, after which it is poured into molds and well dried, and can no longer be rendered fluid by heat. Mr. de la Borde, physician at Cayenne, has given this account. Manna is obtained at Naples from the Fraxinus ornus, or manna ash. It partly issues spontaneously, which is preferred, and partly exudes from wounds made purposely in the month of August. Many other plants yield manna more sparingly. Sugar is properly made from the Saccharum officinale, or sugar cane, but is found in the roots of beet and many other plants. American wax is obtained from the Myrica cerifera, candleberry myrtle. The berries are boiled in water and a green wax separates. With lukewarm water the wax is yellow. The seed of Croton sebiferum are lodged in tallow. There are many other vegetable exudations used in the various arts of dyeing, varnishing, tanning, lacquering, and which supply the shop of the druggist with medicines and with poisons. There is another analogy, which would seem to associate plants with animals, and which perhaps belongs to this note on glandulation. I mean the similarity of their digestive powers. In the roots of growing vegetables, as in the process of making malt, the farinaceous part of the seed is converted into sugar by the vegetable power of digestion, in the same manner as the farinaceous matter of seeds are converted into sweet chyle by the animal digestion. The sap juice which rises in the vernal months from the roots of trees through the alburnum or sapwood owes its sweetness, I suppose, to a similar digestive power of the absorbent system of the young buds. This exists in many vegetables in great abundance, as in vines, sycamore, birch, and most abundantly in the palm tree, Issert's Voyage to Guinea, and seems to be a similar fluid in all plants, as chyle is similar in all animals. Hence, as the digested food of vegetables consists principally of sugar, and from that is produced again their mucilage, starch, and oil, and since animals are sustained by these vegetable productions, it would seem that the sugar-making process carried on in vegetable vessels was the great source of life to all organized beings, and that if our improved chemistry should ever discover the art of making sugar from fossil or aerial matter without the assistance of vegetation, food for animals would then become as plentiful as water, and mankind might live upon the earth as thick as blades of grass, with no restraint to their numbers but the want of local room. It would seem that roots fixed in the earth and leaves innumerable waving in the air were necessary for the decomposition of water, and the conversion of it into saccharine matter, which would have been not only cumbrous but totally incompatible with the locomotion of animal bodies. For how could a man or quadruped have carried on his head or back a forest of leaves, or have had long branching lacteal or absorbent vessels terminating in the earth? Animals therefore subsist on vegetables, that is, they take the matter so far prepared, and have organs to prepare it further for the purposes of higher animation and greater sensibility. In the same manner the apparatus of green leaves and long roots were found inconvenient for the more animated and sensitive parts of vegetable flowers, I mean the anthers and stigmas, which are therefore separate beings, endued with the passion and power of reproduction, with lungs of their own, and fed with honey, a food ready prepared by the long roots and green leaves of the plant, and presented to their absorbent mouths. From this outline a philosopher may catch a glimpse of the general economy of nature, and like the mariner cast upon an unknown shore, who rejoiced when he saw the print of a human foot upon the sand, he may cry out with rapture, "A god dwells here." End of section 57. End of The Botanic Garden, a poem in 2 parts. Part 1, The Economy of Vegetation, by Erasmus Darwin.